Opening the era of black technology. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476 must be responsible for the enterprise. How dare they? I know the difference between patent authorization and monopoly very well. If we calculate it this way, American and European companies will go bankrupt, Su Pinggan said directly. He knew everything about this, but he couldn't play tricks by changing the concept. How about this? I'll give you face and reduce the price by 5 million euros. You've also explained it. How about that? Su Pinggan said directly. Pinggan, many of them are friendly countries, and it's mutually beneficial. 30 million a year will be enough, Zhang Jianbin said directly. Su Pinggan laughed after listening. Brother Zhang, your words are a reminder to me. The higher-ups have benefited. What are my benefits? I can't reduce the price without any benefits, right? Su Pinggan leaned back after speaking, looking at Zhang Jianbin with a playful look. Zhang Jianbin wanted to slap himself in the face, but he accidentally let it slip. This Su Pinggan is really too smart. After thinking for a while, he said, how about this? The city will increase your tax-free quota by 1%, 10%, Su Pinggan said immediately. You are dreaming. Don't you think about your current tax-free quota, 10%, aren't you afraid of being fed up? Zhang Jianbin immediately refused to do it. The tax-free ratio given to Shianki Group by the local government is not low. It's meaningless for us to bargain. Just tell me a number that I can accept, Su Pinggan said to Zhang Jianbin. 3%, no more, Zhang Jianbin said directly. Su Pinggan smiled and said nothing, which made Zhang Jianbin very uncomfortable. If I'm not mistaken, your bottom line is 6%. There is no point in lying. Zhang Jianbin was stunned for a moment and looked at Su Pinggan. This bastard knew him too well. This was not a good thing. Give you 6%, and reduce the price by 30 million, 10 million, no more. There are too many rubbish games on the market that make money. They must know how to cherish it, so that they will seriously make games, Su Pinggan said directly. Don't tell me any big truths. I know more than you. The bottom line is 20 million. If you don't agree, I will turn around and leave. Zhang Jianbin was in no mood to argue with Su Pinggan. If he continued to talk, he was afraid that he would be calculated by this kid. Okay, I'll give you a favor, Su Pinggan said directly. Zhang Jianbin was stunned for a moment. How could he agree so readily? Could it be that he was going to give less? Zhang Jianbin had already reacted a little and was about to speak. Have some tea, Mr. Mayor. This is top-grade Maojian tea, all of which are exported. It's rare to see it in China. Please, Su Pinggan said with a smile on his face. Facing such Su Pinggan, Zhang Jianbin really felt a little aggrieved. Chen Qingshan and I have been very kind to you. Do you really have to scheme against us like this? Zhang Jianbin said unwillingly. Too much scheming against you makes me feel very fulfilled, Su Pinggan said directly, and Zhang Jianbin's face immediately turned black. What's our relationship? It's a friendship. Mutual scheming and jokes that don't hurt feelings are conducive to the development of friendship, isn't that the truth? Su Pinggan said directly. What a bullshit truth, Zhang Jianbin said, picked up the teacup and drank it directly, stood up and turned around to leave. Damn it, scheming against me makes you feel fulfilled. If it weren't for my identity, I would fucking duel with you. Mayor, don't leave. Let's have a drink at noon. I'll apologize. Su Pinggan grabbed Zhang Jianbin and persuaded him to sit down again. After drinking tea for a while, the two left the company together and found a hotel. They drank a bottle of Jiananshan directly, and Su Pinggan drank more than half of it, which made Zhang Jianbin calm down a lot. After returning home, he called Yi Chenglin and reduced the patent licensing fee by 20 million. This was something he had considered long ago. Even if Zhang Jianbin didn't come to find Su Pinggan had to reduce the price in a few days. Only when the license is issued can there be money. Monopoly in this area will cause controversy. So many countries will definitely not allow their own game industry to collapse completely. This degree must be mastered. The next day, Shianki Game Company began to notify those game companies that the annual licensing fee would be reduced from 50 million to 30 million. This notice only made a few companies breathe a sigh of relief. These companies are not small in scale. Even if the fee is reduced by 20 million, it is a burden for them. There is no other way. Many companies once again began to take action and hope that the government would help solve this problem. The governments of many countries are also in a dilemma. After the activities, the top leaders of China have asked Apocalypse Game Company to reduce 40% of the fees. Now it is difficult to ask. The reason is that they asked for a 30% reduction. Now China has reduced it by 40%, which is more than what they asked. It is difficult for you to ask Apocalypse Game Company to reduce the fees. Another thing is that this price is not high. The agency fees paid by game companies in the United States to Japan are all hundreds of millions. With this comparison, it is difficult for you to ask Apocalypse Group to reduce the fees. On this day, when it was almost time to get off work, Su Pinggan received a call from Watanabe Yoko. The Japanese side found her and hoped to find another way to reduce the patent licensing fees. Tax reduction is the method that Japan came up with. The game industry is a major industrial pillar of Japan. It must be supported. A unified tax reduction of 5% was given to the branches of Apocalypse Group in Japan, hoping that Apocalypse Group could reduce the fees by another 10 million. Tell them that if the tax is reduced by 8%, I can reduce the patent licensing fees to 15 million, Su Pinggan said directly, and Watanabe Yoko laughed directly. Boss, you are so smart, Watanabe Yoko said directly. I'll see you perform, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and hung up the phone after chatting with Watanabe Yoko for a while. Su Pinggan's suggestion was between acceptable and unacceptable. He didn't bargain much, just asking for a 3% discount, and also gave a large discount, directly reducing the cost of 15 million. If nothing unexpected happens, Japan will definitely give Shianki Group this discount. 2 days passed slowly, and Shianki Group and Japan announced this at the same time. The patent authorization to Japan was reduced to 15 million euros. This news surprised many people. What's the situation? Why did Japan reduce so much fees? Soon, Japan's tax reduction and exemption for Shianki Group was mastered by other countries. Soon, many countries signed new tax exemption preferential policies with Shianki Group, which made Su Pinggan smile all day long in the office. The patent licensing fee of China is still 30 million, not a cent lower. If Su Pinggan doesn't see the actual benefits, he will not open this door. No one can intercede. The purpose of establishing Shianki Game Company is to finish these junk companies. This is Su Pinggan's little wish. How could he give in easily? In order to avoid it, Su Pinggan took a car to the airport early in the morning, intending to go abroad to avoid the limelight. As a result, he was blocked by Zhang Jianbin at the airport. Zhang Jianbin had no choice. The superiors put the pressure on Zhang Jianbin. Su Pinggan was hiding again. Zhang Jianbin waited directly at the airport after learning that Su Pinggan had bought a plane ticket to go abroad. In a small room, the two looked at each other with big eyes, and they knew what was going on. Pinggan, you just got a tax discount. Now foreign companies are reducing prices. What does it mean that domestic prices don't reduce prices, brother Zhang? Let's not beat around the bush. The last time we reduced prices, we clearly said that it was a preferential policy to let me reduce prices for foreign game companies. Why? Because foreign companies are willing to give preferential policies, domestic companies are reluctant to give them. To be honest, I am reluctant to give them either, Su Pinggan said bluntly. How much do you want? Zhang Jianbin said, suppressing his anger. This time, it was clear that he was being calculated again. Not much. You should give me the same amount as foreign companies give me, not limited to Hangzhou, Su Pinggan said directly. Zhang Jianbin was stunned. Do you think your request will be approved? Zhang Jianbin said directly. For the sake of foreign game companies to give me tax cuts, you don't care about the life and death of domestic game companies. What do I care about? Su Pinggan said without giving in. This sentence made Zhang Jianbin unable to refute. In the past, all the policies of the Apocalypse Group were much more favorable in China than abroad. This was already a habit. Suddenly Su Pinggan did not do so, and he couldn't accept it. The price of super fish oil in China is lower than any other country in the world. The price of super paint is the same, including many patent licensing fees are also much lower than other countries. Ho Minghe calculated an account for Su Pinggan. The profit margin in China is the lowest in the world, and the tax payment ratio is the highest in the world. Seeing this data made Su Pinggan a little unacceptable, and he asked Ho Minghe to recalculate. Su, I calculated it 5 times. This is the answer given by Ho Minghe. Su Pinggan was silent. It must be changed, the profit margin must be improved. I am not a charity, I must be responsible for the company. After the unpleasant parting, Su Pinggan changed his flight and went abroad directly to France. In order to repay L's favor last time, he had to buy a small island. This was another large sum of money. He had to discuss it with Niels and Bruce, the financial directors of the European region. Just when Su Pinggan got off the plane and returned to the manor, Delbert, the general manager of Apocalypse single-person aircraft company, issued a statement on the official website that the commercial version of the single-person aircraft has begun to be shipped worldwide, and consumers who purchased it can go to dealers to pick up the goods. The total shipment volume is 5,000 units. In the future, the production volume will maintain 5,000 units every month. When this news spread, many people were excited and began to contact dealers to pick up the goods. The dealers began to ship according to the payment time. The 5,000 units were divided into the hands of the 7 major dealers. Each dealer did not have 1,000 units, and they were instantly sold out by customers. Su Pinggan looked at the media reports in the manor with a smile on his face. Many people have already obtained the single-person aircraft license. A few people got the goods and started to experience it immediately. Social video sites are full of these people's flight videos, and without exception, they all say that single-person aircraft are so cool that they can take in the scenery of all places. The most practical is Brazil. Everyone knows about the Brazilian rainforest fire. Under pressure from the international community, firefighting began, and single-person aircraft began to participate in firefighting. The greater the load, the closer the flight distance. After modification, more than 100 people drove single-person aircraft to start extinguishing the fire from the air, and fire extinguishing powder began to spray, cooperating with ground firefighters to extinguish the fire, and the effect was surprisingly good. The click-through rate of the firefighting video instantly soared to the first place, and many people paid attention to it. They didn't expect that single-person aircraft could be played like this. Chapter 477 Forget about Apocalypse Weapons Company. While people all over the world were concerned about single-person aircraft, Su Pinggan, Nils and Bruce were studying the island data in the manor. There were 14 islands sold in this batch. Except for 6 islands close to the French mainland, the rest were far away from the mainland. The largest island was located in the Atlantic Ocean and was an uninhabited island, Idris Island. The area was not small, more than 400 square kilometers. There was no freshwater resource on the island. It was located in the vast ocean and had very low value. Food needed to be transported from the outside world, and energy also needed to be transported. You also had to invest in building a desalination plant. Without a desalination plant, it was impossible to survive on it. Of course, France also considered this problem, so it gave this largest island a very favorable policy. First of all, the sale of the island was permanent property rights, and the taxes and fees to be paid each year were reduced by 70%, and it was a permanent reduction. It was not possible without a reduction. Such a large area was not something that ordinary people could afford. According to calculations, even if it was reduced by 70%, it would cost more than 32 million euros each year, which was not a small amount. France once wanted to build the island into a naval base, but after the budget came out, Congress refused to do so because the cost was too high, and the Congress voted unanimously to reject it. This time, in order to stimulate the sales of the island, many preferential policies were given. The top 3 islands in terms of area were given special policies. The island owner can establish a legally permitted management unit on the island, and the cost is your own. In addition to not being able to engage in 8 activities stipulated in the regulations, such as drug manufacturing, drug trafficking, human trafficking, and terrorist activities, France will not care about what you do, as long as you do not default on the annual land tax. If you develop the island into a big city, the taxes collected will also belong to the island owner, and France will no longer charge extra fees. The conditions are very generous, and the purchase price is also a heart-wrenching number. The largest island is priced at 6 billion euros. Without bargaining, the annual land tax to be paid is more than 32 million euros. This cost is really not something that ordinary people can afford. Su Pinggan understood that the largest island was sold to him. He really didn't want to buy it, but there was no way. The favors owed had to be repaid. Looking at the costs calculated by Niels, Su Pinggan was disgusted. When will these additional conditions be announced? Su Pinggan rubbed his head and asked. It will be announced in 5 days at the latest. The additional bill has been passed by the French Parliament, Bruce said directly. How much money can be directly used in Europe? Su Pinggan looked at Niels and asked. Boss, I still have 13 billion euros in my account as a reserve fund that has not been used, Niels said very calmly. Su Pinggan was stunned. Why is there so much? Seeing Su Pinggan's confused face, Niels hurriedly explained, Boss, 2 years ago, you and Mr. Ho Minghe had a meeting and clearly stipulated that I must keep more than 10 billion in reserve funds. After listening, Su Pinggan suddenly realized and smiled unconsciously. In order to reduce taxes, the European apocalypse accounting firm was allowed to keep 10 billion in reserve funds. This part of the funds would not need to be taxed if it was not handed over to the headquarters. Once handed over, it will need to pay more than a dozen taxes including value-added tax, corporate income tax, etc., plus personal income tax. 10 billion needs to pay more than 6 billion in taxes, which is not a small amount. Get ready. You will pay half of the island purchase fee this time. After that, your retention amount will be increased to 30 billion euros. Do you understand? Su Pinggan said directly. Niels nodded seriously. He had spent a lot of brain cells to design this plan. Ho Minghe and Wu Sike, with a group of financial and tax lawyers respectively, worked hard for a month to formulate the plan. Apple in the United States has almost $300 billion in funds and does not distribute dividends in order to avoid paying taxes. The taxes in the United States are also very high. If this part of the money is not spent, you can't collect taxes from me. Not only Apple, but many large companies do this. The company has huge amounts of money lying on its account but not spending it. This is a headache for the United States. But you can't introduce targeted laws. Once introduced, those companies that don't have large amounts of money on their books will go bankrupt completely. You can be dirty in secret, but you must be fair in public. This is the horror of big companies, which is completely different from the situation in China. Most companies in China have extremely high foreign debts. Once the company is finished, these foreign debts will be completely lost. This is the root cause of many companies' suspension of production. As long as they don't go bankrupt, these accounts will always exist, and creditors will not allow them to go bankrupt. 5 days passed slowly, and France officially announced a policy to stimulate the sale of small islands, which made many people tempted, but after seeing the calculated costs, they were a little daunted. Many articles have been revised. The federal government sends a 5-person team to the island for inspection every 5 years. Now this article has been changed to once every 10 years. The land tax fee is changed from 1 year to 3 years, with a discount of 5%, a one-time payment of 10 years with a discount of 10%, and a one-time payment of 20 years with a discount of 22%. Small islands far away from the mainland are given a special self-defense law, which will be implemented from the date of purchase. This law gives the island owner the right to shoot all those who trespass on the island. The establishment of a laboratory on the island is subject to inspection only by a 5-member panel, specially authorized by Congress. No other administrative agency has the right to inspect. The inspection period shall not exceed 1 week. This clause made Su Pinggan very happy. With the current connections of the Apocalypse Group in France, it is basically foolproof. The inspection of the panel specially authorized by Congress requires voting. As long as the Apocalypse Group maintains its current development momentum, the inspection is dispensable. Hall came directly to Su Pinggan. The two discussed it. The next day, Bruce, as Su Pinggan's personal representative, went directly to the relevant departments to handle the formalities. The largest island far away from the mainland was bought by Su Pinggan. The transaction price was 6.3 billion euros. At the same time, Su Pinggan paid the land tax for 20 years in one lump sum. The 22% discount could not be ignored. Adding the two together, the transaction price reached 6.9 billion euros. Bruce announced on behalf of Su Pinggan that this island will be built as the headquarters of the Apocalypse Group's space project, and the Apocalypse Group will go all out to enter the space industry. After this news spread, it shocked everyone. There are really people who buy these small islands where there is no shit. The Apocalypse Group is actually going to intervene in the space industry. Many people are not surprised. International giants have already started to lay out space, and it is normal for Apocalypse Group to join this ranks. Many experts around the world have expressed their opinions. A media outlet with good intentions listed a table. Among the top 50 companies in the world, Excluding financial companies and real estate companies, 90% of the companies have more or less carried out space layouts and have their own projects. The Celestial Empire was very shocked. Su Pinggan has already established the Apocalypse Space Mining Company in the Northwest, and now he has purchased a small island to build a new space project. Obviously, Su Pinggan's space plan is not that simple. The research and development capabilities of the Apocalypse Group cannot be underestimated. Apart from other things, the carbon magnetic supercharging technology explains everything. This technology is very effective when applied to aircraft engines, and the thrust has been visibly improved. In addition to the advanced aerospace materials authorized by the Apocalypse Group and the Satellite Research and Development Center on Apocalypse Island, all this shows that the Apocalypse Group has already begun to lay out space projects, not just now. Only 2 days have passed, and many international giants around the world have announced that they will increase the company's space project funds and will never fall behind in this space development competition. While people were still shocked by Su Pinggan's big deal and the international giants' increase in space project funding, 2 other large islands far from the mainland were also sold. The sales prices were €5.8 billion and €5.4 billion respectively, and the land tax fees for 20 years were also paid in one lump sum. The purchasers were a German giant company and a US giant company. The 2 companies announced that they would also build space projects on the small islands. The large-scale entry of international giants into space projects was no longer hidden, and began to openly enter people's vision. 3 more days passed, and all the small islands were sold out, which made everyone sigh that there were so many rich people. The French side was very satisfied, and the sale of the small islands brought back a large amount of funds. These small islands that were not worth a shit could actually exchange for so much money. Everyone was satisfied, and the Congress was also very satisfied. With this amount of funds, plus the reforms that were about to be carried out, the funds in the hands of the government would be very abundant. 4 days passed slowly, and Peng Yidong of the Xiancheo Construction Group flew to Paris. For no other reason, the construction of the small island was a big project. After winning it, the company's staff would not rest next year. Su Pinggan and Peng Yidong are old friends. He invited Peng Yidong to have a drink together in a manner. The 2 went directly to the study to talk and drank some tea to refresh themselves. Old Peng, there is no problem in giving you the project. I believe in your technical strength, but can you spare some manpower now? Su Pinggan made a gesture of inviting him to drink tea. Peng Yidong picked up the teacup and took a sip. Brother, your island is located between South America and South Africa. It is more than 1,000 kilometers away from the nearest country. It is not cost-effective for me to send people from my homeland, therefore, we only need to arrange enough technical personnel. It is more cost-effective to recruit workers in South Africa and South America. All temporary workers will not delay your work. Brother Peng is really good at calculation. The labor cost in Africa is low. South America is experiencing an economic crisis and the labor cost is also low. Both are much lower than the labor cost in China. Brother Peng, please give me a preferential price, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Okay, everything can be discussed. I don't know how you plan to develop this island, Peng Yidong asked. Brother Peng, it's hard to say now. To be honest, I have sent people to the island to survey. We must have specific data to make a planning blueprint. It is expected that the results will be available in more than 2 months. I will have to trouble Brother Peng by then, Su Pinggan said directly. Peng Yidong nodded, understanding Su Pinggan's arrangement. The planning of the island is not that simple. This island is larger than Xianqi Island and closer to Africa. Brother, you must strengthen your protection. It's not very peaceful over there, Peng Yidong kindly reminded. Brother Peng, don't worry, I can still solve this problem. Xianqi Security Company has a lot of people. I have asked Chen Qilin to send 50 people to purchase goods. When the time comes, stay on the island first, and when the construction starts, we will rotate. Weapons, you know I have a weapons company, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Peng Yidong also smiled, forgetting about Xianqi Weapons Company. Chapter 478 Su, it is impossible for you to eat alone. It seems that large-scale construction will be next year. Now it's less than 3 months away from the Chinese New Year, Peng Yidong said directly. Yes, next month and the Gregorian calendar is next year, Su Pinggan followed with a sigh. Brother, let me ask you something. You have already started the construction of a rocket base in China. Why do you want to start the same project on a small island? Peng Yiding asked with a curious expression. It's very simple. Some projects must be kept top secret. Another thing is that many materials are strictly controlled at home and abroad. You can also see the policy given by France. Basically, there is no control. As long as you don't engage in the 8 regulations that are explicitly prohibited, you can do whatever you want. What I need is this kind of free environment. Besides, some experiments are not allowed to be carried out privately in China, so I can only carry out the experiments on the small island, Su Pinggan briefly explained. Su Pinggan was very clear about Peng Yiding's meaning, and this explanation was the most accepted. Some experiments are illegal in China, and no one cares about them on the small island. Su Pinggan's behavior is understandable. Peng Yiding nodded to show his understanding. He had traveled all over the country for so many years and had visited many countries. Many high-tech equipment and materials were restricted from export to China. Shyanqi Group was an exception. If you look at another company, it would be even more difficult to buy such high-tech equipment. Some aerospace materials were even prohibited from export, but Su Pinggan could get them through other means. This method is also illegal in China. On this small island, there is no illegality, and this situation can be reasonably and legally avoided. The two chatted for a while and Peng Yiding said goodbye. Pinggan, I will go back to China tomorrow. It's the end of the year and all aspects need to be counted. I'm busy. I understand that all branches and financial headquarters of Shyanqi Group are also busy counting this year's gains and losses. I have issued a meeting notice. This year's annual meeting will be held on Shyanqi Island, Su Pinggan said directly. Peng Yiding was stunned. In previous years, the annual meeting was held in China, but this year it was moved abroad. He didn't think much about it and left directly. Su Pinggan sent Peng Yiding to the car and then returned to the villa. This year's annual meeting is indeed held on Shyanqi Island. The notice has been issued. January 10th is the date for the annual meeting. Last year, it was not held due to busy schedules, but this year it must be held. After a week of rest in the manor, Su Pinggan set off and chartered a plane to Shyanqi Island. When Su Pinggan checked into the hotel in the town, the new human project team also retreated to Shyanqi Island. According to the agreement, when the earthquake is very obvious, the samples of seabed coral polyps and small fish must be collected and evacuated, and then returned after the earthquake to continue the research. Not to mention, with the addition of senior researchers from the other 4 companies, the project team has made a great progress, and now the living space of coral polyps and small fish has been expanded. According to statistics, a new batch of small fish and coral polyps have been born, and the number has increased a lot. This is something that makes everyone excited. In order to maintain the continuity of research, the number of uses must be strictly controlled. The original quota of 10 small fish in 3 months has now become 12. At the same time, after surviving this earthquake, the experimental quota shall not be increased within half a year, and a breeding space must be given to small fish and coral polyps. Although the progress in enhancing human immunity is not great, the research on reducing human body fat has made a breakthrough. The project team expects to launch a special weight loss drug next year. After listening to Sun Wenbin's report in the living room, Su Pinggan directly put his head on the sofa. He regretted it. If he had known earlier, he would never let the 4 companies participate even if they had to fight secretly. This is all money. Now he has to give up a lot of profits for nothing. Su Pinggan felt a pain in his liver at this moment. According to what you said, they have already received the news, Su Pinggan said to Sun Wenbin. Yes, it was just an idea at the beginning. I didn't expect it to be so effective for weight loss. A very fat mouse was injected with a drug and became skinny in just 1 week, Sun Wenbin said with a wry smile. The special substance extracted from the small fish is very hungry. Once injected into the body, it will begin to absorb energy, especially the energy of your fat, which is absorbed crazily. If the dosage is controlled well, the effect of weight loss can be achieved. At the same time, your immune ability can be slightly improved. Animal experiments have been started now. Once a specific formula is obtained, human experiments will be carried out. Su Pinggan immediately turned on the computer and started to connect with the chairman of the 4 pharmaceutical groups. Soon, they were connected directly. Su, what's the matter, Herbert, the chairman of Roche Group, asked. You all know about the weight loss project. This project is no longer in the contract. You can't interfere, Su Pinggan said directly with a straight face. You are dreaming. We also invested in the research expenses. We must share this weight loss project, Meyer of Eli Lilly Pharmaceutical Group immediately refused to do it. It's an international joke. I have seen the relevant analysis report. It is very clear how much profit there is. You want to kick us out and take it all for yourself, but there is no way. Yes, we also have a share in this project. You can't take it all for yourself, so, the chairman of Novartis Pharmaceutical Group, also refused to do it. You want to take it all for yourself and never agree. Sue, you must respect the contract. Although the contract only stipulates superimmune materials, this byproduct is also within the scope. You can't forcibly occupy our share. Johnson, the chairman of GlaxoSmithKline Pharmaceutical Group, also refused to do it. You can look at the contract. It only stipulates superimmune products. Other products are not mentioned. Please respect the contract, Su Pinggan said directly with a dark face. In the face of huge profits, you should turn your face and never back down. You are dreaming. This is a breakthrough made by the joint project team. We all have a share, said Herbert, chairman of the Roche Group, also very unhappy. The five people started arguing across the computer screen. Sun Wenbin next to him was stunned, but after thinking about it, the president did the right thing. This matter must be earned. The profit is too big. Sue, it is impossible for you to eat alone. I suggest that we talk about this matter face to face. There must be a result, said Mayer, chairman of Eli Lilly Pharmaceutical Group. There is no point in arguing about this kind of thing on the video. But this project is still controlled by Su Pinggan. It must be discussed face to face. No matter what, Su Pinggan can't take it all. I agree. The four people expressed their opinions, but Su Pinggan didn't speak. Come to Apocalypse Island. I just arrived here. It's very quiet here. It's convenient for us to talk. Come here within 3 days, Su Pinggan said directly with a dark face. Sue, let me tell you one more thing. If you want to eat alone, you can't do it, Meyer, chairman of Eli Lilly Pharmaceutical Group, said and directly launched the video. The others also smiled and exited the video. Soon, the four people began to communicate on the phone. They must unite and fight for their own interests. Even if there is no stipulation in the contract, they must take back their own share. After a communication, they began to arrange for people to prepare the plane and charter a plane to Apocalypse Island. This matter involves huge profits, and it must be discussed in person. Sooner or later, it needs to be discussed in person to solve this matter. Su Pinggan hung up the phone and looked at Sun Wenbin. Old Sun, if there is any breakthrough next time, it must be controlled. This is all profit. Su Pinggan had a painful expression on his face. Please rest assured, President, I will never make a similar mistake, Sun Wenbin said directly. He was also responsible for this matter. If necessary, you can spend money to shut up the people sent by the four companies and transfer the project immediately. Su Pinggan gave a suggestion, and Sun Wenbin nodded repeatedly. Time passed slowly, and the chairman of the four pharmaceutical groups arrived. After eating and resting for a day, the next morning, the five people started arguing in the conference room. It is clear how big the market for this kind of weight loss product is. No one is willing to give up this profit. If it is operated well, each company will easily get more than 2 billion. How could they easily give it up? 1 billion euros for each company. I will buy this project, Su Pinggan said with gritted teeth. You are dreaming, so, I will give each of you 2 billion euros. How about you withdraw from this project? Herbert, chairman of Roche Pharmaceutical Group, directly refuted. Gentlemen, everyone knows how much this project can make. No one will give up, and no one wants to eat alone. Mayer, chairman of Eli Lilly Pharmaceutical Group, was not happy. He didn't expect that Roche Pharmaceutical Group also wanted to eat alone. Gentlemen, this project is not mature yet, and we need to continue to invest in research and development, Su Pinggan said with a dark face. Don't give me that, Sue, I'll tell you how much it will cost. Just tell me how much it will cost. I'll see if GlaxoSmithKline can't afford it, said Johnson, chairman of GlaxoSmithKline Pharmaceuticals Group. Yes, tell me how much it will cost. I'm not easily defeated by your Apocalypse Group in terms of funding, Mayer said directly, staring at Su Pinggan, without giving in. Originally, the four companies joined the New Human Project with a mentality of taking a gamble, but they didn't know that there would be results so soon. They all expressed their attitudes very straightforwardly. If the funds were insufficient, they could increase them at any time, but their own interests must not be harmed. The number of obese people in Europe and the United States is well known all over the world. If you want to lose weight, you can't make tens of thousands of euros. Just the European and American markets will bring unimaginable gains. How could you give up? The 5 people argued for a whole morning without any substantial progress. They took a break and continued to discuss at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They were all rich, international giants, and not afraid of making trouble. In the afternoon, the 5 people regained some of their sanity, and saw each other's determination, and began to enter into substantive negotiations. An hour later, according to the shareholding ratio of the new human, the 5 companies invested in registering a new company and fully operated this weight loss product. This weight loss product is studied separately. The 5 companies invested 5 billion euros according to their shares, and concentrated their manpower and material resources to focus on breakthroughs in this product. It will be put on the shelves next year, taking the superfish oil route. Poseidon superfish oil is more effective than drugs in treating heart disease, but it was approved as a dietary supplement, which is a legal loophole. The weight loss drug launch this time also follows this operation. And it plans to open direct stores in 50 major cities around the world, 1 in each city, for fixed point testing and weight loss. It can also charge an additional physical examination fee, plus the weight loss treatment fee, which makes much more money than selling drugs alone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479 Boeing Crisis. The agreement was reached. The 5 people had a drink together in the evening and further discussed some specific matters. The next day, the 4 chairmen left Shanky Island. Su Pingin called Sun Wenbin over and told him that the weight loss project team was separated from the new human project team and a separate area was set aside in the Shanky Ocean Research Institute for research and experiments. Only buildings can be built on the ground. Underground buildings cannot be entered. The authority must be set and outsiders are prohibited from entering. You are very clear about the importance of underground projects. Arrange personnel to strengthen the guard. I understand. I will make preparations. The researchers' authority is limited to their laboratory. No other place is allowed to enter. Sun Wenbin has understood what Su Pingin meant. Su Pingin nodded, and after asking some more questions, he asked Sun Wenbin to come immediately. He rubbed his head. This time it can only be done this way. He made a mistake in his calculation and lost a big profit project. He was a little depressed and left the room directly to take a walk outside. The scenery here is picturesque and the air is fresh. Taking a walk is also good for the body. Time passed slowly. There were still a few days before the traditional Western festival Christmas. Airbus Group issued a global media invitation letter, inviting all media to witness a miracle. Su Pingin smiled when he saw this. Airbus has now learned to make a big gimmick from Shanky Group. Needless to say, Airbus European company has completed the production of the first batch of hydrogen-powered aircraft and has passed the test flight. He took out his phone and dialed it directly. Soon the call was connected. Boss Su, what's the matter? Jizu Ai's weak voice came over, and Su Pingin was stunned. Are you okay? Are you sick? Why are you talking so weakly? Su Pingin said directly. Jizu Ai slapped his head and said, Boss Su, it's more than 1 in the morning. How can I have energy? Su Pingin was a little embarrassed after hearing this. He forgot about the time difference. Sorry, I forgot about the time difference. Otherwise, you can continue to sleep and I will call you back in 8 hours, just say it directly. I can't sleep even if I lie down now, Jizu Ai said helplessly. After you wake up, you will immediately concentrate your funds to short Boeing stocks. Airbus is going to announce the hydrogen-powered aircraft. You know very well what this means, Su Pingin said directly. I'll arrange it right away. I've been keeping an eye on this. The $3 billion have been kept and not used. I'll do it right away. Jizu Ai was in high spirits. Boeing is very rich. Take a rest first. You can't do anything now. It's not too late to arrange it after work, Su Pingin said directly. I understand, Jizu Ai agreed, and hung up the phone after chatting with Su Pingin for a few words. After hanging up the phone, Su Pingin began to allocate funds again and called Watanabe Yoko directly. The content was exactly the same, and he was going all out to short Boeing stock. Watanabe Yoko didn't know about hydrogen-powered aircraft. After asking, she knew what she should do. Hydrogen energy can reduce fuel costs by more than 60%. No airline can refuse this temptation. After the task was assigned, Su Pinggan relaxed. This time he could make a good fortune again. At least the cost of building the newly purchased island could be earned. He was in a good mood. Time passed slowly. On this day, major media reporters from around the world gathered at the Airbus Group headquarters in Toulouse, France. It was not held in the press conference hall, but was specially arranged to be held in a large warehouse. The huge space was crowded with people. Soon, Norton, chairman of Airbus Group, appeared. The flashlights on the scene flashed into peace. Norton waved his hand and the scene became quiet. Thank you all media friends for coming. Today, I will announce a big thing that will change the aircraft industry. After our unremitting efforts, the Airbus hydrogen plane was officially born, Norton announced loudly. Then all the lights behind Norton turned on, and a plane with smooth lines appeared in front of the world. Everyone began to frantically sign the license plate. Hydrogen plane, this is the first in the world. Everyone, don't worry, I will give you time to ask questions after the announcement. At the same time, I will ask you to take pictures of our hydrogen plane Century. It is completely open to everyone, Norton said with a smile, and the reporters began to calm down. Let me introduce to you, the flight cost of this hydrogen-powered aircraft is very low. Compared with the old-fashioned aircraft that use aviation crude oil, the fuel cost can be saved by 68% for the same flight distance. In addition to the reform of the fuel, the Century aircraft has also upgraded its outer layer. According to our tests, its ability to resist lightning and electromagnetic interference has increased by 22% compared to any other aircraft in the world. At the same time, we have also made changes in the interior decoration. Passengers can use mobile phones, tablets and other devices in the cabin without affecting the aircraft. Everyone knows that birds in the sky are the biggest threat to aircraft. After we adopted new materials, the impact energy has increased by 35%, and the safety has been greatly improved. The most important thing is that hydrogen-powered aircraft are very environmentally friendly and will not produce the 4 greenhouse gases produced by fuel combustion. We only have one Earth. We must protect it. For the sake of our Earth, please choose to take a hydrogen-powered aircraft and contribute to environmental protection. Norton's words were recorded by the media. Many people were excited. Airbus is the pride of European aerospace, and the European media must brag about it. Everyone knows that Boeing is in trouble, and the world's 2 largest aircraft manufacturers have begun to fight. Excuse me, is this hydrogen-powered aircraft exclusive to Airbus? A reporter took the opportunity to ask first. No, I want to make it clear here that the aircraft hydrogen engine is the patent of Cheyenne Group. We have an agreement that this aircraft hydrogen engine can only be authorized to 2 companies in the world. Airbus Group is one, and the Cheyenne Chuaneng Aviation Industry Group is another. Only these 2 companies can produce hydrogen-powered aircraft. Without the permission of Airbus Group and Chuaneng Aviation Industry Group, Cheyenne Group shall not authorize other companies. Norton announced this directly. Many people had an expression of sudden enlightenment, and they all remembered that it was Norton who took the lead in selling Airbus engine technology to Cheyenne Group. Now it seems that the agreement had been negotiated at the beginning. Excuse me, Mr. Norton, has Airbus Group received orders at present, and has the Cheyenne company started to produce hydrogen-powered aircraft? A British media reporter asked. I can tell you very clearly that we have received orders from 8 companies, including Cheyenne Group, for a total of 140 aircraft. As for when the Cheyenne Chuaneng Aviation Group will launch its own aircraft, I don't know. At present, Airbus is the only company that has a finished hydrogen-powered aircraft. Norton answered the reporter's question with a smile. Next, Norton calmly answered the reporter's questions on the stage. After more than 40 minutes, he invited reporters to take pictures of the Century. Today's press conference was very successful. Su Pinggan smiled as he watched the live broadcast. At the beginning, there was an agreement with Airbus Group and Chuaneng Aviation Group. Whoever launched the hydrogen-powered aircraft first, Cheyenne Group would purchase it. 30 aircraft at a time, all allocated to Cheyenne Logistics Company. Now it seems that Airbus is ahead, not because Chuaneng Aviation Group is slow, but because it wasted time in analyzing the carbon magnetic supercharging technology of hydrogen-powered engines. Otherwise, with the speed of Cheyenne, it would never lag behind Airbus Group. The 2 companies have different technical accumulations and different understanding speeds of carbon magnetic supercharging technology. The press conference has not ended yet. But the people watching the live broadcast have already started to act. The financial institutions reacted very quickly and immediately began to increase their holdings of Airbus Group stocks. At the same time, they tried their best to clear out Boeing stocks. Everyone knows why. At this moment, what matters is efficiency. If you are one step ahead, you can earn more and spend less. Soon, Airbus Group stocks rose rapidly like a rocket, while Boeing stocks in the United States began to plummet wildly. Christmas is 2 days away. Airbus Group has given Boeing a big gift, and at the same time, it has also given the US stock market a big gift, which has completely disrupted this Christmas. Anyone who has bought Boeing stocks will definitely not feel comfortable this Christmas. Sitting in the room with a fireplace, there will be no warmth in your heart, but a chill. Saving 68% of fuel costs, the meaning of this is clear, and it is something that airlines around the world cannot refuse. The fuel costs saved are all pure profit. Not only did Boeing stocks fall, but the price of international crude oil began to fall again. Aircraft no longer use aviation fuel, which is a huge negative for international oil prices. It would be strange if they didn't fall. Many oil-producing countries are gritting their teeth at Airbus and Apocalypse. Damn it, are you guys done yet? Oil applications have lost another huge market. The stock price of General Motors in the United States also rose rapidly. Seeing this result, Hughes could laugh even in his dreams. The brain-dead Eric Oil Company gave the goldmine of hydrogen energy to General Motors. It was relieved. Hughes was very happy. He felt much less resentful towards Martin. He had to find an opportunity to thank Martin. The directors of Eric Oil Group all had gloomy faces. Martin, the bastard, if he had not used tricks to calculate the Apocalypse Group, the stock of Eric Oil Group would have risen sharply now. This is all money. Now General Motors has got it for nothing. Martin, the bastard, really deserves to die. Hughes will not see Martin again. After Eric Oil Group and Apocalypse Group reconciled, Martin was sent to travel to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean and will never come back in this life. The company suffered such a huge loss. They lost all the money they made from super fuel and super engines some time ago. All of this was caused by Martin's selfishness. He must pay the price. Boeing's stock plummeted too fast. Everyone clearly felt that several forces were collectively shorting Boeing. No one knew who was shorting Boeing. I'm afraid that even if we know who was shorting Boeing in the end, it will be nothing. Qualcomm Group, Microsoft Group, Arab United Fund, etc., and Apocalypse Group are all strong companies. Everyone at the dinner party before the Davos conference in Shanghai made a move. Boeing's big piece of fat meat was bitten by a pack of wolves. They wanted to see who ate more. Each one invested more money than the other. At the close of the day, Boeing's stock price had plummeted by 56%. Chapter 480, Clouds of Gloom Gather Over the Miles. Not only did Boeing's stock plummet, but the stocks of the parts companies that supplied parts to Boeing in the United States also began to plummet. The entire stock exchange center was bleak. The next day, as soon as the market opened, Boeing's stocks and the stocks of parts suppliers continued to fall. Many parts suppliers held press conferences to announce that we are the parts suppliers of Airbus Group, and it is unreasonable for the stock price to fall now. At the same time, the spare parts supply certification certificate issued by Airbus Group was displayed. It was impossible not to disclose this news. If it was not disclosed, it would die with Boeing. The stocks of all the parts suppliers who disclosed this news began to rebound in the afternoon, and many people breathed a sigh of relief. On the Boeing side, the clouds of sorrow gathered thousands of miles away. The people on the board of directors were frowning in the meeting room, and they didn't know how to deal with this matter. It was not feasible to discuss patent authorization with Scianki Group. Airbus Group had announced that Scianki Group could not authorize without the consent of the two companies. Will Airbus agree to authorize? It must be very difficult. The two companies will compete for the market in the future. They have fought too many times in the past few years. They have played tricks and conspiracies more than once or twice. Airbus will definitely not agree to authorize. After a group of people discussed for a while, they started to contact Curacao directly. This matter must be handled by Curacao, otherwise, it will be difficult for Boeing to pass this level. Curacao was also fed up. But if we ignore it, Boeing's bankruptcy will cause a large-scale unemployment wave. Boeing has 70,000 to 80,000 employees in the United States, plus those parts suppliers, there must be 300,000 people. We can't ignore it. Another thing is that Boeing can't cross If Boeing collapses, the military aircraft supplier will lose a giant. Without competition, it will be difficult to produce advanced fighters. Once the war begins, Boeing's production line can be completely converted into a fighter production line. Considering all factors, Boeing must be helped. How about banning hydrogen-powered aircraft from flying in the U.S. market? The president said to his staff. Several staff members frowned, and one of them with white hair said, Mr. President, if this ban is issued, I'm afraid the stocks of domestic airlines will also plummet. At that time, the number of unemployed people will increase further. You tell me, what should be done about this matter, this damn apocalypse group, the president said unhappily. The root cause is the hydrogen engine of the apocalypse group. Without this, Boeing's stock would not be abandoned all of a sudden. In the global civil aviation industry competition, Airbus is far from being Boeing's opponent. This is obvious to all. The gap can be seen from the aircraft shipments of the two companies. Only the president can coordinate this matter. However, the most urgent task is to provide emergency assistance to Boeing. Otherwise, Boeing really can't stand it, another staff member said directly. I suggest that the military announce a false news that the military will purchase 200 Boeing aircraft. With this good news, the stock market will stabilize. Afterwards, after a period of time, Boeing will announce that the military has canceled the order due to cost issues. This is the most cost-effective way. At the same time, the Black Palace will not be responsible for this, a middle-aged staff member expressed his opinion. The president's eyebrows moved, and the others looked at this person meaningfully. Although he is the youngest, his brain is really quick to make money. Henrik, you will communicate with the military about this matter. Contact me in time if you have anything. The president made a direct decision. The military will definitely not agree to this in vain. Letting Henrik communicate with him in time is to facilitate the negotiation of conditions. This matter must be carried out quickly. In just 2 days, the military negotiated the conditions with the president and planned to announce this matter early tomorrow morning. Zengland directly got the news and notified Supingen. Supingen was not stupid. He knew very well what the consequences would be if the military released this news. He immediately called Jizu Ai and Watanabe and told them to close their positions immediately. They had to finish it today. If things changed tomorrow, they both said they would do it immediately. The next day, the U.S. military announced that after selection, Boeing's Decepticon model armed helicopter won the bid. The military will purchase this model of armed helicopter, the number 300, and the purchase amount of each helicopter is $34 million. Influenced by this news, Boeing's stock stopped falling and began to rebound strongly. Seeing this result, many parties were relieved. Several U.S. companies that shorted Boeing also closed their positions yesterday, and the loss was not large. Only the Arab United Fund did not get the news in advance. Now the stock price rebound means that the benefits have decreased, so they immediately began to close their positions and leave the market. In China, Sichuan Energy Aerospace Industry Group was stimulated by the news of Airbus and began to speed up. It is expected that the first hydrogen-powered aircraft will be produced in more than 2 months. People from Airbus Group are now flying around the world at full speed to collect deposits. They must get enough orders before the Sichuan Energy Aerospace Industry Group's hydrogen-powered aircraft goes on the market. A few days later, Jizu Ai and Watanabe had already calculated the benefits. Jizu Ai made $17 billion, and Watanabe made $14.7 billion. Supingen was in a good mood. The construction of the island was not a problem at all. He drove the yacht to go fishing happily, drinking red wine, eating sashimi, enjoying the blue sea and fresh air, very leisurely. Time passed slowly, and the top management of Shyanki Group began to gather on Shyanki Island. Zhang Jianbin had received the news that this year's Shyanki Group's annual meeting would be held on Shyanki Island. To be honest, Zhang Jianbin was very uneasy. Supingen had a tendency to transfer projects abroad. The internal investigation documents had been issued. The policy benefits enjoyed by Shyanki Group abroad were greater than those in China in some aspects. It can be said that they have their own advantages and disadvantages compared with China. However, Shyanki Group's contribution to China is significantly higher than that of foreign countries. This can also be evaluated. The low price authorization of patent fees has greatly improved the competitiveness of domestic enterprises. However, this game patent licensing is not a good phenomenon. According to incomplete statistics, the number of closed game companies and studios in the past 2 months is terrifying. They do not have the capital to purchase the voice control patent license of Shinopsis Group. Not only that, the old game companies did not purchase the voice control patent license. With the government's intervention, Shinopsis Group will definitely reduce the price. Just wait for Shinopsis Group to reduce the price. The corresponding turnover is a comprehensive decline, and the scope of the decline is very terrifying. They are all gritting their teeth and persisting, hoping that the government will put pressure on Shinopsis Group to force Supingen to reduce the price. According to the previous rules, Shinopsis Group's domestic patent licensing prices are lower than those of foreign countries. This time is definitely no exception. It will not be too late to buy after the price drops. They don't know that Zhang Jianbin and Supingen have already broken down, and they don't know how determined Supingen is this time. He doesn't intend to let these people take advantage. More than 70 foreign game companies have purchased voice control patent licenses from Shinopsis Group, which shows that these big companies have accepted this patent price. If you want Apocalypse Group to reduce the price for domestic game companies, you must give Apocalypse Group a subsidy. Neither Zhang Jianbin nor Chen Qingshan can make the decision. Now things can only be deadlocked. Zhang Jianbin understands Supingen's meaning. Supingen intends to cancel this preferential treatment and adopt a global unified patent licensing fee, but domestic companies are reluctant to pay this fee. This is the biggest problem. Zhang Jianbin is quite disgusted by the fact that everything depends on the government. He can't be a nanny. These companies must feel pain before they will change. The town of Apocalypse Island is now very lively, and many people have come. This time, the senior executives came to the meeting with their families. Supingen said that bringing the family here to enjoy it is like a vacation. We should have a meeting, and the family members should relax. All expenses are 50% off, which is a small benefit for everyone. Everyone is happy. Many people brought their wives and children, and some even brought their parents to relax together for 3 days before holding a meeting. Time passed slowly, and the meeting was held. This time, many people were surprised by the meeting. All departments, including the Research Institute, made terrible profits. Throughout the year, the net profit of Apocalypse Group reached 119.8 billion euros, and the total investment throughout the year was as high as 359 billion euros. The reason for such a high profit is due to several aspects. First, there was no annual meeting last year. The entire Apocalypse Group was undergoing internal integration, clearing out a large number of people, and slimming down and confirming the ownership of each department, which greatly improved the efficiency. Internal cost cutting and external source opening, this is the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Second, the sales of many companies this year are very good. Super fish oil, super paint, carbon crystal solar panels, carbon magnetic wind trees, mobile phones, games, video companies, etc. have made great breakthroughs and achieved new highs in profits. Hydrogen energy sales have achieved rapid growth. With the increasing number of hydrogen energy vehicles, the use of hydrogen fuel is also increasing rapidly, which has also brought huge profits. Recycling companies have also achieved new highs in profits. As the large ecosystem becomes more and more perfect, more and more garbage can be used for recycling, which has brought enough profits to recycling companies. Third, the increase in patent licensing fees. Although the various research institutes have not achieved many breakthroughs this year, the number of companies purchasing patents has increased significantly, which has brought huge profits. Fourth, the Apocalypse Weapons Company has made terrible profits. As expected of the arms industry, it makes money quickly. This year, the sales of single-person small attack submarines hit a record high, with 2,129 units sold. There are also a large number of terrifying torpedoes. The sales of both have brought huge profits. Conventional weapon sales are very calm, with millions of guns and bullets sold every month, which is very stable. Fifth, the investment company has also made a lot of money thanks to the short selling of Boeing this time. Sixth, the sales of single-person aircraft are hot. The old rule of the Apocalypse Group is to collect advance payments and not deliver the goods, which has brought enough financial profits to the Apocalypse Group. Seventh, the development of the Apocalypse Bank has opened branches in many places around the world, and the internal capital conversion has saved a lot of handling fees. The company's investment department has also made new breakthroughs in profits. Supingen directly increased the funds of the investment department to 5 billion euros, laying the foundation for a major breakthrough next year. The meeting lasted for 2 days, and the goals for this year were also arranged. Apocalypse Recycling Resources Company will start the construction of 5 large ecosystems in China this year. In this way, the profit margin will be further improved. This is recognized. Apocalypse Agricultural Group will purchase land in more than 20 places across the country to establish vegetable companies, all of which will be built with 5-story buildings. This will spread the cost on a large scale and have an incomparable price advantage. Apocalypse single-person aircraft will usher in great development this year, and the sales volume will definitely be terrifying. Dalbert said that the price will be adjusted in the second half of this year, and the appropriate price reduction will bring in a large number of users. Poseidon Company will launch 4 new products to increase its performance. Su Pinggan made a speech at the end, making it clear that except for Apocalypse Space Mining Company, Apocalypse Technology Company, Apocalypse Video Company, Apocalypse Supermarket Group, Apocalypse Agricultural Group, and Apocalypse Logistics Group, each branch must complete the capital reserve target this year. Enterprises must reserve 3 billion euros of funds, research institutes must reserve 2 billion euros of reserve funds, European financial branches must reserve 30 billion euros of funds, and the Xianqiao Finance Department must reserve 50 billion euros of funds. Chapter 481 The era of you taking advantage and making money by doing nothing is over. The business owners of the Celestial Empire, regardless of their size, could only admire deeply when they saw this result. The facts are there. This incident shows the international influence of the Apocalypse Group. When will their own companies have such influence? Not to mention reaching the level of the Apocalypse Group, even if they have 10%, they will be satisfied even if they die. Just when these people were sighing, the Apocalypse Group once again issued a statement that from now on, the patents of the Apocalypse Group will be charged uniformly worldwide. This news spread and directly caused an uproar in the business community. Many companies were shocked. With a global unified authorization, it would cost a lot of money to purchase the patents of the Apocalypse Group in the future. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan were also shocked. They didn't understand why Su Pinggan did this. The patent licensing fees of domestic companies are generally half lower than those of foreign companies. Now that they are unified, many companies will not be able to afford it. There are now as many as 2,000 companies in China that have patent cooperation with the Apocalypse Group. Now that the price has risen, there will be a lot of chaos, and many companies are getting anxious. Zhang Jianbin saw this statement in his office and sighed deeply. His premonition was correct. Su Pinggan really wanted to unify the patent licensing fees. The days when domestic enterprises took advantage of it were gone forever. The domestic media started to make a fuss, but the foreign media were unanimous in their praise and published comments one after another. Xianqi Group took this step, which was a key step towards becoming an international large-scale enterprise. It was not far from becoming a standard international giant enterprise. Many countries also followed suit and published comments. Xianqi Group's approach was considered a qualified international giant. Treating everyone equally was the basic quality of an international enterprise. These media were trying to attract hatred to Xianqi Group. They were worried that the matter was not big enough and that they had to attract enough hatred to Xianqi Group. The word praise to death can perfectly describe the intentions of these media. Chen Qingshan called, but he didn't answer. Wei Dongshuo called, but he didn't answer. Zhang Jianbin called, but he still didn't answer. Qiao Lianqing called, but he continued to not answer. Su Pinggan just didn't answer the phone. Soon, Su Pinggan published an article on the official website of Xianqi Group, which detailed the original intention of unifying the patent licensing fees this time. Xianqi Group is a Chinese enterprise. In the spirit of common development, Xianqi Group has always paid only 48% of the normal patent licensing fees to domestic enterprises. The intention of doing so is to hope the domestic enterprises can produce competitive products after obtaining low price authorization, so as to obtain better profits. With good profits, they can invest in research and development funds, upgrade products, and increase competitiveness. Chinese enterprises have a weak foundation and must invest a lot of money in research and development to keep up with the international situation, but the results are very disappointing. After domestic enterprises obtained patent authorization, the profits they obtained were not invested in research and development, but in the financial and real estate industries for speculation to obtain greater benefits. Over the past few years, these companies have made huge profits. If you are unwilling to improve research and development when you are not short of money, then I don't need to give you a preferential price. SYNOPSIS Group's research and development funds reached €24 billion last year. After the comprehensive unified charging, more research and development funds will be obtained to enhance its scientific research strength. SYNOPSIS Group's research and development investment will not decrease. This year's research and development funds will definitely exceed last year's amount and create a new high in scientific research investment. Self-improvement is the foundation for the development and growth of SYNOPSIS Group. The era of you taking advantage and making money lying down is over. After Su Pinggan's article was published, many people were silent after reading it. Many bigwigs also read the article without saying a word, and the idea of sending someone to talk to SYNOPSIS Group about this matter was extinguished. Su Pinggan did not lie. The bigwigs knew very well what those companies were doing every day, just like the new energy subsidy policy issued by the state. The original intention was to subsidize enterprises so that you could increase the research and development efforts of enterprises. As a result, they all became tools for making money, speculating in real estate. Enterprises are the biggest real estate speculation groups. Stocks are facing delisting crises or street hat crises. It is very simple to make a profit. Selling dozens of houses can easily achieve profits. After so many years of subsidies, there is still a huge gap between technology and foreign countries. Why is this? Insiders know what is going on. Sometimes too much control is also a kind of poison. Many bigwigs have a sense of enlightenment in their hearts. Many entrepreneurs who are truly engaged in research and development smiled knowingly, knowing very well that it is time to reshuffle, and the days of enterprises will get better and better, because the upgraded products are fundamentally different. The market will make the best choice, and those low-tech products will face greater competition. Entrepreneurs who wanted to make trouble also extinguished the flames in their hearts. After the appearance of this article, public opinion changed completely, and quite a number of people expressed support for Su Pinggan's statement. While everyone was still discussing this matter, SYNOPSIS University of Science and Technology directly issued a statement, which once again shocked the entire Chao and made many people feel incredible. SYNOPSIS University of Science and Technology has become, up to now, the first batch of students have entered the third year of college. So far, all of these first batch of students have begun to earn monthly salaries. Many companies recognize these students and offer a minimum monthly salary of 5,000 Chao coins and a maximum of 30,000 Chao coins. Once these students graduate and officially join the company, their monthly salary will be doubled directly. These conditions have formed a legal contract. There are 327 students who designed products or equipment that were purchased by companies. Among these 327 people, 31 have entered the ranks of multimillionaires, and the rest have all entered the ranks of millionaires. The King's International students have all obtained monthly salaries from their home companies. The lowest income has reached 8,000 local currency monthly salary, and the highest has reached 400,000 local currency monthly salary. Among them, 67 people have entered the ranks of multimillionaires. 87 students from this class will join the major research institutes of the Apocalypse Group. In the 3 years since the establishment of Apocalypse University of Science and Technology, a total of 199 major scientific and technological achievements and 622 small scientific and technological achievements have been achieved. This has caused a sensation. Everyone was surprised. They did not expect that Apocalypse University of Science and Technology had achieved such results without saying anything. The relevant departments were also surprised. Then Rongho Group, one of the top 10 domestic companies, issued a statement that it would rather accept students with a college degree from Apocalypse University of Science and Technology than other people with a doctoral degree for the same position. In terms of practical hands-on ability, the two are too different. Students who graduated from Apocalypse University of Science and Technology can connect with the technical needs of the enterprise, but doctoral students need up to 3 years of training to barely adapt. In addition, the company accepted 10 students from Apocalypse University of Science and Technology. During the 6 months, the company's production line, product upgrades, and R&D departments were transformed 3 times, creating a profit of no less than 1 billion for the company. We believe that giving students from Apocalypse University of Science and Technology a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan and a salary of more than 30,000 yuan after graduation is completely in line with the interests of the company. After the statement appeared, Chiangkai University of Science and Technology was completely pushed to the forefront. A pilot private university could actually achieve such an achievement, which simply blinded the eyes of many university management. Many university managements were envious and jealous. They knew more. The professor certification of Chiangkai University of Science and Technology was different from the national certification level. You publish papers in international scientific journals and it is not a certification condition. Everything is based on your actual scientific research results. Then you can receive the subsidy from the school. Various welfare benefits are quite high, and the research and development funds are even more sufficient. If you don't go to them, you must work hard to obtain research and development funds. At this time, Chiangkai Logistics Group also joined in the fun. CAO Deshan directly announced that Airbus Group will deliver the first batch of 10 hydrogen-powered cargo aircraft to Chiangkai Logistics Group. With these 10 hydrogen-powered cargo aircraft, the transportation cost of Chiangkai Logistics will be further reduced, and the efficiency can be increased by 20%. Chiangkai Logistics Company will not raise prices this year. You must know that after the Chinese New Year this year, many logistics companies have begun to raise prices. If you don't raise prices, you can't. After the implementation of the new highway management measures, transportation costs are rising straight, and profits are further diluted. Now that Chiangkai Logistics has announced that it will not raise prices, it will definitely usher in a peak period of customer growth. China's logistics industry has begun to reshuffle, and those who can't hold on will definitely go bankrupt. Peng Yidong has been watching various news reports in the hotel these days. He didn't expect that Chiangkai Group would be so fierce this year. It started the year with a big move, and then used various means to firmly occupy the front page headlines of major media. With so many media reports, if calculated as advertising fees, it would be impossible to get 700 million or 800 million each. He curled his lips with an envious expression. The budget will be available tomorrow. After signing the contract, you can leave. It's too fucking irritating. We are all entrepreneurs. Why is the gap so big? Peng Yidong said to himself. At noon the next day, Peng Yidong received the budget sent by the company. It was really not low. 2 deep water docks and an airport, these 3 projects together would cost 6.5 billion. Seeing this price, Peng Yidong took a deep breath. After packing up, he left the hotel and took a car to the headquarters of Chiangkai Group. Before Peng Yidong arrived at Chiangkai Group, another piece of news broke out in China. As the representative of Dongdong.com Logistics, Liu Dongdong signed a contract with Sichuan Energy Aerospace Industry Group for 50 hydrogen-powered cargo aircraft. The company's current fuel aircraft were sold at half price. It was impossible not to replace them. The cost pressure made Dongdong.com very uncomfortable. After replacing them with hydrogen-powered aircraft, the cost would drop a lot. Otherwise, layoffs would be needed. Being good to logistics employees has always been an important part of Liu Dongdong's personality, and he must stick to it. Therefore, purchasing hydrogen-powered cargo aircraft is a natural thing. Chapter 482. A new round of aircraft competition begins. Another thing is that the purchase of hydrogen-powered cargo planes from Sichuan Energy Aerospace Industry Group can also receive a government subsidy. The price of each plane is more than 4 million euros cheaper than the cargo planes produced by Airbus. It will be delivered in about a month. This is what Liu Dongdong is most optimistic about. Moreover, the first batch is 20 planes, which will definitely increase the competitiveness of Dongdong Logistics. Dongdong Logistics must occupy a seat in the top 3 logistics companies in the country in the future. At the headquarters of Chiangkai Group, Peng Yidong and Su Pinggan reached an agreement. The price was 7.6 billion. The Ministry of Law began to draft a cooperation agreement, and the 2 companies successfully signed the contract. That night, the official websites of Chiangkai Group and Chiangkai Construction Group both released the news. Chiangkai Group started the construction of Adrias Island and reached a cooperation plan of 7.6 billion with Chiangkai Construction Group. Chiangkai Construction Group will be responsible for the construction of 2 deep water port terminals and a large airport on Adrias Island. After the news spread, many people were shocked. Chiangkai Group actually started the construction of this small island so quickly. How rich is Su Pinggan? After the Chinese New Year this year, Chiangkai Group's investment has not been less than 20 billion. According to the news, this is all cash. Just when Su Pinggan was full of pride, a group of people in the United States were already discussing the matter of Apocalypse Weapons Company. In the Black Palace, A group of big men gathered. The projector next to them showed various data of Apocalypse Weapons Company's small single-person attack submarine. According to analysis, once this type of submarine reaches a certain scale, it will have a devastating impact on the aircraft carrier fleet. Finally, he used the phrase aircraft carrier nemesis as the conclusion. General, why did you report this matter now? What does the intelligence department do? The president asked with a dark face. Mr. President, I also asked the intelligence department about this matter. This type of submarine is small and single person. It can be solved with one shot of fish, so the actual combat potential of this submarine is completely ignored. We only discovered it when we were conducting an attack simulation command assessment some time ago. 50 of these submarines can destroy our aircraft carrier formation. Its attack power is very strong, hiding within a range of 200 meters underwater. Our attack aircraft are no threat to them at all, the general said with a bitter face. The Pentagon has a habit of conducting a simulation of conventional weapons warfare with other countries every year, mainly to test the command capabilities of generals. This is a practice that has been maintained for many years. Many people did not care at first, but in the conventional simulation with the Celestial Empire, they were completely defeated, which surprised everyone. The supercomputer was immediately started to simulate, and the result was also a complete defeat, which was unacceptable. They immediately began to look for the reason, and soon, the small single-person attack submarine entered the general's field of vision. Asshole, why didn't I see the report that the Apocalypse Group has such a weapon? The military boss immediately got angry and asked a general to take off his military uniform and retire on the spot. The price of an aircraft carrier formation is about $20 billion, and a small single-person attack submarine is only $60 million. 10 are only $600 million, and 100 are only $6 billion. 100 small single-person attack submarines fought head-on with the aircraft carrier formation, and the aircraft carrier formation was completely defeated and could not even escape. How much impact will this have on our Middle East plan? The president said with a dark face. Mr. President, as far as I know, the YL government has purchased nearly 1,000 of these small single-person attack submarines, the general said with a stiff face. Clang. The president was so angry that he threw away all the items on the table. He had planned to put full pressure on the YL government, but now he knew that the other party had such a powerful weapon. What do you want me to do? How can I implement my strategy? You are just a bunch of idiots. The president looked at the generals and began to roar. The military did not refute at all this time. This matter could not be refuted. It was indeed a dereliction of duty. Everyone began to think about how to solve this matter. Mr. President, I think we should still implement the extreme sanctions. The time for this small single-person attack submarine to dive is only 10 days. We can let the allies in the Middle East purchase them for underwater wars. I don't believe that the Apocalypse Group dares to continue to supply YL with such submarines after we implement extreme sanctions. As long as he keeps losing, this advantage will slowly disappear. Without such a powerful weapon, it is an extreme blow to their spirit. When the pressure accumulates to a certain extent, our goal can be achieved, Secretary of State Drasso said to the president. The president was stunned for a moment, then he looked at Drasso as if he had thought of something. You mean to promote the 6th-generation fighter plan? Yes, although only we, China, and Russia can manufacture 5th-generation fighters. With the introduction of new materials in recent years, we are almost at the point of breaking through new materials. After we control the oil, we will spread this technology secretly. If we want to solve the problem of the fuselage material of the 6th-generation aircraft, we can only extract it from oil. At this time, the price of oil will inevitably soar, which will bring us huge profits, Drasso said seriously. Last year, the U.S. National Laboratory made a major breakthrough, which can extract a new material from oil. This material has extremely high heat resistance and friction resistance, and can completely resist the impact of the 6th-generation fighter's hypersonic flight. Now the aircraft engine is not the bottleneck that plagues the development of aircraft. What plagues the development of aircraft is the material limitation of the outside of the aircraft. When flying at hypersonic speed, it will generate great heat and friction. If this problem is not solved, there will be no new aircraft. At present, this material can only be extracted from oil. A large amount of oil is required to extract part of this material. There is no alternative, and the cost is really not small. After the United States controls oil, It will redefine the status of its own currency and start a new round of aircraft arms race. It is difficult not to increase the price of oil. I agree with this plan. After its implementation, it will benefit us more than harm. The military leader was the first to express his opinion. Then several leaders expressed their agreement. After thinking for a while, the president nodded, and everyone began to discuss the specific details. Time passed slowly for a week. The United States began to issue the ban and launched a comprehensive sanction against YL, prohibiting all companies from cooperating with YL, otherwise, comprehensive sanctions would be imposed. Secretly, it began to collect oilfield resources at extremely low prices, not in a hurry and slowly. Soon, Italy received a notice from the United States that small single-person attack submarines must stop exporting to YL, which made Italy very uncomfortable. After a secret deal, Apocalypse Weapons Company received a notice that it was not allowed to take over YL's orders. Bannon called Su Pinggan, who was very calm after receiving the news. He was mentally prepared for this matter. He had thought that he would receive such a ban last year, and it was not surprising that it appeared now. He followed the established strategy. Soon, many companies issued statements that they would no longer supply YL. Apocalypse Weapons Company was no exception. According to Italy's request, it also issued a statement to stop supplying. Apocalypse Group's unexpected attack made many people feel abnormal. After thinking about it carefully, they found that this matter was also normal. After all, enterprises are enterprises, and they consider their own interests. Su Pinggan has left J-City and started to inspect various branches, including Apocalypse Comprehensive Research Institute, Apocalypse Recycling Resources Company, Apocalypse Supermarket Group, Apocalypse Agricultural Group, and Apocalypse Botanical Research Institute. It was written down as Apocalypse Single-Person Aircraft Company, and then done along Apocalypse Space Mining Company. The construction site has started and is proceeding in an orderly manner according to the plan. The project manager accompanied Su Pinggan to inspect the construction site. The progress in all aspects was faster than Su Pinggan expected. According to the current progress, the project will be completed in September this year. After the inspection, Su Pinggan flew directly to FZ and began to inspect the carbon crystal solar panel factory. Zero inventory is the current situation of carbon crystal solar panels. A batch of them will be immediately shipped away by customers. Starting this year, the quota for domestic production will be increased to 5%, further accelerating the pace of independent power generation. The progress in other places is slower, but FZ is progressing very fast. Because many farmers' houses here are used for rent, 5 or 6 floors are very common. A small photovoltaic power generation plant is built on the roof, and 2 wind trees are installed. The electricity generated is enough for the whole house. There is no need to pay for electricity at all, and it can also create profits. Tenants need to pay electricity bills, and this part of the money belongs to the landlord. If the price is slightly lower, tenants can use electricity with confidence, and the electricity consumption will directly increase, and the landlord's profit will rise sharply. Cheyenne Solar Energy has a very good income. All the houses in the residential area are rented out. The houses are not big, with more than 10 square meters per room and more than 40 rooms on one floor. These are all high-rise buildings with 22 floors. 16 buildings plus hundreds of specially built storefronts below are managed by their own property management company. Rent, water and electricity bills, property fees, and parking fees bring in a large amount of rent every month, which is all the profit of Cheyenne Solar Energy. In particular, the microgrid project has brought huge profits. All countries around China have introduced microgrid projects, which have brought considerable profits to Cheyenne Solar Energy. There is no profit after the construction of the microgrid project is completed. Cheyenne Solar Energy needs to pay for maintenance once a year. If there is a problem, it also needs to pay for repairs. After listening to the report, Su Pinggan affirmed the achievements of Bolson and Caro, went to the factory for an inspection, had a meal with several local bosses, and left for Hangzhou after a day of rest. Chapter 483, Give people when you need them, give things when you need them, and give money when you need it. After arriving in Hangzhou, Su Pinggan took a good rest for 2 days. Then Song Zinayu also arrived in Hangzhou. Su Pinggan accompanied Song Zinayu to Hangzhou for 3 days before going to the Science and Technology Park for inspection. Knowing that Su Pinggan had arrived, Yi Changlan, Ding Sijin, and Qiao Yichen came directly to report. Su Pinggan invited the three to sit down and chat while drinking tea. Yi Changlin first reported the situation of the game company. After listening, Su Pingyan was very surprised. Why did the profit increase so fast after the new year? Did you do any promotion, President? No, the reason for the huge increase in profits is that our headset sales have increased dramatically. Antarctic Goose contributed 90 million euros in patent licensing fees to us, and installed voice control systems for 3 of their well-performing games. It can be said to be a win-win situation. According to the data I got, the number of registered users of Antarctic Goose has also doubled, and the monthly sales have also reached a record high, Yi Changlin explained, and Su Pingyan finally understood what was going on. Old Kiao, what is the progress of the research and development of the brainwave control system? Su Pingyan turned to look at Kiao Yicheng and asked. It is still in the early stages, and there is no possibility of a breakthrough in the next 2 years. However, our starry intelligence system has made a significant breakthrough, and it is expected that the personal terminal starry system will be launched next year, Kiao Yicheng said directly. How can it be so fast? Su Pingyan was a little surprised by the progress. The development of intelligence systems requires extremely large amounts of data as a basis. President, after the Fanxing intelligence system project was settled in France, there are fewer restrictions. After connecting to the international internet, it has started cooperation with Twitter and Facebook, and collects a lot of data every day. I have communicated with Coaster. Last month, they upgraded the entire intelligence system. After the upgrade, the capabilities of the Fanxing intelligence system have been further released. This month, they have started experiments on personal smart computer terminals. As long as your computer has the Fanxing intelligence system installed, you can use it for free within half a year. This kind of promotion is used to promote it. The data collection capability has been further improved, and the number of users is also growing explosively. Coaster is very confident that the Fanxing system will be upgraded again in half a year. The most critical thing is that Minister Zhu Hongyan has added the intelligent search logic program to the Fanxing system, which has greatly improved the algorithm of the Fanxing intelligence system, making it more accurate and faster. Look, Minister Zhu has just submitted a report to me, requiring the purchase of a large number of spare parts to assemble a supercomputer, which will cost $800 million. I'm considering it, Kiao Yicheng said directly. Call Zhu Hongyan and ask him to come over. I'll talk to him about this, Su Pingyan said directly. He was interested. It must not be that simple for Zhu Hongyan to assemble a supercomputer. Although Zhu Hongyan is fat, his body is not fat but intelligent cells. The evaluation given to Zhu Hongyan by Zingling has been upgraded to a higher level. In the list collected by Zingling worldwide, there are only 7 people who have reached Zhu Hongyan's level. Kiao Yicheng was stunned for a moment and immediately took out his phone and started to dial. Soon the call was connected. The two of them talked for a while and then hung up the phone directly. President, he will come soon. Su Pingyan nodded and continued to drink tea. Yi Changlin and Ding Zijian were a little surprised. They didn't expect Zhu Hongyan's status to be so high. From Su Pingyan's performance just now, it can be seen that he has a special relationship with Zhu Hongyan. The two looked at each other and both had a sudden realization. No wonder Boss Zhu was so domineering. He dared to make a scene in the Human Resources Department for the sake of his own department. It turned out that the boss behind Boss Zhu was the president. One of Zhu Hongyan's subordinates was from a single-parent family. His old father was in hospital and needed care. Therefore, he took leave intermittently for almost 2 months. The Human Resources Department issued a notice of persuasion to quit according to regulations. Zhu Hongyan refused to do it after receiving the notice. He took the notice and ran to the Human Resources Department and tore up the notice directly in front of the Personnel Department. He was very strong. He clearly said, I decide how the people in my department work. The Human Resources Department has no control over it. If you don't agree, you can complain. This sentence was said in front of many people in the Human Resources Department. It was very domineering. Meng Xinru, the head of the Human Resources Department of the technology company, was so angry that she trembled all over. She had a big quarrel with Zhu Hongyan on the spot. After the quarrel, she went directly to Kiao Yicheng to complain. Soon, all the employees in the Science and Technology Park knew the result. The matter was left unresolved. Zhu Hongyan won and Kiao Yicheng appeased Meng Xinru, which made many people confused. Everyone unanimously recognized that Zhu Hongyan was domineering and a domineering leader. Many people wanted to work in Zhu Hongyan's department. The staff of the Network Security Department now thoroughly understand Zhu Hongyan's tyranny. They all worship Zhu Hongyan to death. No one can command the people of the network security department. Without Zhu Hongyan's order, they directly refuse to execute. As long as Zhu Hongyan speaks, they immediately work overtime to complete the work, and the efficiency is greatly improved. Everyone in the entire Science and Technology Park knows that the most powerful network technology in Shanghai Science and Technology Park is the people of the Network Security Department. There are 3 employees who resigned due to family reasons. Now they are technical directors of small technology companies. These 3 people are ordinary staff of the security department, which shows the strength of these people in the network security department. Soon, Zhu Hongyan came to Su Pinggan's office, with sweat on his face. Obviously he ran over, sat on the sofa, and took up the seats of 2 people. Su Pinggan poured a cup of tea for Zhu Hongyan. Look at what you have become now. Starting tomorrow, go to the gym to exercise for 2 hours every day. Old Kiao, you are responsible for supervision. If you fail to complete it, you will directly deduct the bonus for that month. Su Pinggan looked at Zhu Hongyan and said directly. Don't worry, President. I will strictly enforce it, Kiao Yicheng said directly. Zhu Hongyan's fat face was sweating more, and the flesh on his face was twitching. Is it not okay for me to go? Can I not deduct my salary? Zhu Hongyan looked at Su Pinggan with a pitiful expression. Don't give me that. If you can enforce it consciously, you won't be in this physique now. First, implement it for 3 months and exercise in the company's gym. If you can stick to it for these 3 months, let Lao Kiao cancel the supervision. Su Pinggan looked at Zhu Hongyan and said directly, giving Zhu Hongyan a face. Zhu Hongyan nodded with a painful look on his face and accepted the condition. Just now, Lao Kiao told me that you plan to spend $800 million to assemble a supercomputer. What do you plan to do with this supercomputer? Su Pinggan asked directly. Zhu Hongyan looked at Kiao Yicheng, Yi Changlin and Ding Zijin, and finally looked at Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan understood what was going on. Just say it directly. The 3 of them are trustworthy people. Hearing Su Pinggan's words, Kiao Yicheng, Yi Changlin, and Ding Zijin felt warm in their hearts. They knew that Su Pinggan regarded the 3 of them as his core confidants and recognized them. Everyone needs to be recognized, and the idea of dying for a friend came to mind. I plan to conduct a comprehensive intelligent experiment in the Science and Technology Park, just like the smart terminals in science fiction movies. All you have to do is say your requirements in the Science and Technology Park, and the intelligent system can answer according to your authority. Through this experiment, we can test the shortcomings of the intelligent logic program, find out the weaknesses of the intelligent logic program and make up for them, so as to accelerate the growth of the intelligent logic program, Zhu Hongyan said with an extremely serious expression. Su Pinggan, Kiao Yicheng, Yi Changlin, and Ding Zijin were all dumbfounded. They never dreamed that Zhu Hongyan's purpose would be like this. Minister Zhu, can this model really be realized? Ding Zijin said after swallowing dryly. Boss Ding, it may not go smoothly at first, but as it improves step by step, in the future you only need to say Fangsing to notify the heads of various departments to hold a meeting. Fangsing intelligent system will automatically notify the heads of various departments, which is very convenient. The Fangsing system of real smartphones is in this mode. The Fangsing intelligent system controls the app of your mobile phone. My experiment is to expand the intelligent system and control the entire Science and Technology Park, Zhu Hongyan said directly. Is $800 million enough? If not, report directly to Lao Kiao. The company will fully support you in conducting this experiment. If you want people, you will give me things, and if you want money, you will give me money, Su Pinggan said directly with his eyes shining. Old Zhu, I fully support your transformation. Tell me who is hindering you, and I will go to them in person. Kiao Yicheng also expressed his position directly, and it can be seen how valuable the experiment that Zhu Hongyan wants to do is. Boss Su, it's a bit slow to take effect, you can't rush me. Zhu Hongyan looked at Su Pinggan and said directly. This is just a concept he imagined. The real start has not yet begun, so he dare not speak too much. I won't rush you, just do it. Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Zhu Hongyan was relieved. This matter is top secret. Whoever dares to leak this project will go on a trip to the bottom of the sea. Su Pinggan looked at the 4 people and said directly. This is a practical application of intelligence, and we must not be careless. Understand, understand, understand. The 4 people expressed their attitudes. It can be seen that Su Pinggan attaches great importance to this project. Such heavy words were said, which shows how determined Su Pinggan is. After chatting for a while, Zhu Hongyan left to do his own things. Su Pinggan and the other four continued to discuss things. Old Joe, Zhu Hongyan is a baby. His health is a big problem. You must enforce it and let him exercise for 2 hours every day. When necessary, you can contact the security department to force him to exercise. He must have a good body, Su Pinggan said very seriously. President, rest assured, I will treat this as a big deal and will definitely make Minister Zhu's health change. I will arrange a beautiful fitness coach for him to make him willing to exercise. In addition, I will arrange a nutritionist for him to keep his body nutritious and have a physical examination once a week, Qiao Yicheng said directly. Now he fully understands the value of Zhu Hongyan. Su Pinggan said at the beginning that once it comes to the time for Qiao Yicheng and Zhu Hongyan to choose one, Zhu Hongyan can only stay. He used to feel indignant, but now he has no complaints at all. Zhu Hongyan is totally worth the price. Chapter 484 Scallop escapes. After the four people discussed for a while, Qiao Yicheng and the other three left, each busy with their own things, while Qiao Yicheng began to purchase relevant equipment for Zhu Hongyan and fully support Zhu Hongyan's project. After work, he went home to eat contentedly. What good thing happened? Why is your appetite so good? Song Zinayu asked curiously. I just met an Indian beauty, so I'm in a particularly good mood, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Song Zinayu rolled his eyes at him and raised his hand to twist Su Pinggan's waist. Su Pinggan's face was distorted by pain. Seeing Su Pinggan's reaction, Song Zinayu let go. You deserved it for stimulating me. He raised his hand and rubbed his waist with an unhappy face and said, you know it's fake, but you're still so cruel. Who asked you to provoke me? Song Zinayu said in the same unhappy way. After that, he stood up and left the restaurant without paying attention to Su Pinggan. He took a few deep breaths and continued to eat, not to bother with this little woman. After the meal, the two drank tea in the pavilion. Just after drinking 2 cups of tea, Liu Wenjin came over and said, Boss, it's number 1's call. Wenjin, let's have tea together, Su Pinggan said and stood up. He took Liu Wenjin's call and walked away. Liu Wenjin accompanied Song Zinayu to drink tea. Who is number 1? Song Zinayu asked curiously. Liu Wenjin looked embarrassed for a while, and said with an apologetic expression on his face, you should ask it yourself later. I can't say. I can't listen to the content of this call. Song Zinayu was stunned for a moment after listening. Seeing Liu Wenjin's expression, he understood. He still asked, is it a man or a woman? A man, Liu Wenjin said, and Song Zinayu nodded and stopped asking. Boss, it has been arranged. I have also contacted Bannon. He is continuing to work at full capacity, Gavin said directly. After listening to this, Su Pinggan smiled. Well done. It's not that easy to stop us from making money. I really want to see what the US will look like when it finds out in the future. Ha 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 ha, Su Pinggan laughed. The small single-person attack submarines of Apocalypse Weapons Company are restricted from exporting to more than a dozen countries. This will reduce a lot of orders. Fewer orders means less profit. How could Su Pinggan accept such an evaluation? After discussing with Gavin, I directly found an American to set up a trading company to smuggle this kind of submarine. Even if the Americans find out, you can't say anything. This is what you Americans did. It has nothing to do with me, unless you restrict global companies from cooperating with Americans. After the full popularization of small single-person attack submarines, the threat of U.S. aircraft carriers will be minimized. You are now just 12 aircraft carrier formations. 100 submarines attack one of your aircraft carrier formations, and more than 1,000 submarines can deal with all your aircraft carrier formations. If 100 submarines can't deal with it, add 100. 200 submarines attack the aircraft carrier formation. Let's see what you can use to maintain your hegemony. I think their president will be so angry that he will vomit blood. Gavin also laughed and said, I really want to see this scene with my own eyes, but it's a pity that I can't see it. How is the construction of your base going? Is there anything wrong with Datham? Su Pinggan asked. It's going very smoothly. He asked me when he saw me starting to build the airport runway. I directly said that it was used to park the Xiaolong fighter jets, and he shut up directly, Gavin said with a smile. Datham knew what the Xiaolong fighter jets were used for, and his interest in Gavin increased again. Obviously, this increased the strength of the base and had long-range strike capabilities. At the beginning, after the warship that launched the missile was sunk, Daham was very worried for a while, but it turned out to be calm, which made Daham and his son Maha more sober. The strength behind Gavin is not that simple. With a clear understanding, Daham cooperated more, did not offend anyone, honestly managed his own piece of land, and did not cause trouble for anyone. Very good, let him see the facts and make the right choice. Do you need anything else? Su Pingan asked. Boss, I need an eye in the sky. Renting satellites from outside is not very efficient. It would be best if we could have our own satellite, Gavin said directly. Apocalypse Island has already started research and purchased 2 sets of reconnaissance satellite blueprints from the black market. We will upgrade and design based on them. Next year, we can use our own reconnaissance satellites, Su Pingan said directly. I really hope that day will come sooner, Gavin said directly. Su Pingan smiled, chatted with Gavin for a while, and then hung up the phone. He returned to continue drinking tea in a good mood, and had fun teasing songs in Ian and Liu Wenjin. In Italy, Bannon did not reduce the production line, but continued to produce at full capacity. Bannon communicated with the relevant departments on the production issue for the common profit of everyone. Hearing this, the relevant departments knew what was going on. Doing so was also in the interests of Italy. They turned a blind eye and made the user information review more relaxed. As long as your company's registered country is not one of those dozen countries, you will be paid and released. Besides, the normal production of Apocalypse Weapons Company is a great boon to the domestic manufacturing industry. Currently, more than 100 manufacturing companies in Italy rely on Apocalypse Weapons Company for their livelihood, which is related to the employment of hundreds of thousands of people. It is not to be taken lightly. It can be said that the orders of Apocalypse Weapons Company have not decreased much. Many customers have continued to place orders after changing their skin, and the quantity is not small. Many orders have increased the expedited fee. To handle the expedited fee, a small single-person attack submarine will cost an additional 10 million yuan. As a result, many people don't care and pay the money without hesitation. Bannon was overjoyed to see this result and arranged people to start working overtime. In view of the generous overtime pay, the workers had no complaints and were very enthusiastic about their work. Su Pingan stayed in Hangzhou for more than a week. Song Zinayu left and returned to Jinling. After Su Pingan inspected some project teams and departments, he also went abroad directly. Instead of going directly to the European branch for inspection, he went directly to Adrias Island. At present, the island is very lively. Companies that have signed contracts with Apocalypse Group have begun to send personnel and equipment to build. Israel's Par Water Resources received an order for a medium-sized desalination plant. Germany's Bovenden Construction Company received an order for 1/3 of the ring road around the island. Italy's Tiffany Construction Company received an order for 1/3 of the ring road around the island. Britain's Nelson Construction Company received an order for 1/3 of the ring road around the island. France's Lewis Trading Company received an order to supply environmentally friendly materials. The United States Victory Eagle Steel Company received an order to supply steel. Brazil's Candace Construction Company received an order to build a small town in the living area. Argentina's Avantis Trading Company received an order to supply food, vegetables, and drinks to the island. South Africa's Bordis Company received an order to supply sand and soil. The Apocalypse Botanical Research Institute sent a group of people to the island for actual inspection and planned the island's greening project based on the climate. Apocalypse Light Energy and Apocalypse Carbon Magnetic Wind Tree both sent people to build power stations to ensure electricity on the island. Apocalypse Security Company's Chen Qilin sent a team of 100 security personnel to go there. Zheng Xianwen, Deputy Director of the Administrative Department of the Apocalypse Group headquarters, went to Adrias Island and served as the General Manager of Adrias Island. The company received an order for temporary communication equipment installation, retaining the possibility of upgrading, and preparing for the next step of establishing a complete communication base. The Cheyenne Chao Construction Group has sent technicians to start exploration and construction. The 2 deep water port terminals are being built at the same time, and the entire island is busy. A few years ago, the 5 companies were divided into 5 parts to survey the entire island. After the survey was completed, Zingling was responsible for the presidential design and planning, so each project has very precise standards and regulations. Su Pingan took a tour of the island. At present, the water supply of the island still depends on transportation. The desalination plant can only start construction in about 4 months. This is the latest desalination plant. The conversion efficiency has increased by 10% compared with the past, and the price has increased by 30%. If you want to use it, you must have the best. This is Su Pinggan's consistent style. Directly order the latest model, and the one-time investment can be used for decades. At present, the conditions on the island are still relatively difficult. After a night's rest, Su Pinggan left directly and went directly to Italy to inspect the Apocalypse Mechanical Equipment Research Institute and the Apocalypse Weapons Company. The English Channel, France and the United Kingdom are across the sea from each other. This is the area where the most conflicts between the fishermen of the two countries have erupted. In order to salvage fish here, several fishing battles are held every year. The two countries are also very troubled by the fishery dispute here. In addition, now that the UK is going to withdraw from the EU, the dispute is even more intense. However, this year, there was no dispute between the fishermen of both sides during the fishing period in the sea area. All the boats looked at the fish and scallops caught with a little silly face. Compared with last year, the number has been reduced by more than half, which made all the fishermen a little unacceptable. The boats of the two countries' fishermen were very rare to be close together without fighting. They discussed this issue together. This is not a trivial matter. It concerns everyone's livelihood. This matter was directly reported to the two governments. France and the UK sent people from relevant departments to investigate this matter. It would be better if they didn't investigate. Once they investigated, they were shocked. Marine pollution has worsened a lot. Scallops have run away. Many fish cannot adapt to the changes in the ocean after spawning and die directly. Many fish eggs have lost their vitality before spawning. This sea area is developing towards a dead sea area, and it will gradually become lifeless. The marine ecology has completely collapsed, and you can't start to repair it. This news could not be concealed, and it caused a huge shock in the UK and Europe. The price of seafood began to soar, even higher than that of China. You couldn't buy a 2-pound fish for €10, and the price continued to rise. At the same time, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Greece, Germany, Denmark, Iceland, and other European countries with coastlines launched investigations. Chapter 485, Holding a Tray of Diamonds and a Tray of Colorful Gems. When Su Pinggan arrived in Italy, the media reported the incident extensively. Su Pinggan smiled knowingly. The actions of the star spirit were extraordinary. Soon, his Marine Ecology Research Institute will receive large orders. The time for harvest is really coming. At present, the only company that has a significant effect on the restoration of marine ecology is the Marine Ecology Research Institute. The rest of the companies are boasting a lot, and there are no mature cases at all. Even if there are companies that have come up with mature cases, they have only appeared after a 10-year ban on fishing and gradual repairs. Do people now have the patience to repair for 10 years? Definitely not. At least the fishermen in Britain and France do not have this patience. If they cannot fish for 10 years, even with subsidies from the government, their lives will definitely be difficult. This time, Su Pinggan did not live in a seaside holiday villa. Su Pinggan knew the pollution of the ocean better than anyone else. If he went swimming in the sea now, he might have a very high chance of getting sick and being infected by parasites. Wearing a swimsuit, sitting on a chair next to the swimming pool to bask in the sun, holding the phone in his hand, old son, is this price worthy of the Shianki Group brand? You are tempted by the €4 billion contract for ecological restoration on the other side of the English Channel. Are you crazy? The complexity of the environment there is not comparable to that of the Bay of Plenty in New Zealand, a €4 billion project. Have you calculated how much our profit is? Without profit, will you let the scientific researchers starve to death? Su Pinggan scolded Sun Wenbin harshly over the phone. Sun Wenbin raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and said, President, how should I reply? It's very simple. The cost needs to be calculated after an on-site investigation. Call me after you investigate. Remember, the real data must be kept confidential. Tell your employees that leaking secrets will cause losses to the company. Let him go to the bottom of the sea as nutrients, Su Pinggan said directly. Don't worry, President, I will arrange it, Sun Wenbin said very affirmatively. In the past few years in charge of the Institute of Marine Ecology, Sun Wenbin has grown a lot. In addition to communicating with the heads of several other institutes, he knows very well how to deal with disobedient researchers. After suing 3 people and expelling 5 people, the people in the Marine Ecology Research Institute are now very cooperative, and no one dares to cross the line. Leaking secrets. The price of leaking secrets is terrible. The 3 people who were prosecuted have their sentences increased in prison, and it is basically not the turn of the 3 people to reduce their sentences. Many people in the institute are aware of this. If you leak the company's secrets, you must pay the price. After being scolded by Su Pinggan, Sun Wenbin completely understood where his weaknesses were. In terms of managing researchers, he was qualified. But in terms of converting research into profits, he was seriously unqualified. In this regard, he still needs to learn from Chen Fanchen, Barry, Darien and other institute leaders. He must learn well. After the phone was hung up, Su Pinggan began to bask in the sun. Zingling said that basking in the sun can provide Zingling with a trace of energy that is not detectable, so Su Pinggan usually attaches great importance to basking in the sun. Not long after, Darina came to Su Pinggan in a swimsuit, bent over and whispered, "Boss, General Manager Bannon is here." Su Pinggan opened his eyes, and saw a white snow. He couldn't help but kissed her, and Darina's face turned red. "Please ask him to come in, and give us 2 glasses of juice. I want mango juice." After that, he sat up and slapped Darina on the butt. Darina rolled her eyes at Su Pinggan and turned away. Su Pinggan looked at his hand and smiled. Soon, Bannon came over. Su Pinggan asked Bannon to sit down and chat. Not long after, Darina came over with 2 glasses of juice. After putting them down, she left without interrupting Su Pinggan's conversation with Bannon. Su Pinggan was not allowed to record or listen to the conversations with the head of the research institute, the head of the weapons company, and the head of the security company. "Boss, I just received an expedited order. The quantity is a bit large. If you want to complete it on time, you must add another production line," Bannon said with a mysterious expression on his face. Su Pinggan was stunned for a moment. How big could an expedited order be? How much is the quantity and who is the customer? The free trade company founded by American Box has an urgent order for 1,000 ships, which must be completed within 3 months, Bannon said directly, and Su Pinggan's heart moved. "This is the person arranged by Gavin." Su Pinggan thought for a while and asked, "Has the other party obtained the review of the relevant Italian department?" "It has been certified. We negotiated with the other party after verification. It's just that the other party asked us not to disclose the specific number," Bannon said directly. "Increase it, move faster and more secretly. We can't just sit there and watch the money. Do you understand?" Su Pinggan said directly. "Understood, I'll arrange it immediately." Bannon understood what Su Pinggan meant. "There is another thing. The African Union is also going to order a large number of submarines. They hope to use gems, ores, and wood to replace 70% of the payment for the goods." Bannon reported another problem. Su Pinggan smiled. He was really used to taking advantage of others. He was now targeting me. "Tell them that they can use these materials to cover the debt, but only accept a 50% coverage ratio. Also, the prices of gems, ores, and wood are low. We will set the prices. You can contact Yao Zingshen, the general manager of Shianki Bank, and ask him to give you a reference price. If they don't agree with our pricing, they would rather give up this business. We must wait 3 months after receiving the materials to cover the debt before shipping, so that they don't have to play tricks. In China, many people have been cheated by them using this method. You must be careful. You can also use tricks to do this." Bannon was very surprised. Of course, the prices of these materials are not transparent. In Africa, the price is the price of roadside weeds. You know the price of diamonds very well, but what you don't know is that the international wholesale price is more than 10 times the price of diamonds in the place of origin. For other gems, wholesalers must maintain a minimum of 3 times the profit. There is a lot of water in it. So you must be cautious. Another thing you have to pay attention to is not to let them mix with artificial gems. Nowadays, artificial gems are simply indistinguishable. Professionals must be asked to conduct physical inspections. Take the watch on your wrist as an example. The transparent sapphire glass on the watch can easily make pure sapphires by increasing pressure and heat during processing. Su Pinggan explained some of the counterfeiting methods. Bannon was really eye-opening in this area. Gems can actually be played like this. At night, he must go home to identify the gems in his collection to see if he has been fooled. Su Pinggan knows so much thanks to the Shianki Advanced Materials Research Institute. When testing many materials, many irregular gems will be randomly generated. Barry once brought a tray of diamonds and a tray of colorful gems to Su Pinggan for review. After a detailed explanation, Su Pinggan was very surprised. Moreover, these diamonds and gems would not be thrown away. Instead, they were sold at twice the price of the materials. There were special people to collect them. Generally, the price was twice the price of the materials, and the price of 5 or 6 times the price of the high-purity ones was very common. Every year, it would bring a lot of extra benefits to the Institute of Advanced Materials. Otherwise, how could Su Pinggan know so much about this kind of thing? It shocked Su Pinggan at the time and left a deep memory. Yao Xingsheng was in charge of Shianqi Bank and carried out a lot of mortgage loans. Therefore, he specially formed a gem team and a cultural relic appraisal team, using modern high-tech sampling and testing, in order to prevent counterfeit goods. This was all caused by suffering losses. Every year, Shianqi Bank has to deal with a batch of dead pawns. Many people did not redeem their mortgages after the deadline. According to the contract, the bank has the right to deal with it. Generally, it will be dealt with after more than 3 months of the redemption period. Many jewelry companies and auction companies in China have cooperation with banks to specialize in recycling this type of products. This is a complete industrial chain. After the two communicated for a while, Bannon left and followed Su Pinggan's instructions. Su Pinggan took a few days off before leaving for the Austrian Shianqi Biological Agents Research Institute for inspection. Shianqi Island, Sun Wenbin sent a team of 30 people on a plane to leave Shianqi Island, flying directly to France, and went to the English Channel to conduct a detailed investigation of marine pollution in order to calculate the cost of governance. The reason for the delay of 3 days was that Indonesia had purchased the outdated research equipment handled by the Shianqi Group Research Institute at a high price. The two parties had agreed at the time that Indonesia had priority in the marine ecological restoration contract. After handling the ecological environment of the Bay of Plenty, the Shianqi Marine Research Institute will give priority to helping Indonesia restore the marine ecological environment, and the price will be based on the market price. Sun Wenbin did not hide this matter and communicated with the British and French sides about this matter. If you get this priority, I will send personnel to conduct field research. Otherwise, I cannot consider your contract. Britain and France will definitely not care whether Indonesia is happy or not, and they will directly press it, causing pain to the Indonesian senior officials. In just 2 days, they have made a secret deal. Britain and France have obtained the priority. Indonesia has sent a letter to the Shianqi Ocean Research Institute to confirm that its priority has been transferred to Britain and France. When the notice was issued, the heads of the relevant departments were extremely reluctant. No matter how reluctant they were, they had to endure it. There were no problems now. Sun Wenbin immediately sent personnel with equipment to go there on a special plane. This was Shianqi Group's own plane. Airbus Group shipped a hydrogen-powered aircraft to Shianqi Island, and the remaining hydrogen-powered aircraft were all produced and delivered by the Shiancheo branch. In more than a month, Airbus Group's first batch of hydrogen-powered aircraft in J City will be available. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486. He is a very qualified lover and friend. As soon as Su Pinggan arrived in Austria, Pippin, the head of the Institute of Biological Preparations, gave Su Pinggan a big surprise. The super multipancreas preparation was successfully developed. Multipancreas refers to multiple insulins. There are many preparations for insulin supplementation on the market, but the effect is not satisfactory. The price is also high and low, and the effect is minimal. In this way, there is a market of up to hundreds of billions of euros in the world every year, and the market for insulin drugs is more than $1 trillion. The market needs this product very much. Insulin is a protein hormone secreted by the pancreatic islet beta cells in the pancreas, stimulated by endogenous or exogenous substances such as glucose, lactose, ribose, arginine, glucagon, etc. If strictly classified according to medicine, everyone has insulin deficiency problems, but normal people do not have much deficiency, which will not cause problems such as diabetes, nor will it cause damage to the body. This multipancreas preparation developed by the Institute of Biological Preparations can maintain the normal function of the pancreas and supplement the insulin deficiency in your body. Taking mild diabetes as an example, taking 2 orally every day for half a year can completely reduce your diabetes. After taking it for 3 years, your blood sugar can basically return to normal. However, you still can't do without this product. Take one every 3 days to maintain it slowly. According to the current research of the Institute, it has a slight effect on improving human immunity, and long-term use has a significant effect on the body's endocrine system. At present, the Institute has completed animal experiments. Under the operation of Poseidon, human experiments will soon be carried out in France, the United Kingdom, China, and the United States, and the same dietary supplement model will be followed. Many countries intend to force superfish oil to complete drug certification. Once the drug certification is completed, a lot of taxes can be collected. With a sales volume of superfish oil, this is a huge income. Kyle, the general manager of Poseidon, directly refused. If you insist on us completing drug certification, you can, and the price will increase by 50%. This is the wholesale price. As for how much the retail price is, it is the dealer's business. We, the Poseidon Group, will not be responsible for any consequences caused by that time. This reply made many countries feel painful. Once the price of Poseidon products increases for this reason, it will definitely be another huge political storm. In order to calm the anger of the people, everyone knows who can take the blame. Insulin converts blood sugar into glycogen. What is the effect on the liver? Su Pinkin asked Pippin. Pippin had a confident smile on his face. Boss, what you said hit the nail on the head. The liver is an important organ for purifying toxins from the human body. We have conducted detailed experiments in this regard. According to the experiments on 324 mice and 87 monkeys, we have come to a conclusion that the liver's detoxification effect can be increased by 3% to 5%. Once we start human experiments, we will prove that the pancreas is closely related to the liver. The pancreas is part of the whole body's detoxification system. Our researchers speculate that the pancreas is not only closely related to the liver, but also to the duodenum. If human experiments confirm this speculation, I believe that the project leader Zheng Jingzhong will win the Nobel Prize, Pippin said with certainty. Zheng Jingzhong, Su Pinkin looked thoughtful. When did such a person appear in the research institute? Boss, Zheng Jingzhong, 40 years old, is from China. He is an overseas student at the Vienna Medical College and obtained a doctorate degree. He joined our institute 5 years ago. 3 years ago, his team disbanded after completing the research. Zheng Jingzhong submitted a research report on multi-pancreas preparations to me. I approved it after reading it, and allocated funds to him to arrange for assistants to carry out the project. The whole family emigrated to Austria 2 years ago. When the experiment was carried out last year, the effect was not very ideal, so I did not report to the boss. In the second half of the year, Zheng Jingzhong adjusted the formula and process and achieved obvious results. I immediately added resources and manpower to him. Until today, a complete process formula has been obtained, Pippin explained in detail. Su Pinkin nodded, and his heart was numb to such things. 99% of the top students with real talents in China will stay abroad and not return to China, and the reasons are also varied. The international community jokingly calls several universities in the capital of the Chinese Empire the talent training base of developed countries. This is a kind of sadness. When does Kyle plan to start human experiments? Su Pinkin asked with shining eyes. According to my phone call with General Manager Kyle yesterday, human trials in France will be fully launched tomorrow, and human trials in the UK will be launched together with human trials in China in 3 days. A week later, human trials in the United States will also be launched. We only need to conduct human trials for half a year to prove that 2 sticks a day are indeed effective, and then we can put it on the market directly. General Manager Kyle is more anxious than I am. Pippin told him everything he knew. Su Pinkin nodded with a smile and continued to ask, what about the patent? Have you obtained a global patent? Yes, the patent has been applied for. It is global in nature. General Manager Kyle handled it expedited, which cost nearly 20 million euros. All patent certifications were obtained last month, Pippin said directly. Good, very good. Has the bonus been paid out? Su Pinkin asked with a smile on his face. He knew very well what benefits this product would bring to him. It has been issued. According to the level of major scientific research achievements, the first bonus is 30 million euros. After the product has been running for 2 years, the second bonus will be issued according to the specific situation. I analyzed that it will be more than 30 million and not less than 30 million. The assistance bonuses have also been issued, 5 million euros each. Pippin said directly. The bonuses in the institute are divided into 4 levels according to your achievements. The first level is major scientific research achievements, with a bonus of 30 million euros. The second level is large scientific research achievements, with a bonus of 20 million euros. The third level is small scientific research achievements, with a bonus of 10 million euros. The fourth level is ordinary scientific research achievements, with a bonus of 1 million euros. Project recognition is based on the commercial value of your scientific research results and the advancement of science and technology. According to the operation of the past few years, researchers generally recognize this evaluation standard. I suddenly found that this year is really a series of good things. Many branches have given me big surprises, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and then picked up the teacup and took a sip. Pippin nodded in agreement, drank a cup of tea and said, "Boss, the outside world used to say that our apocalypse group has entered a period of technological explosion. In my opinion, maybe this year we have truly entered a period of technological explosion, and our accumulation in all aspects has reached the standard. Your analysis is good, I agree. Many products of the Xianchao Research Institute have made major breakthroughs this year. Although they have not reached the commercial standard, this kind of breakthrough is very rare. We are currently increasing our investment in research and development, and it is expected that many results will be released in the second half of this year. We are really going to rise," Su Pinggan said while looking at the sky outside. In order to build an aircraft that can travel through dimensional space, the Apocalypse Group has changed a lot of things in the years since its inception. The drizzle moistens things silently. Now looking back and comparing it with the year when Su Pinggan was struck by lightning, it is very sci-fi. Tell Jing Hong to take the flight license test. I will reward him with a deluxe version of a single-person aircraft, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Pippin was also stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Boss, when will you give me a reward? The deluxe version is 1.1 million euros. I would have spent all my annual salary on the aircraft, Pippin said shamelessly. Go away. Don't give me that. Others don't have money, but you, the general managers of the institute, will definitely not be short of money. This time, Zheng Hong's achievement is characterized as a major breakthrough. Your bonus is 300,000 euros, right? You also get a bonus of 10,000 euros for a small achievement. The institute doesn't produce many achievements every year. You can easily make 3 million euros a year. It's no problem to buy an aircraft. If you include the year-end bonus, you can definitely get 5 million euros a year. Don't pretend to be poor, Su Pinggan pointed out Pippin's income on the spot. After listening to him, Pippin smiled awkwardly. His little calculations were useless in front of the boss. The boss was too smart. He really deserved to be the boss, I recognized. Today, Su Pinggan was in a good mood, so he went out to eat with Pippin. The place was found by Pippin. It was the best restaurant in Innsbruck. Pippin has the VIP card of this restaurant. The two went upstairs directly. Su Pinggan heard a female voice calling him hi, Su. Turning around, he was happy to see Clark sitting at the table with two beauties. After all, the two had a brief relationship. Su Pinggan smiled and walked over to say hello. One of them was blonde and blue-eyed, with a hot body, and the other had a distinct Middle Eastern look, with delicate features and a very developed upper body. Together with Clark, they were completely beauties of the same level. Clark, I didn't expect to meet you here, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Clark also stood up, hugged Su Pinggan and said, I didn't expect it either. This time I came here to accompany my friend Susan to relax. Let me introduce you, this is Susan, this is Lema. You should know this person, so there is no need for me to introduce you, Clark said with a smile. Of course, I still recognize the appearance of the chairman of the Apocalypse Group. Hello Su. Susan stood up and shook hands with Su Pinggan, and Lema next to her also shook hands with Su Pinggan with a smile. Together, Clark asked, I won't bother you anymore. I have something to talk to someone about, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Clark nodded. The three of them exchanged a few words and Su Pinggan left. Pippin was envious. Clark's scandal with the boss shocked the world. The two beauties next to him were no less beautiful than Clark. They were really enviable. Looking at Su Pinggan with deep meaning in his eyes, Su Pinggan gave Pippin a fist. The two of them walked into the number 9 private room with a smile. They quickly ordered food and red wine and started chatting. Clark, this is a famous golden son-in-law. How could you bear to give him up? Susan asked Clark. Clark shrugged and smiled. We are very happy together again, but it can only be short-term. It will definitely not be suitable for a long time. He is sometimes very childish. I don't want to be a nanny. You are the mother of dragons. Isn't it just right to be his nanny? Lima said with a smile, making Clark smile and pat Lima while the three were chatting and laughing. The waiter brought over a bottle of red wine. This is what the gentleman in room 9 asked for. It's Ramani Conti, and it's been chilled to tasting temperature. Thank him for me. Clark knew what was going on after hearing this. It must have been sent by Supingan. Just accept it and give the waiter a tip. The waiter left happily. How generous. The Ramani Conti here is 30,000 euros a bottle. He treats you very well, Susan said directly. Clark nodded and admitted this. He is a very qualified lover and friend. The three of them have been close friends for many years. They can talk about anything and basically know each other's secrets. The whole world knows about her and Supingan, so there is no need to hide anything. Chapter 487. Do you think this product makes sense? In that case, you have someone to accompany you this time, but I'm still single. How about you lend him to me for a few days? Susan said with shining eyes. Clark slapped his forehead, knowing that Susan was in a playful mood, and now she wanted to indulge herself after a breakup. Susan, you don't need me to lend him. His resistance to beautiful women is lower than anyone else. If you are interested, how about I treat him to dinner tonight? Clark said very fiercely. Just kidding, I'm not interested in any man now, Susan said with a smile, and Clark also smiled, knowing that Susan would give in. The conservative nature in her bones is not so easy to change. You arrange it, I'm interested tonight, Lima said directly with a playful expression, and both Clark and Susan were stunned. Lima, I'm really speechless about your sultry behavior, Clark said directly, and Susan nodded. Lima shrugged her shoulders and looked indifferent. I grew up in the United States and received an American-style education. I grew up in a free environment. I don't believe in religion. My father forced me to wear a headscarf. I don't like it. You should know this very well. Besides, I live separately from them now. I am financially independent now. I have no reason to accept their constraints. This time we agreed to come out to relax, since you gave him the evaluation of a perfect lover. Of course I am interested. Clark and Susan looked at Lima, and the two looked at each other. So you are the most relaxed one among the three of us, Susan said directly. Susan, since we are here to relax, let's relax and have fun. Isn't it good to have a lover who pays for us? Lima said with a smile, and Susan and Clark also laughed. The three began to whisper. Women's whispers are more popular than men's, which has been confirmed by many international female psychology research organizations. When Supingan and Pippin came out after dinner, Clark and the other two had already left. They separated after leaving the restaurant. Supingan returned to the hotel and Pippin returned to the institute. After a 3-hour break, Supingan received a call from Clark at around 5 in the afternoon. His heart was warmed. Clark, Supingan said. Sue, the three of us haven't decided on dinner yet. Is there anything good about your institute here? Clark's voice came over. In a hotel, Susan and Lima were next to Clark, forcing Clark to make this call. Are you alone or with 3 people? Supingan asked with a smile. Clark turned his head and looked at the two and said, 3 people. He felt very unhappy. If he was alone, he would definitely have a good time with Supingan for a few days. Now that there are 2 more light bulbs, he can only give up this plan. Supingan thought for a while and said, I know a place with a good barbecue. Where do you live? I don't know if it's far away. We live in the Leon Resort Hotel, Clark said. Fortunately, it's not too far from the restaurant. You don't have any taboos about eating meat, right? Supingan said directly. Lima's appearance has a strong Middle Eastern flavor, and we should respect her dietary taboos. Clark was in a bad mood. It was obvious that Supingan had noticed Lima's difference. Lima next to him showed a triumphant expression. There are no taboos. Lima is not religious, Clark said directly. Supingan smiled and said directly, okay, I'll arrange it. I'll call you when the time comes. After chatting for a few words, he hung up the phone. Are you satisfied? Seeing your faces full of lust and bitches, Clark was really speechless about these 2 girlfriends. Susan said with an indifferent expression, Clark, we are different from you. You are an actor. You have seen many handsome men. It is difficult for us to meet suitable handsome men at ordinary times, and the possibility of Lima and I meeting scumbags is very high. These people not only think about my figure, but also my wallet. I have thought about it. Taking myself seriously is the true meaning of life. Susan is right, you are a full man and don't know the hunger of a hungry man, Lima said from the side. Clark slapped his forehead after hearing what the two said. This habit of slapping his forehead may not be changed. Then I wish you a happy night. Okay, you can also join us, Susan said fiercely. Clark lay down on the bed directly, feeling like he was on a pirate ship. Time passed slowly. Sue Pingan had already booked a restaurant. He called Clark and sent a car to pick up the three of them. When Sue Pingan saw Clark and the other two in the restaurant, the expression on his face was very surprised. Susan and Lima were very satisfied with Sue Pingan's expression. It was worth it that the two of them dressed up carefully. They couldn't help but give Sue Pingan a meaningful look. Sue Pingan smiled awkwardly, asked the three of them to sit down, and started to order food. They must have not only drank beer, but also brandy and whiskey, a mixed type. During the time, Sue Pingan talked and laughed, and slowly relaxed. He drank a lot and went to the bathroom directly. When Sue Pingan came out of the bathroom, he saw that he was also washing his hands in the public sink outside. Why do your two friends look like they are going to eat me? Sue Pingan asked when he washed his hands and dried them. Clark slapped his forehead. Susan and Lima's performance was so obvious that it was not surprising for Sue Pingan to see it. It was a big problem that he couldn't see it. They really want to eat you. You'd better be careful, Clark said directly. After hearing this, Sue Pingan smiled and looked at Clark. What about you? We haven't seen each other for a long time. After saying this, he took a step forward. Clark took a step back and leaned against the wall. Looking at Sue Pingan, he just wanted to speak, but Sue Pingan lowered his head and kissed him. After struggling for a few times, his arms were around Sue Pingan's neck. After meeting again after many years, the original feeling quickly took over in his brain. It took a while before they separated. After pushing Sue Pingan away, Clark left directly. If he stayed any longer, he didn't know what would happen. He was worried that he would not be able to control himself. He touched his lips, with an inexplicable smile on his face. He waited for a few minutes before returning to the restaurant. The four of them continued to eat meat, drink and tell jokes, but the scale of the jokes was a lot bigger. Sue Pingan no longer remembered how much he drank. He only remembered that 3 dozen beers, a bottle of brandy and a bottle of whiskey were all drunk. How did he get back home? He felt a headache when he woke up. He wanted to raise his hand to rub his head, but found that his right arm did not respond. He turned his head and saw that his arm was pressed by Lima. Where is this? Sue Pingan is sure that this is not his hotel room. At this time, he felt Lima's eyes move. Sue Pingan understood that Lima should have woken up and was pretending to sleep. Soon, the memory of yesterday emerged in his mind. With Yingling, it is really difficult to forget things. Once you drink, you can't control yourself. You are not the young man who is full of blood and vigor. How can you make such a mistake? After drinking last night, he sent Clark back to the room first. Susan and Lima sat on the sofa. Sue Pingan hugged Clark and put her on the bed. The two couldn't control themselves. Susan joined in the frenzy. After the frenzy, Clark and Susan lay down and went to sleep. Sue Pingan also felt weak and wanted to sleep. As a result, Lima appeared at this time and pulled Sue Pingan directly to her room through the balcony. Everyone can understand the erotic things that happened later, so I will omit them. The balconies of the houses here are connected, with a locked door in the middle. The three of them were together, and they were usually open and not closed, which was convenient for the three of them to run back and forth between the rooms. Looking at Lima beside him, I didn't remember last night very well. Now I'm awake, so I'll exercise. My left hand started to move to see how long Lima could pretend. Soon, Lima's breathing changed. At this time, Sue Pingan turned over, and Lima laughed ha. I already knew what would happen next. The shower in the bathroom was turned on, and Sue Pingan stood up from the bathtub and started to rinse. Lima had finished washing and went out to get Sue Pingan's clothes. Soon, Sue Pingan came out in a bathrobe. The clothes are in your bedroom. Go change them, Lima said on the sofa with a strange smile. Sue Pingan didn't care about that and went to change his clothes. He just came out and said, let's go have breakfast. The two of them are waiting in the restaurant. Since it was already like this, Sue Pingan also let go. He went directly to the restaurant with Lima to meet Clark and Susan. None of the four mentioned what happened last night. Next, Sue Pingan stayed in Austria for 5 days. Clark and the other two returned to the United States, while Su Pinggan went to Germany. These 5 days made Su Pinggan very exhausted. Clark was more reserved, while Susan and Lima could be described as crazy. Sometimes when they were in the mood, they would drag Su Pinggan to a secret place to go crazy. Finally, I can have a good rest for a few days. I called Barry directly and rested in the hotel for 3 days before going for inspection. If I don't recover well, I will not have the energy at all. I didn't go out for 3 days in the hotel. My daily tasks were to eat, sleep, and then do some low-intensity activities. On the 4th day, when I went to the Institute of Advanced Materials, I was almost fully recovered. Su Pinggan took a walk with Barry, and Dr. Peggy and Giles came to Su Pinggan together. The reason was simple. Their plan was rejected by Barry, which slowed down the research speed. 2 years ago, the two submitted an experimental plan of up to €1 billion. Su Pinggan discussed it seriously with Barry and gritted his teeth and agreed. As a result, last year, the two proposed another experimental plan of up to €300 million. After reading it, Barry directly rejected it and did not approve a penny. Either the research was carried out with the current equipment, or the project was cancelled, leaving no room for negotiation. The two had no choice but to endure temporarily and wait for the big boss to come to inspect the institute to discuss this matter with the big boss. Barry had no vision, but the big boss had a very accurate vision. The inspection could not go on, so Su Pinggan took the two and Barry to the conference room. After everyone sat down, Su Pinggan began to ask, Dr. Peggy, I remember that you submitted a €10 billion experimental plan. What are the results so far, boss? We have made some progress. We use iron as the basis and add 3 other metals. After special processing, the superalloy steel is no longer so brittle, Dr. Peggy said directly. Really? How about the cost? Su Pinggan asked. The spirits of Peggy and Giles immediately dropped a lot. The two looked at each other, and Giles said with a stiff face, Boss, the cost is a bit high. The cost of 1 kilogram is €400. Su Pinggan was stunned for a moment. How could it be so high? He continued to ask, what experiment do you submit in your new plan? We plan to purchase a batch of gold for fusion. Gold has the strongest tensile strength among all metals. When it is integrated into superalloy steel, the alloy steel can become very perfect, easy to forge, tough, hard enough, resistant to electromagnetic radiation and corrosion. Free conversion between ultra-high temperature and ultra-low temperature environments will not cause any impact. It is a perfect aerospace material, Giles said with excitement on his face. After listening, Su Pinggan looked at Giles and asked an irrelevant question. Giles, what is your wish, boss? My wish is very simple, that is, to create a cheap aviation, Giles said, and he couldn't go on. The new plan had a serious conflict with his own ideas. Dr. Peggy, what is your wish? Su Pinggan turned his head and looked at Dr. Peggy, and Dr. Peggy didn't say anything. The two began to wake up from their great enthusiasm. It can be said that the current state of superalloy steel has completely deviated from the original wishes of the two and went in the opposite direction. Barry was right not to approve your plan. I support him on this point. Even if you succeed by purchasing gold, how many spacecraft dare to use this material? How many countries in the world have the strength to use this material? Do you think this product makes sense? Su Pinggan looked at the two of them and said this with a serious face. You two, I'll give you a week's vacation. You can relax, think about your original vision, and clear your mind. After you come back, conduct research on reducing costs based on the current basis. It must be more than 30% cheaper than the alloy aluminum materials used in spacecraft to be qualified, or, you can make the price of this material equivalent to that of alloy aluminum, and in terms of radiation corrosion resistance, toughness, hardness, ultra-high and low temperature conversion, and material life, it must exceed the current space materials by 40%. Choose one of the two development directions, otherwise, there is no point in continuing the research. Su Pinggan looked at the two and directly stated his decision. Chapter 488. A chronic virus was discovered. Both Peggy and Giles were silent. There was a voice in their hearts telling them that the two development directions Su Pinggan mentioned were the right ones. However, they had already paid so much, and it was a bit hard to give up suddenly. I give you a suggestion. Let's do the research separately. Giles should conduct research on reducing costs based on the current research. Peggy, you should conduct research on radiation corrosion resistance, toughness, hardness, ultra-high and low temperature conversion, and material life. which should exceed 40% of the current space materials, there is a premise that you must always remember. The price cannot exceed the price of space alloy aluminum. You don't need to make a decision now. Take a rest and relax. Come back in 2 days and tell Barry your decision. Barry will make corresponding arrangements. Sue Pingan looked at the two people with a calm face and said. Peggy and Giles looked at each other, nodded silently, said hello to Sue Pingan and Barry and left the meeting room. This matter must be carefully thought about. Boss, this is also you. I am really helpless with these two people, Barry said directly. Sue Pingan smiled and understood Barry's difficulties. You have to reason with Peggy and Giles. As long as you are right, they will have nothing to say. What I just said is very simple. After analyzing, they will adjust themselves. Be prepared. The two will 100% study separately. The vision in their hearts is their driving force for progress. Barry nodded and said, I believe this. The two of them are more rigorous in their experiments than anyone else. Let's go to my office to drink and chat. I'm not in the mood to look around. Give me a brief report. Sue Pingan stood up and walked out, followed by Barry. There is a luxuriously decorated office here all year round. This is Sue Pingan's office. It is used at most once a year. It is usually closed. Barry has arranged for someone to clean it yesterday. Boil water to make tea, drink tea while listening to Barry's report, and soon, Sue Pingan was shocked again. You mean that the Canadian Research Institute sold their noise reduction material patent to us? How could they make such a decision, boss? It's normal for them to make such a decision. I asked the shareholders of their research institute to look at Ms. Tamiya's product. Although the effect is a little worse than theirs, the price is only 60% of theirs. Once we launch it on the market, their product will be worthless. The best way is to sell the patent to us. Otherwise, I don't mind mailing our product samples to some companies, Barry said with a smile. Sue Pingan laughed and gave Barry a thumbs up. I think, after integrating their technology, our noise reduction materials must have made new breakthroughs. Right, boss is wise. We have indeed made a breakthrough. 2 months ago, we conducted an experiment in a room. We used a board to separate the two sides and pasted our new material 2 centimeters thick on one side. In another room, we prepared a high-power speaker. After a day of testing, we concluded that if you paste this material on all walls, ceilings and floors, the expected effect will be achieved. The sound of the high-power speaker next to you will be almost undetectable. Sound insulation in buildings is a big problem. You only need to paste this material on all the walls, ceilings and floors of your home. It can completely isolate noise pollution. Even if the drums next door are played, it will not affect you, Barry said very confidently. When do you plan to authorize it? Sue Pingan asked. For the time being, we don't plan to authorize it. After 1 or 2 months of research, we can reduce the cost by 15%. After completing this task, we will authorize it to the outside world. Apocalypse's products must be the pinnacle. We must maintain this honor, Barry said with a serious expression. Sue Pingan nodded, acknowledging Barry's spirit. A British media used this sentence to describe all the external authorizations of the Apocalypse Research Institute. Every time a patent for a major product is authorized, the technology must be industry-changing. After the media shouted out the sentence Apocalypse products must be the pinnacle, many companies also made comments, acknowledging this sentence, acknowledging the technology that the Apocalypse Research Institute said it had authorized, and also cited many examples. Only one American media left a sentence, how much technology does the Apocalypse Group still hide? This sentence brought people endless reverie and made Sue Pingan very anxious for a while. Just when Sue Pingan was talking to Barry, a lot of electronic parts were delivered to the Apocalypse Technology Park. In recent days, a lot of equipment and components have been transported every day. No one knows what these equipment and components are used for. At most, they know that this is what the cybersecurity department wants. After knowing this news, they consciously stopped asking. Zhu Hongyan, the boss of the cybersecurity department, is a very domineering person. He dared to tear up the documents issued by the Human Resources Department in front of the personnel of the Human Resources Department, and there was no punishment at all. This shows Zhu Hongyan's status in the Shianqi group. Qiao Yicheng had no way to deal with Zhu Hongyan, let alone Ye Chenglin and Ding Zhejian. What's more, the 3 companies, the technology company, the mobile phone company, and the game company, jointly issued a document yesterday. The network security of the Science and Technology Park needs to be upgraded. Once the cybersecurity department needs it, The departments involved must fully and unconditionally cooperate. No one is allowed to set up obstacles. Those who do not cooperate can report to the Human Resources Department and leave directly. After the release of this document, no one dared to be careless. They just saw that the people of the cybersecurity department and the construction workers were installing equipment in the main building all day long. They were very busy. Moreover, the security department was cooperating on the side and prohibited people from watching. Everyone was confused and didn't understand what the people of the cybersecurity department were busy with. Those who were more informed found that the second underground floor under the main building was vacated, saying that it was used by the cybersecurity department. Authentication is required for entry and exit. Supervisors do not have the authority. Only the general managers of the 3 companies and the personnel of the network security department have the authority, which makes people more suspicious. But you can only doubt that time will dilute everything. After all, there are too many places listed as forbidden areas in the Apocalypse Science and Technology Park. Su Pinggan stayed in Germany for a week before leaving Germany for the UK. After a day of rest in the hotel, he went directly to the Institute of Renewable Resources. Gilbert accompanied Su Pinggan on the inspection. After lunch, they went to the office to drink tea and chat. Some things can only be communicated by 2 people alone. Drinking tea, listening to Gilbert's detailed report. Listening, Su Pinggan raised his eyebrows and asked, collecting carbon powder in the mist, when was this project determined? Last year. The boss only took a rough look when he came to inspect last year, and didn't care much. Another thing is that the project team did not make any breakthroughs, and I didn't introduce it in detail, Gilbert said directly. There's more than just carbon powder in the mist, Su Pinggan said directly. Barry nodded and admitted this. Boss, we know this. The project team has made a breakthrough and can separate carbonaceous substances and metallic substances from it. The more serious the fog is, the more obvious the effect will be. How to deal with toxic substances, Su Pinggan continued to ask. There are mainly 3 types of particulate matter in the fog. Toxic substances are sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, carbonaceous particles, and metal particles. They are all very small. These 3 substances are extremely harmful to the human body. Boss, this is the key to our breakthrough this time. We can reuse sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides and convert them into oxygen materials, sulfur materials, and nitrogen materials. We can seal these extracted materials. When a certain amount is accumulated, they can be processed into lightweight synthetic fuels, which can be applied to many aspects. But the problem now is that the elastic powder and metal particles we extracted from the mist can be directly solved, but the remaining toxic substances need to be transported to a factory for treatment. This kind of toxic substance is banned from entering many countries. If there is not enough material, it is a completely money-losing business for us to build a factory. It is not cost-effective. This is exactly what is bothering me, Gilbert said directly. Su Pinggan thought for a while and asked, what is the difference between the converted oxygen materials, sulfur materials, and nitrogen materials and the materials just produced? There is no problem in other aspects, but the purity is about 15% lower. We can purify it again, but it will cost a certain amount of money to buy equipment and increase some costs, Gilbert said directly. You mean, it can reach the purity of new production, but the cost will be much higher, right? Su Pinggan said directly. That's not the case. The cost will increase a little, but the price is still lower than the new ones, Gilbert explained in detail, and Su Pinggan suddenly realized it. Let's authorize it. We'll authorize the patent fee. The fee is lower and it's much easier than our direct operation. Su Pinggan immediately came to a conclusion. There is another thing. Mayor William found me yesterday about the cost of ecological restoration of the English Channel. He hopes that we can agree to the offer of 4 billion euros, Gilbert said with a frown. I'll talk to him about this. Let alone 4 billion euros, even if it's 8 billion euros, we won't do this business. Su Pinggan sighed deeply after speaking. Gilbert was stunned. The boss had something else in his words. He asked carefully. What happened? You know that the investigation team has been working in the scallop producing areas and fishery producing areas for some time. Yesterday I read the email they sent me, and they found a chronic virus. This virus was found on scallops, and it can directly destroy the reproductive system of scallops, especially male scallops. Most of the sperm discharged are dead, and most of the eggs of female scallops are also dead, and they cannot reproduce in the seawater at all. Moreover, this chronic virus is showing a trend of expansion. The virus has adapted to the seabed of this area and has taken root on the seabed. That's not all. According to their predictions, the level of pollution here is several times that of New Zealand's Bay of Plenty. The negative ecology has already been formed. It will take a lot of manpower, material resources and time to eradicate it. What do you think? Can we take this business? If we really take this business, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble by then, Su Pinggan said with a frown. Chapter 489. It's not about money. It has come to this point. Gilbert was very surprised. Gilbert himself is also a person with a doctoral degree and a certain level of scientific knowledge. He knows very well how difficult Su Pinggan is talking about, how expensive it is, and how slow it is to see results. He can perfectly explain this project. Gilbert thought of another thing and immediately asked, "Boss, is this infected scallop a threat to the human body?" "I don't know. The samples have been sent to the biological laboratory in Austria, the life science laboratory in Japan, and the Marine Ecology Research Institute of Apocalypse for testing. I hope it will not contaminate humans. This virus has been found in the English Channel. I don't know if it exists in other sea areas. You issue an internal notice to prohibit people in the Apocalypse group from eating scallops, just in case." "Forget it, I'll issue it," Su Pinggan said directly. "I'll notify it today. Everyone in the institute is prohibited from using scallops," Gilbert added. "I'll think about the recycling of the mist and give you a reply in the next 2 days," Su Pinggan said directly, and Gilbert nodded. After the two discussed for a while, Su Pinggan left directly, returned to the hotel to rest, and went to inspect the Apocalypse Rangers Football Club tomorrow. "Wenjin, in my name, I will issue an order to all branches of the Apocalypse Group. From now on, all employees are temporarily prohibited from eating shellfish. When the ban is lifted, wait for the headquarters to notify you," Su Pinggan said directly. "Boss, don't you need to explain the reason?" Liu Wenjin asked. It was strange that Su Pinggan suddenly issued this order. Liu Wenjin didn't know why. Su Pinggan and the head of the research institute talked alone, and no one was allowed to be present. Moreover, there were bodyguards standing guard at the door. "No, add one more thing, mandatory," Su Pinggan said and waved his hand. Liu Wenjin nodded and left to draft the document. It didn't take long for the document to be drafted. After taking it to Su Pinggan for signature, he left Su Pinggan's room and started to fax a copy of the order to all branches. Soon, all the people in the branches received this fax. Many people were stunned, but they immediately passed it down and executed it. The headquarters would not issue such an order for no reason. Many factory canteens have shellfish dishes, and many people like to eat them very much. Now the order has been issued, these dishes must be cancelled, even if you have made them, they must be destroyed and thrown away. All orders signed by Su Pinggan must be strictly executed immediately. This is the thickest red line of the Apocalypse Group. If you fail to execute it properly, your bonus for the month and your year-end bonus points will be deducted at the least, and you will be fired directly at the most serious. The treatment of the Apocalypse Group is beyond the industry standard treatment. No one wants to give up this treatment, so they all attach great importance to it. The general manager's secretary led the team to check and deal with it as soon as it was found. The next day, Su Pinggan took a car to the Apocalypse Rangers Football Club market. Visoka led the management to greet him in the parking lot. After getting off the car, Su Pinggan shook hands with Visoka and others before going to the meeting room. General Manager Visoka was the first to report. This year, the club's business development was very good, especially in accordance with Su Pinggan's instructions to carry out commercial operations in the Celestial Empire. The sales of jerseys, scarves, ball caps, etc. are completely record-breaking. In terms of jerseys, 150 Celestial Empire coins are sold for more than 3 million pieces. The sales of other scarves, ball caps, and sneakers are all over 2 million. Although the price is not high, the Celestial Empire market alone has brought the club a profit of up to £1.2 billion. The appearance of this data directly caused an earthquake in the Premier League. When the retail price of the Shianki Rangers Club jersey appeared at the beginning, all clubs were laughing at the Shianki Rangers Club. When the Shianki Rangers Club's profit figures in the Chinese market appeared, everyone was dumbfounded. £1.2 billion. How much profit did Manchester United make in a year? It can be said that last year, the Shianki Rangers Club was the most profitable football club in the entire Premier League, without a doubt. Not only that, the broadcasting rights of every game of the Shianki Rangers Club were sold several times. In addition, and the broadcasting fees allocated by the club also hit a new high. Correspondingly, the entire club management and staff received a bonus. Everyone was overjoyed. The president is really a business legend. One instruction directly made the club's finances reap a bumper harvest. Vysoka deeply understood Su Pinggan's instructions. He only made money and did not participate in anything else. Last year, the team went to China for a tour, played several commercial games of a performance nature, and made more than £60 million. The club management had to sigh that the Chinese fans were really stupid and rich. With such a good environment, it is incredible that Chinese football cannot develop. In the words of Chinese fans, if the Chinese national football team puts its feet in the Pacific Ocean and washes them, it will cause the extinction of Pacific marine life. Ranieri and Vysoka cooperate very well. During the transfer period last summer, they also bought 2 superstars to enhance the team's popularity and renewed contracts with 7 or 8 main players. The club is not short of money and does not need to sell players at all. Buying players and achieving good results is the club's pursuit. After Vysoka's introduction, the financial director, administrative director, head coach, etc. all made reports. The whole club is thriving, and Su Pinggan is very pleased. I don't expect the club to make money. It's just a pastime for me. Are there any games recently? Su Pinggan asked after taking a sip of tea. Head coach Ranieri stood up directly. Boss, there is an away game in 2 days and a home game in 5 days. After listening, Su Pinggan shook his head. It's a pity. Isabella will come in 2 days, and we won't have time to watch the game, including Vysoka. Everyone smiled knowingly. They knew what was going on between Su Pinggan and Isabella. The 3 women confirmed by the media were Isabella, Miao Yai, and Song Zanayu. The rumored girlfriend was Clark, and the rest were unknown. Let's put it this way. Although I can't go to the home stadium to watch the game, I will watch it on TV. A goal difference will reward everyone in the first team with £10,000. How much you earn depends on the player's ability, of course. It also depends on your ability as the head coach. You and your coaching staff are also included, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Ranieri's eyes lit up. £10,000. Boss, please rest assured, we will repay you with a big win. I am looking forward to watching your performance, Su Pinggan said with a smile. After a while, everyone accompanied Su Pinggan around, and Su Pinggan left directly, returned to the hotel to rest, and waited for Isabella to come over, and the two went to France to play together. This trip was mainly to visit various buildings. Isabella was going to design her first work, so she had to visit many buildings to learn from experience. The next day, Su Pinggan went to William's manor as a guest. He and William had a serious talk in the study about the restoration of the English Channel ecology. After listening to Su Pinggan, William was very surprised. They didn't intend to take over this project at a cost of £8 billion, which shows how bad the marine ecology has become. Su, is it really that serious? William asked. Su Pinggan nodded and said, William, you can ask your people from the Environment Agency to conduct a detailed investigation and test on the spot. The actual situation is worse than what I said. William frowned and thought for a while. Su, how much money do you need to take over this project? William, this is not a matter of money. It costs a lot of money and takes a long time to see results. Do you have the patience to wait until the ecology is restored? Su Pinggan asked back. William stopped talking and understood what Su Pinggan meant. Britain and France did not have the patience to wait. This was related to the livelihood of many fishermen. 1 or 2 years could barely be maintained, but more than 3 years would be difficult. When do you plan to leave the UK? William asked. Isabella will come over the day after tomorrow, and we will take a day off and then leave for France. Su Pinggan told the truth. After hearing this, William pondered for a moment and said, wait for 3 more days, I will discuss this matter with the higher-ups. Okay, I will start counting tomorrow, and I will leave England in 5 days, Su Pinggan said directly, and William breathed a sigh of relief. At noon, Su Pinggan had lunch at William's house, talking and laughing, and after the meal he drank a cup of coffee and said goodbye and left. A day later, the bodyguard drove to the airport to pick up Isabella, while Su Pinggan was reading a newspaper in the hotel. Suddenly he frowned, because the Times actually reported that the Apocalypse Group banned all employees from using shellfish. At the end of the article, a question was given, hoping that the Apocalypse Group could explain the reason. Seeing this, Su Pinggan felt a headache, and it was really what he feared. Sit down and think about how to solve this matter. The Times reported this matter, and soon more media will intervene. For the sake of sales, these media can do anything. Time passed slowly. Isabella came, put down her gift and jumped directly into Su Ping'an's arms, gave Su Ping'an a deep kiss. The bodyguard smiled and left directly, and closed the door. Soon the two separated. Su Ping'an pulled Isabella to the sofa to drink tea and talk. Finally, I can travel freely. I was really suffocated during this period of time in school, Isabella said directly. I remember that your university has a lot of party activities. Did you participate? Su Ping'an asked curiously. Isabella smiled and shook her head, then said with a cunning look in her eyes, Su, there are many parties, but those parties are couples parties. Do you want me to participate? Su Ping'an slapped his head, pulled Isabella's arm, pulled Isabella into his arms and kissed her fiercely, and said fiercely, if you dare to participate, I will beat your little butt. Ha ha ha. Isabella laughed, and Su Ping'an's reaction was not expected. Chapter 490, The Greatest Laugh. The next day, the British media, European media, Chinese media, and global media all began to forward the news from the Times. Apocalypse Group actually banned all employees from eating shellfish. It was obviously a rhythm of making trouble. How could they not denounce and create topics? They began to report it everywhere. Isabella was also very curious about this matter. Su, why do you ban employees from eating shellfish? Isabella, the staff who investigated the ecology in the English Channel found a chronic virus in scallops. This virus can make the sperm and eggs of scallops dead. It is not known whether it is harmful to the human body. I can't control other people, but I must be responsible for the people of Apocalypse Group. Before the results come out, banning consumption is the best way, Su Ping'an explained. Isabella then understood what was going on. Su Ping'an was right to do so, but now the media are asking you to explain. You can't just keep silent. I can't publish this explanation. Once I tell the truth, it will have an impact on the world, and then the problem will be even bigger, Su Ping'an said painfully. Isabella smiled and understood what Su Ping'an meant. As a celebrity, your every move is watched by others, not to mention this kind of big event. If Su Ping'an really announced the results, it would cause panic. Boss, Mayor Williams' call, Liu Wenjin said on the side. Su Ping'an rubbed his head and took the phone. William, what's the matter? Su, why did you ban the people of Apocalypse Group from eating shellfish? Now it's such a big deal, William said directly. Su Ping'an could only explain, William, this is how it is. No one knows what's going on before the results come out. I can't do anything about it. You must control the media, otherwise if I really tell this, it will not be good for us. After listening to Su Ping'an's explanation, William understood what was going on. There was nothing wrong with Su Ping'an doing this, but now the media's intervention has made things much more complicated. I will report to the higher-ups, and there will be news within 2 days, William could only say. Okay, you try to control it. The test results will be available in half a month at most. During this time, the media must change the topic, Su Ping'an said directly. Try your best, William said helplessly. After the call was hung up, Su Ping'an's face was full of helplessness. Isabella wanted to laugh when she saw this. Ding ding ding, the phone rang again. Su Ping'an looked at it and answered it directly. Hall, what's the matter? Su Ping'an said directly. Why do you prohibit employees from eating shellfish? Hall asked. The French media also reported this matter. This matter can be big or small. It must be asked clearly. This is what Elle meant. Su Ping'an could only explain it impatiently. Hall understood and said that he would report the matter to Elle in detail. After chatting for a few words, he hung up the phone. Wenjin, if there is a call next time, just say that I went out to play with Isabella and didn't take the phone. No matter who asks you about this, explain it to them according to what I just said, Su Ping'an said directly. What if it's the media? Liu Wenjin said directly. Su Ping'an's face was black, and he glared at Liu Wenjin. Liu Wenjin smiled and left, and Isabella next to him was also smiling. Tell me the truth, what is your relationship with these two beautiful assistants? Did you eat them? Isabella asked, pulling Su Ping'an to sit on the sofa. Yes, being with them is to meet the physiological needs of both of us. Su Ping'an told the truth. This little thing can't be concealed. Unexpectedly, Su Ping'an actually admitted it so honestly. Humph! Isabella snorted unhappily. I don't want to lie to you, Su Ping'an said, stroking Isabella's face. After hearing what Su Ping'an said, Isabella felt a lot better. This is the difference between the concepts of the East and the West. You can accept cheating, but you will not accept cheating. If you frankly admit that you don't cheat, you will be forgiven. How do you plan to deal with the matter between Miao, Song and me? Isabella asked again. Su Pinggan was really in a big headache at this moment. Isabella, you three can rest assured. At the critical moment, I haven't figured out how to solve this matter. I will choose a polygamous country to immigrate to solve our problems. Isabella also thought about this problem. When it really came to the time when it had to be solved, finding such a country to solve the relationship between the four people was the last step, but she was still very unhappy. At that time, the bride would not be her alone. She raised her hand and twisted Su Pinggan's waist hard. The pain made Su Pinggan's expression change, revealing a pleading meaning. Isabella then let go. While rubbing her waist, she began to coax Isabella with nice words. After a while, Isabella's expression improved. She punched Su Pinggan a few times before she returned to normal. The reason why Su Pinggan issued this corporate order was known to the senior officials of many countries. Su Pinggan did not announce it to the public because he was considering the overall situation. It was worthy of recognition, and they began to intervene to change the media's direction. Some countries were better, but Europe and the United States were in trouble. The media did not listen at all. In the eyes of the media, sales were the most important thing. What's more, the relationship between the media and the ruling party in some countries was not good. In the United States, a media outlet reported the truth and directly said that Su Pinggan, chairman of the Apocalypse Group, knew the truth, and our Black Palace also knew the truth. The top leaders of many countries knew the truth. Only ordinary people like us don't know the truth. Our right to know has been severely deprived. The spearhead was directed at Su Pinggan and the Black Palace, linking the two as conspirators who had partnered to reveal the truth to the public. Su Pinggan also saw the report and couldn't help but smile bitterly. When did he become a team with the Black Palace? It was ridiculous. After the American media took the lead, media from many countries began to follow and reported on this matter, which directly caused a sharp drop in global shellfish sales. No one bought it, and everyone was worried about the safety of shellfish products. Men are afraid that their sperm will die, and women are afraid that they will lose the opportunity to be mothers. Refusing shellfish food starts with me. Su Pinggan didn't stay in the UK anymore. He took Isabella directly to France. The two of them hid in the manor to avoid the limelight. The media was as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They had to hide. News from abroad reached China, and the sales of shellfish products plummeted. The CEOs of several listed companies operating shellfish products looked at the plummeting stocks and felt like vomiting blood. Now there is no need to risk saying that the scallops have run away. No one would dare to eat them even if they didn't run away. The European media were not afraid of making trouble and interview the employees of Apocalypse Group. Now that they know the truth about the company's ban, what do you think? Quite a number of workers said that our company cares about our health. If the company has similar bans in the future, they must strictly abide by them. They have a strong sense of happiness. This pushed Su Pinggan to the forefront. Su Pinggan sighed every day when he watched the reports. Can't you be quiet? Is it interesting to roast me on the fire? Isabella understood Su Pinggan's depression and accompanied Su Pinggan to spread around the manor to relieve his mood. Time passed slowly. On this day, Su Pinggan received test reports from 3 laboratories. After reading it, Su Pinggan was surprised. After thinking about it, he sent a copy to Elle in France and William in the UK. Soon, the two called Su Pinggan's mobile phone. After the 3 communicated for a while, Su Pinggan began to get busy and released the inspection report on the 3 major social platforms. Scallops from the English Channel are best not to be eaten. According to the test, steaming and boiling scallops cannot kill the bacteria that can cut off the fertility of organisms. For safety reasons, fasting from eating this kind of scallops is the best choice. I am only responsible for the test results of scallops in the English Channel. I don't know the situation of shellfish in other areas. Please don't generalize. On the day when Su Pinggan made the statement, the relevant departments of Britain and France directly ordered a ban on eating scallops from the English Channel. At the same time, the relevant departments will also test all seafood produced in the English Channel. With the appearance of this administrative order, the price of seafood throughout Europe plummeted, and people began to worry about all seafood. At the same time, environmental protection organizations began to take action, demanding that the government restore the marine ecology. Just as Europe was in an uproar, something happened in the United States. 3 seafood testing centers in the United States issued a report that viruses were found in the bodies of fish in the coastal waters of the United States. This virus has an extremely high carcinogenicity rate, and even steaming and boiling fish cannot kill this virus. After the release of this report, it directly caused a great shock in the United States. Before people reacted, many environmental agencies issued reports that many dead zones appeared in the coastal waters of the United States. There are no marine life in these dead zones, and the scope of the dead zones is still expanding. People living by the sea in the future will smell a foul odor. At the same time, it was announced that the 8th continent, the garbage continent, is drifting towards the coastal waters of the United States. With further pollution from garbage, it is conceivable that the coastal waters of the United States will be a dead zone in the near future. People living in coastal areas in the United States began to make trouble, leaving the state governments in these areas helpless. Just after these situations broke out in the United States, all countries with coastlines began to test their own coastal waters. The results were very shocking, and the deterioration rate exceeded expectations. Originally, each country had similar inspection reports every year. Although they were not very comprehensive, they provided an estimate. However, after this in-depth inspection, it was found that the rate of deterioration of the offshore ecology had accelerated. Chapter 491 Total investment of £20 billion. In the manor, Isabella placed a pot of tea and cups on the coffee table, smiled at a few people and left. The environmental agency staff of France and Britain were envious when they saw this. This is a princess, so considerate. Su Pinggan, this bastard, really knows how to enjoy it. Su Pinggan was holding a document and looking at it seriously, not noticing the expressions of the two people. This document is a plan proposed by Britain and France for the ecological problems of the English Channel. At present, the only company with a real successful case of marine ecological restoration in the world is the Apocalypse Marine Ecology Research Institute. Although other companies also promote their own cases, the bosses know very well what is going on. There is a lot of water in the marine ecological restoration cases of these companies. The marine ecological environment of the English Channel is too bad, and there are many companies that contact the two governments. But neither country dared to give a contract. Su Pinggan said that even if it was 800 million euros, it would not take this business. It can be seen how difficult it is. The quotes of 400 million or 500 million are clearly for the purpose of making money rather than solving the problem. Mr. Calais, my Apocalypse group will not participate in this plan, Su Pinggan said with a smile on his face, and then put the plan on the table. Carl is a special commissioner of the British Environment Agency. He came with his French counterpart to discuss this matter with Su Pinggan. William has reported Su Pinggan's original words. With a summary of information from all sides, the situation is not optimistic. This matter cannot be solved by the power of one country alone. After the high-level discussions between the British and French, they sent personnel to discuss cooperation with Su Pinggan. The plan just given is the first plan, requiring the Apocalypse Marine Ecology Research Institute to eliminate this bacteria on the seabed. The offer is £2 billion. It is obviously a tentative agreement. Su, if it is a price issue, we can negotiate, Carl said to Su Pinggan. Mr. Carl, I have discussed this with William and provided our survey report to your government. Even if I pay £8 billion for the contract, I will not take this project. The deterioration of the seabed ecology cannot be changed in 1 or 2 years. It will take at least 5 years to solve the survival of this virus and bacteria. Will you give me 5 years? Another, in these 5 years, we need to spend about £1 billion every year, and the budget you gave is only £2 billion. What should I do? Lose money on this business? If we really want to cooperate, we must show sincerity. I think Mr. Curl knows what I mean very well, Su Pinggan said directly. Su, I understand what you mean. Can increasing the investment of manpower and material resources produce results in the short term? Corey asked on the side. Corey is a person dispatched by the French side, an expert in marine ecology, and was sent to discuss with Su Pinggan to reduce a lot of troubles. Corey, you know the power of seabed bacteria very well. Tell me yourself, how much money is needed to see results in a short period of time? Even if your two countries are united, are you willing to pay this fee? Su Pinggan looked at Corey and said directly. Corey shook his head slowly, knowing the difficulty here. If there was no other way this time, he would not want to get involved in this matter. Calais was not a technical staff. Seeing Corey's expression, he understood that the difficulty here was more difficult than he imagined. He frowned and thought seriously. Sue, is there a way that doesn't cost so much? Calais asked. There is a way. First, we can only temporarily solve the problem of the virus here. We are not responsible for the recovery of the marine ecology. Second, ban fishing. If fishing is banned for more than 20 years, the ecology will gradually recover, Su Pingan said directly. That kind of bacteria can be solved. It only needs to add another kind of fungus to solve it. There is a big sequelae to quickly solve this problem, that is, the time for the recovery of the marine ecology will be delayed for a long time. Calais frowned. It is impossible to ban fishing for 20 years. Sue, if you are given 3 years, what can you do? Can't you limit fishing after 3 years? Yes, but can you limit it? Su Pingan asked back. Calais smiled and said nothing. I have a plan here. Take a look. If it is possible, you don't need to invest a lot of money immediately, and you can also achieve the purpose of governance, Su Pingan said, and threw out the plan that had been prepared long ago. Cale and Corey took it and began to look through it. This plan was a plan collectively discussed within the Marine Research Institute. In 10 years, the English marine ecology can basically be restored. The first article is that fishing is prohibited for 3 years, and no fishing is allowed. Anyway, the fish and shellfish resources here are already infected, and you can't sell them even if you catch them. The next day, after 3 years, designated fishing licenses will be issued. Cage net fishing will be adopted. After lowering the fishing cage to the designated area, you can come back to collect it after a period of time, and you can only fish once. The Chianki Marine Research Institute will plan 50 locations for the arrangement of fishing cages. How much you harvest depends on God's will. This fishing method needs to be maintained for at least 10 years. The third article is that the cost of £3 billion per year in the first 3 years will be used to deal with toxic fungi and disinfect the seabed. The fourth article requires £2 billion in the fourth year, £1.5 billion in the fifth year, and £1 billion in the sixth year. The cost will last for 10 years. The fees are prepaid, and the fees for the second year must be allocated at the end of November each year. This cannot be changed. With these 16 years, the already damaged marine ecology can be completely saved. Article 5, a total ban on fuel cargo ships in the ecological restoration area and surrounding waters, and a total ban on ships that do not use super paint in the ecological restoration area and surrounding waters. As long as these 5 points can be achieved, the Apocalypse Marine Research Institute can sign this contract and have the confidence to restore the marine ecosystem here. This plan does not require your two countries to invest a lot at one time, and your pressure will be greatly reduced. I hope you go back and hurry up to negotiate a result, because the Americans have already arrived at Apocalypse Island. Gentlemen, 5 days is the limit. You know the nature of Americans. I can't stand it. If we sign a contract with the Americans, your contract can only be postponed. We have limited manpower, and it is impossible to carry out multiple marine ecological restoration projects at the same time, Su Pingan looked at the two and said directly. After listening to this, Calais was really surprised. He understood the pressure Su Pingan was facing. He knew the nature of the Americans very well. The pollution level of the coastal waters there was also very serious. The Americans must take action to manage their coastal ecology. Calais said with a serious expression, Sue, we will definitely recover within 5 days. We will submit this report to the top management for review. The three chatted for a while and then the two said goodbye. After Su Pingan saw them off, he returned to the living room, took a sip of the teacup, and Isabella came over. Have you reached an agreement? Isabella asked. Su Pingan shook his head. No, it's not easy, it's very expensive, and we are all cautious. I understand that the situation in the Kattegat Strait is only slightly better than that in the English Channel. The two countries have been negotiating to resolve this matter for almost a month, but there is still no news. The reaction of Britain and France this time is so fast, it's really a bit unexpected, Isabella said directly. Su Pingan nodded. He did not expect the two countries to react so quickly. Isabella, the future of mankind is in outer space, not on Earth. The Earth has been destroyed by humans too much. I must increase investment in space projects. Maybe one day, the two of us can go to the moon, Su Pingan said with a smile. Isabella blushed and hit Su Pingan on the shoulder. The two of them played for a while and went out for a walk together. The weather was very good today, and it was nice to take a walk and chat. 4 days passed slowly, and Su Pinggan received a call. Formal negotiations. Su Pinggan called Bruce directly. Bruce, as the plenipotentiary representative, started negotiations with the personnel sent by the two countries. The negotiations ended in one morning, with only a little modification. The cost of £3 billion per year in the first 3 years was changed to £3 billion per year in the first 2 years, and £2.5 billion in the third year. The subsequent costs were not changed. Saving £500 million is not a small amount. After Bruce consulted Su Pinggan, he signed an agreement with the representatives of the two countries. After the first fund arrived, the Chianti Ocean Research Institute sent personnel to take action. 300 people will be recruited from French fishermen and 200 from British fishermen. These 500 people are temporary workers, working for 3 to 4 months, mainly engaged in seabed cleaning. At the same time, the Apocalypse Marine Research Institute began to carry out large-scale fungus cultivation work. When the seabed was almost cleaned, it began to arrange bacteria on a large scale to solve this toxic bacteria. Soon, the Apocalypse Group's official website, Britain and France, announced this matter, and the 16-year Marine Ecological Governance and Restoration Project for the English Channel was officially launched, with a total investment of £20 billion. This news really shocked the world. No one expected that Britain and France would have such a great determination. As the two countries issued one ban after another, everyone felt the determination of the two countries. The first ban prohibits all fishing operations within the English Channel. The second ban prohibits all fuel vessels from passing through the English Channel, including warships. The third ban prohibits all fish and shellfish in the English Channel from being put on the market. There are a total of 8 bans, and the penalties for violating them are very severe. In order to restore the marine ecology, both countries have made great determination and have begun to introduce policies to subsidize domestic fishermen. The Apocalypse Marine Research Institute also issued an announcement that it would no longer accept orders for marine ecological restoration. The contracts for the Bay of Plenty and the English Channel in New Zealand have occupied all our manpower. We really can't spare any manpower, so we can only apologize. At the same time, we also understand the mood of various countries to manage the deterioration of marine ecology, and give 2 suggestions to all countries. First, a comprehensive ban on fuel cargo ships and fuel fishing boats from polluted waters. Second, a comprehensive inspection of oil spills on sea vessels and the collection of human excrement on sea vessels will have some mitigating effects. The reason why the management of human excrement is emphasized is that under normal circumstances, the marine ecology will not be affected by excrement, but will have a mutually reinforcing effect. Now that the marine ecology is in a stage of collapse, excrement will aggravate this phenomenon. Collecting excrement and preventing it from being discharged into the ocean can alleviate it a little. Even if it can slow down the speed of marine ecological collapse, it is worth it. With the release of the statement of the Apocalypse Marine Biological Research Institute, many countries have begun to take action. Many countries have given specific time limits, with the lowest being 3 months, to deal with oil spills and excrement within the specified time. If you are found to have no perfect handling method after the time limit has been exceeded, you will be severely punished and your ship will be deprived of the right to operate at sea. I have to write the year-end summary report, so there are only 2 updates today, please forgive me. Chapter 492, there is only one winner in the end, Europe. As countries have taken action, the United Nations has also released a message that the United Nations General Assembly to be held next month will discuss the issue of marine pollution and strive to come up with a plan that all countries can accept. We only have one ocean, which is the cradle of our lives, and we must cherish it. Su Pinggan no longer cares about the wind and rain in the outside world. He accompanied Isabella around France for almost half a month before the two separated. Isabella went home to quietly design her own building, while Su Pinggan went to Chianti Island for inspection. This time when he went to Chianti Island, Su Pinggan focused on inspecting the Satellite Research and Development Center. More than 300 senior talents work in the Research and Development Center, and the progress is not small every day. The difficulty of satellite research and development is not small at all. The meteorological satellite and the reconnaissance satellite are combined into one, and they are called meteorological satellites to the outside world. If the program is changed, it can immediately be used as a high-resolution reconnaissance satellite. Just when Su Pinggan was busy on Chianti Island, A news came out in the United States that it planned to extend the ban on the sale of spare parts to Weiwei Company to Scianki Group. 2 congressmen have already expressed this opinion, and many people are surprised. They don't know what the government wants to do. Qualcomm can be said to be very anxious. The alliance held a meeting, stepped up lobbying efforts, and soon figured out the whole story. It turned out that this time, the YL side was very cooperative in sanctioning the Apocalypse Group, which made some people's minds active, and they planned to put some pressure on the Apocalypse Group. If Su Pinggan could not bear this pressure, he would have to invest heavily in the United States to get an exemption, and test the reaction of the Apocalypse Group. If he failed, there would be no loss, but if he succeeded, he would gain a lot. More importantly, the Apocalypse Group invested so much in Europe. According to statistics from relevant departments, the direct employees of the Apocalypse Group in Europe exceeded 40,000, and the indirectly created jobs reached more than 600,000. Reducing the investment of the Apocalypse Group in Europe and transferring its investment to the United States would definitely be a huge benefit to improving the employment rate in the country. This plan made Heigong unable to refuse. The employment rate is what Heigong pursues. With a good employment rate, it is the best weapon for the new round of elections. Who knows, after a few days, the Apocalypse Group did not respond, but many domestic companies began to move, which put great pressure on Heigong. Su Pinggan also received the news, smiled and didn't care much. He had been prepared for this matter. It didn't matter if it didn't happen. Once this situation happened, he could immediately start a backup plan, and the impact would definitely not be great. Zhuai, start the investigation, Su Pinggan said directly to the phone. Zhuai knew what Su Pinggan meant. Boss, a large optical lens factory, a medium-sized chip production enterprise, and a photolithography equipment research institute. In addition to these 3 types of enterprises, do we need to investigate other hardware industries? No, temporarily consider these 3 types of enterprises. Make an acquisition order, conduct in-depth investigations, and exclude those heavy-burden enterprises by ourselves. If you can't find a suitable target after the investigation, notify me in time, and we can directly establish a new enterprise. Maybe we can save a lot of money, Su Pinggan said with a smile. The two chatted for a few more words and hung up the phone. Su Pinggan settled down in Scianki Island with peace of mind. He didn't go back yet, so as to avoid trouble after returning. Let's see what happens. Time passed slowly, and many people knew that Zhuai had started to investigate the enterprise. After careful analysis, it can be seen that Su Pinggan was making preparations. Qualcomm has been deeply involved in the Chinese market for many years. Zhuai's actions could not be hidden from the Qualcomm branch. The headquarters had already issued an order to the general manager of the Chinese region, and reported immediately if they found any signs that Scianki Group had intervened in the chip industry. This time, the situation of Zhuai's activities was directly reported to Qualcomm headquarters. Leonardo saw the report without exception and thought about it alone in the office for a long time. He left the headquarters directly and flew to Washington. He had to have a face-to-face talk with the Black Palace. Otherwise, according to the current situation, the most undesirable situation would inevitably occur. As the chairman of an international giant, it was very simple to go to the Black Palace to meet the president. As soon as he got off the plane, he was picked up by a car and went straight to the Black Palace. In the president's office, the president, Leonardo, the Secretary of State, and the bigwigs of the two parties listened to Leonardo speak behind closed doors. It was really a long time, almost 2 hours, which was rare. In the room, the bigwigs all frowned, looking at the information provided by Leonardo, and felt that they had underestimated the influence of the Apocalypse Group. The Apocalypse Group actually had such a strong technical reserve in chips and computer hardware. Leonardo's information was very comprehensive, and a comprehensive analysis was conducted on the technology that the Apocalypse Group authorized to other computer hardware manufacturers last year. If the Apocalypse Group was really forced to move towards self-production, the U.S. technology companies would have an extremely strong competitor. It is no longer realistic to suppress the Apocalypse Group. Not to mention that the Apocalypse Group has close cooperation with Europe. Even if Europe agrees to cooperate in suppressing the Apocalypse Group, the Apocalypse Group will not produce, and will directly license European companies to collect patent fees. At that time, the competitors faced by international giants such as Qualcomm will increase a lot. Technology crushing is not something that can be solved by your administrative orders. The impact will be very great, which is very unfavorable to the development of science and technology in the United States. In addition, Su Pinggan is also a person who does not play by the rules. He started to play tricks in secret, which is not a good thing for the United States. Those organizations in the Middle East have no money and are a headache for the United States. Su Pinggan is very rich. Money is the most powerful weapon on this planet. If he does something, it will do nothing but harm the United States. Everyone raised a lot of questions, and Leonardo answered them seriously. He even used video software to contact Google, Microsoft and other technology giants to prove that he was not lying. The big guys began to be silent. What they discussed today was definitely beyond the information they had obtained. They didn't expect that the technical strength of the Apocalypse Group would reach this level. It was tricky, very tricky. A few days passed slowly, and the public opinion in the United States about restricting the Apocalypse Group began to gradually weaken, which was beyond the expectations of many people. Norton, chairman of the Airbus Group, smiled when he saw this result in his office. Needless to say, the giants in the United States intervened, and the good show was not seen. It was a pity. Norton was very clear about the technical strength of the Apocalypse Group. After the company analyzed the carbon magnetic supercharging technology of the Apocalypse Group internally this time, it gave the Apocalypse Group a high evaluation. This carbon magnetic supercharging technology is definitely a boon for the engine. Airbus Group has an agreement with Apocalypse Group that this carbon magnetic supercharging technology can only be used on civilian aircraft and is prohibited on fighter jets. Needless to say, the relevant departments of the Celestial Empire will definitely apply this technology to fighter jets to make up for the weaknesses of the fighter jets themselves. If the United States really imposes comprehensive sanctions on the Apocalypse Group, European countries will definitely cooperate fully at the beginning, because this will gain a lot of benefits from the Apocalypse Group and the United States. At most 2 or 3 months, when the Apocalypse Group and the United States are in a mess, they will definitely help the Apocalypse Group. In this way, the value of Europe can be reflected and more practical benefits can be obtained. They are not stupid. Su Pinggan of the Apocalypse Group knows this, and the United States also knows this. Now they are still controlling and not developing in this direction. Once they cross this red line, there will be only one winner in the end, Europe. A few days later, Su Pinggan received a call from Jizu Ai. Boss, I want to ask, does our Apocalypse Group have advanced chip technology? Jizu Ai looked at his father sitting opposite and said this to the phone. Ziyi, this is not like your habit, don't do it again next time. The actual annual investment of Apocalypse Group in scientific research has exceeded 30 billion euros. The authorization given to those computer hardware manufacturers in the previous stage can confirm one thing. If I want, I can squeeze the market share of the United States in the 3 major categories of chips, systems, and computer hardware. The reason I didn't do this is because I don't want to go to war with these international giants. The scale of Apocalypse Group is not small, and it has a certain influence in the world, but I can't intervene in every industry. You know what the fate of the world's public enemy is. You understand what I mean now, Su Pinggan said directly. I understand, thank you boss, I won't ask similar questions anymore, Jizu Ai said seriously. I have seen the results of the investigation. Give up the acquisition. If necessary, we will just build a factory directly. The acquisition is not very cost effective. The debts of these companies are too high, Su Pinggan said directly. It is indeed not low. It is more in our interest to rebuild a new factory. Jizu Ai also meant this. Building a new factory is more cost-effective than acquisition. After a few polite words to Su Pinggan, he hung up the phone, then looked at the old man on the other side and said, Father, you heard everything. Don't let me do this kind of thing in the future. Su Pinggan treated me well. I feel guilty for doing this. Ji Hongxing looked at Jizu Ai and said, Su Pinggan is a Chinese. It is natural for him to contribute to the country. Jizu Ai curled his lips and stopped talking after hearing this. If he said too much, his father would be embarrassed. His father was old and could not stand the stimulation. Su Pinggan took the time to go to Address Island again, inspected it, and added 2 more projects. The first project was to sign a soil purchase agreement with a South African boss's company. To buy soil, you must have soil to plant trees if you want the island to have vitality. Although the price is not high, the demand is huge. After completing the project, the boss will not make less money. In addition, An agreement was signed with a Portuguese company to collect silt and oil from the seabed for secondary processing. During the processing, a disinfectant nutrient preparation developed by the Austrian Institute of Biological Preparations was added. This preparation is produced by the Chianti Preparation Company of the Celestial Empire. The first batch will be airlifted here, and then it can be transported by sea. Only one preparation is needed for 500 kilograms of mixed soil. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493. The owner is the prisoner and the property manager is the prison boss. Soil and seabed silt are not collected casually, but people from the Apocalypse group need to collect samples locally for testing before they can be determined to be collected. Those that are not within the scope of collection will not be collected. The conditions on the island were very bad. Su Pinggan only stayed for 2 days. After talking with Zhang Xianwen, he left directly and flew directly to Japan to inspect the Japanese branch of Apocalypse Investment Company. More importantly, he was bored with Watanabe Yoko for 2 days. As his woman, Su Pinggan spent the least time with Watanabe Yoko. He stayed in Japan for 2 weeks before returning to the Celestial Empire. In the South Pacific, the research ship of the New Human Project team was still drifting alone on the sea. Every day, many people dived, and there was a small island next to it. This island was named Pinggan Island. It was named after the last 2 characters of Su Pinggan's name. This was not a random name, but was certified by the United Nations. At the beginning, the volcano erupted here, creating more than a dozen small islands. As time passed, most of the small islands sank. Only such a small island was left. This is a newly appeared island. According to international practice, the discoverer can name it by himself, so the New Human Project team applied for the name. Apocalypse Group has made donations to the United Nations, and it was quickly approved. The newly born island was determined to be Pinggan Island, and no country has sovereignty over the island. The area is very small, only more than 300 meters from north to south, only more than 100 meters from east to west, and more than 2 meters above sea level. The project team set up a temporary camp on this small island. A lot of supplies are stored in this camp, and a lot of drainage ditches are built, and a batch of temporary reinforced board houses are built as temporary stations. The 5 scientific research forces were gathered to carry out immunity research, but the progress was not very great. This made the 5 companies very headache. After all, it has only been carried out for a year, and they are very patient and continue to invest funds for research. After the weight loss product was operated independently, the progress was very good. A major breakthrough has been made, and it is very close to the commercial level. It is expected that it will be completely formed next year and officially launched for commercial use. After returning to China, Su Pinggan did not go to work in the company. Su Hong and his wife were going to travel in Africa. Before leaving, Su Pinggan must accompany his parents well. After accompanying his parents at home for a week, he sent them to the airport to board the plane. After a day's rest, I came to work. I had just made tea and hadn't started drinking it yet when Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan arrived. Su Pinggan asked them to sit down and drink tea together. After chatting for a few words, they got down to business. Pinggan, do you have a new generation of chip technology? Chen Qingshan asked Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan looked at Chen Qingshan thoughtfully and said yes, admitting it directly. Since you have this technology, why don't you put it into production? If you don't plan to produce it yourself, you can authorize it to domestic companies, Chen Qingshan said slowly. Su Pinggan smiled and asked back, why should I produce it? Chen Qingshan was a little stuck. Pinggan, this kind of technology is urgently needed in China now. You can make more money by investing, and it will also benefit the country. Why not do it? Do you know why international giants don't make other cross-bank investments when they have so much cash in their accounts? Su Pinggan asked the 2 of them. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan both shook their heads. They knew that international giants had a lot of cash, but they didn't know anything else, and they were very curious about this question. Cross-industry means that you are declaring war on the international giants in this industry. Business war will inevitably break out, and the possibility of failure is very high, because the other party is focusing on their own products just like you. Cross-industry is very common in China, but do they have any unique technology? Do they have it? How many companies have such strength? 3 or 5. They themselves don't focus on specialized research and development to become the leader in their own industry. Why should I make wedding clothes for them? The giants in the chip industry have an agreement with my Shanky group that we will not be enemies and will not interfere in each other's industries. Once I violate this agreement, I will face a joint attack from multiple giant companies. Su Pinggan looked at the two and said slowly. Chen Qingshan frowned, looked at Su Pinggan and said, "Can't you not interfere in patent authorization, Mayor? I know what you mean. Can you guarantee that the companies in the United States don't have the new generation of technology? I can tell you one thing with certainty. They have the new generation of technology in their hands, but they are just holding back. If I really authorize domestic companies, you will see that the new generation of technology will be available immediately. By then, the blockade will be stricter and the external environment will be even worse. At the same time, my Shanky group will face multiple blows. By then, I will definitely fight back. If the situation gets out of control, will the country stand up for me and fight against Europe and the United States?" Su Pinggan asked as he looked at the two of them. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan were silent. They had no right to decide on this matter. They knew the result very well. Su Pinggan didn't promote the technology in order to protect himself. This result surprised the two of them. The two looked at each other and sighed for a long time. They changed the topic and drank tea. They didn't talk about this matter anymore. Some things can't be discussed in depth. If you talk too much, there will be problems. Mayor, I plan to start construction on my piece of land soon to build a large community. I also hope that senior officials and the mayor can attend the groundbreaking ceremony, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan also laughed. Wei Dongshuo smiled and said, "Your piece of land has appreciated a lot now. Tell me, what kind of return do you plan to give to the city, senior official?" Airbus is a well-known international giant company. Once a complete aircraft production line is built, more than 7,000 people are directly employed. How much is the annual profit in tax? Is my return not enough? Su Pinggan said with a wry smile. Not enough how much the mayor and I have paid to control the housing prices. Before Airbus settled in J City, the housing price was more than 4,000 per square meter. Now, the average price is 16,000 per square meter. Calculate for me how much you can earn from your 2,000-acre land. Don't forget, the original land purchase price was less than 2,000 per square meter, Wei Dongshuo said bluntly. Su Pinggan smiled awkwardly. Anyone can calculate the price difference. After a large community is built, plus the income from property fees, Su Pinggan makes a lot of money. Don't underestimate the property management company. People know that the owner is a prisoner and the property management company is the jailer. They can do whatever they want to you. The laws of the country protect the interests of the property management company, not the interests of you, the owner. You want to defend your rights, but it takes time and money. The sky-high cost of defending your rights makes you give up and accept the exploitation of the property management company. Unless this property management company arouses the anger of all the owners, it can be controlled by the establishment of an owners committee. However, in modern society, few people know the names of their neighbors, so it is not realistic to expect to establish an owners committee. After all, there are very few communities with owners committees. Therefore, at present, a hidden and profitable industry in China is the property management company. If you can control a community, depending on the size of the community, you can easily make hundreds of thousands or even tens of millions of yuan a year. It is much more profitable to run a property management company than to speculate in real estate. All the properties of Shanky Group are owned by its own company, which saves a lot of money in a year. If it is replaced by an external property management company, it will cost at least hundreds of millions of yuan a year. How about this? I'll take a loss and build a model community on that piece of land. The place is big enough. After it is built, Shanky Primary School will be moved there and directly expanded to high school textbooks. However, there are few people in that place. You must give me another piece of land, and the school must be expanded, Su Pinggan said directly. You still want land? You are really greedy, Chen Qingshan said unhappily. Su Pinggan shook his head. Mayor, let's talk about the matter. After the school moves there and expands, enrollment will definitely not be a problem. How can we accommodate students if there is not enough space? Recently, the mayor has been urging me to make progress in the pilot school. Now it's good. I have approved the place. I will start a model of 5 years of elementary school, 2 years of junior high school, and 2 years of high school, and 3 and 1 9-year education. The talents trained by the school are targeted at Chianki University of Science and Technology. There are no school district restrictions. Enrollment is open to the whole country, with 30 classes in each grade and 30 students in each class. Local residents are given 60% of the quota, and non-local residents are given 40% of the quota. No, the quota you give to the local area is too low, Chen Qingshan objected directly. Su Pinggan shook his head and said, Mayor, it's not too low. What Chianki University of Science and Technology needs is elites from all over the country and even the world. If all of them are given to local people, the universities in the city will fully meet the mayor's requirements. Chen Qingshan was silent and speechless. What was the city's university like before it was acquired by Chianki Group? Every year, he had to spend 2 months of energy to hold job fairs and give subsidies to companies to recruit fresh graduates. He was so worried that he couldn't eat or sleep well. After Chianki Group acquired the university, Chen Qingshan's life began to get much better, especially now that students have been booked by major companies before they graduate and their salaries are paid in advance. Although Chianki University of Science and Technology is not listed in the domestic university rankings, it is recognized internationally that Chianki University of Science and Technology is the first science and technology university in the Celestial Empire. This can be seen from the quality of international students. Chianki University of Science and Technology does not provide any subsidies for international students, which slaps all domestic universities in the face. The number of international students applying for Chianki University of Science and Technology every year is even more outstanding. Last year, the best imperial capital university had only 110,000 international students enrolled, while the number of applicants for Chianki University of Science and Technology has exceeded 600,000, many of whom are elites with good academic performance. A large number of foreign students who were rejected by Chianki University of Science and Technology returned to their home countries directly, and the remaining part would apply for other universities. This phenomenon gave the relevant departments a slap in the face. Chapter 494 Kidnappers. Wei Dongshuo took a deep breath and said, Pinggan, these conditions are all provided by our J City. You must give greater discounts to local people. My requirements are not high. Every year, the number of local people who apply for Chianki University of Science and Technology with a discount of 5 points for every 100 people. How about increasing it to 150 people? Su Pinggan had a headache and frowned and thought for a while. Senior official, how about this? The proportion of local people in the pilot schools will be increased to 65%. The number of local people who apply for Chianki University of Science and Technology with a 5-point discount will be reduced to 50. Chu Wudang and others are under great pressure. They have already suggested to me to start the mechanism of persuading them to withdraw. The reason is that the 10 students at the bottom of the comprehensive ranking in the 2 classes are all local students. They are too playful. I have to put pressure on them. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan were shocked after hearing what Su Pinggan said. How could this be? All the people at the bottom are locals. Is there anything wrong? The 2 of them could not accept this result. Senior official, Mayor, Chianki University of Science and Technology recruits elite personnel from all over the country. You have also seen the test scores last year. The average scores of the admitted students are all within 5 points of the full score. There are 67 local admitted students. This is because they entered with preferential scores, not their real strength. It is not obvious at the beginning, but after studying for a period of time, the gap begins to become prominent. If they are just at the bottom, I won't say so much. What's more terrible is that their scores are lower than the average score. The students are suffering, and the school is suffering. If they change to another school, they can become top students. There is no need to hang themselves on a tree. Su Pinggan said this fact with a serious expression. Even so, you don't have to reduce half of the people. The students are suffering, and they have suffered for 10 years to get today's results. After the reduction, Chen Qingshan really couldn't bear it. He knew very well how much pressure modern students are under. How about this? The personnel will not be reduced, and the 5-point preferential treatment will be changed to 2-point preferential treatment. This will give those real talents a chance. Su Pinggan looked at Chen Qingshan and said. After a while, Chen Qingshan and Wei Dongshu nodded and agreed to this matter. They raised their hands to drink the tea in the cup and said goodbye to Su Pinggan. After seeing the 2 off and returning to the office, Su Pinggan let out a long breath and said to himself, I finally fooled him. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan returned to their respective offices. Wei Dongshuo was still thinking about this matter in his mind. After drinking a cup of tea, he stood up to get water. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he was stunned for a moment, and then he came to his senses. He went to talk to Su Pinggan about other technology popularization matters, but how did he transfer to the pilot school again? Moreover, 105-point preferential places turned into 2-point preferential places. He and Chen Qingshan went there, but they didn't get anything and lost 3 points of preferential strength. Wei Dongshuo's face became gloomy. He was fooled by Su Pinggan. He sat on the sofa and sulked for a short time. Chen Qingshan also came to Wei Dongshuo's office with a gloomy face. Seeing Wei Dongshuo's expression, Chen Qingshan understood that Wei Dongshuo had come to his senses. Old Chen, our work will be more difficult in the future. Su Pinggan, this bastard, has already grasped our pulse, Wei Dongshuo said with a dark face. Yet, we were originally going to do his job, but in the end, we not only lost a piece of land, but also had our preferential scores reduced. This kid is too calculating. I won't approve that piece of land to him. I'll see what he will do, Chen Qingshan said with a dark face. Wei Dongshuo smiled bitterly and shook his head and said, it should be approved. After all, the local students will benefit in the end. This kid dared to calculate us because he knew this. The college entrance examination is at the end of this month. Yesterday I saw a report that the number of applicants for Chiangkai University of Science and Technology this year has reached a new high. Our goal of building a higher education institution has been achieved. Among the first batch of students at Chiangkai University of Science and Technology, 7 people started technology businesses in the city. Although the number is not large, it is a good start. Take it slowly. We have some time to cultivate a batch of technology industries. By the end of the year, the airport will be built. You know very well how much resentment there is in the provincial capital, Luo City. We must stabilize it now. One of the conditions for Airbus Group's investment in J-City is that it must build a large airport to facilitate the takeoff of aircraft for related experiments. If it is just for experiments, it would be a bit of a waste. If they directly apply to build a large airport, after J-City has an airport, the air transportation of super paint and super fish oil will not be transferred to the provincial capital in Los Angeles. This is all about interests. The governments of the two places are quite resentful, especially Los Angeles. The cargo throughput of the airport has begun to develop rapidly. After more than 10 years of losses, it has finally started to make a profit. When the airport in J-City is built, it will definitely choose to save the freight for turnover. The throughput of the Los Angeles airport will definitely decline on a large scale, and the possibility of continued losses is very high. This kid is really cheap, Chen Qingshan said helplessly, and Wei Dongshuo was also very frustrated. Su Pinggan hung up the phone in the office with an excited look on his face. He pressed a button and Darina came in. You discuss with Liu Wenjin. Tomorrow, one of you will go on a business trip to Hangzhou to cooperate with Zhu Hongyan, the director of the network security department, to install the system in my office. Boss, what system do we have to supervise? Darina asked curiously. Su Pinggan stretched out a finger and shook it, and said with a mysterious expression on his face, top secret. You cooperate well. Darina was stunned for a moment, rolled her eyes at Su Pinggan and turned to leave. She was very unhappy. You know everything about me inside and out, and you are still playing top secret with me. I'm going to kill you. Su Pinggan saw that Darina was unhappy, shook his head, and looked up at the ceiling. There was no way. The thing on it was still there, and I had to be careful when I spoke. I had to be low-key now. The next day, under the escort of 2 bodyguards, Darina carried her suitcase and went directly to the single-person aircraft site behind the company. The 3 of them boarded the deluxe version of the single-person aircraft and flew directly to Hangzhou. The key to Su Pinggan's office in Hangzhou Science and Technology Park was kept by her and Liu Wenjin. No one could go in. It was really impossible not to go. It was convenient to have a single-person aircraft. You could go whenever you wanted. It was very convenient, and you didn't need to rush to the provincial capital to take a plane. The headquarters of Apocalypse Group is equipped with 15 deluxe version single-person aircraft. After meeting the market demand, the branches of Apocalypse Group in various countries around the world will be equipped with 10 single-person aircraft. This goal must be completed before December. Now, the goods produced every month have been taken away by dealers. The dealers have no inventory, and the prepayment contracts collected have not been fully executed. No one expected that the deluxe version of the single-person aircraft, with a price of 1.1 million euros, would sell more than the ordinary version with a price of 550,000 euros. It is more than twice as much, which surprised everyone. There are so many rich people. This is the feeling of everyone. The Chinese love face, and the rich people in Europe and the United States love face even more. Many people are willing to sell their pots and irons and bite their teeth to swallow it. Everything is for face. The standard configuration of the rich, celebrities and gentry, the deluxe version of the single-person aircraft. If you don't have this, you will be ridiculed when you attend a party. No one wants to see this result, so you must buy one. According to incomplete statistics, after the advent of the luxury version of the single-person aircraft of the Apocalypse Group, the global sales of luxury goods have been declining. All the money has been taken away by the single-person aircraft. We must save for a while. After seeing the financial statements of the NAP Group, the biggest boss in the United States was in a good mood. He felt very contradictory about the Apocalypse Group. It was not in his own interests to sanction the Apocalypse Group, and it was not on the interests of the United States not to sanction the Apocalypse Group. It is estimated that the boss will be depressed after a while. Xu Pinggan has been in a very good mood during this period. Everyone in the headquarters knows that they can see the smile on Xu Pinggan's face all day long. In Africa, NRLY, Xu Hong and his wife traveled to Lagos. Lagos is a port city with a very good environment. It is suitable for leisure all year round. Xu Hong and his wife planned to take a good rest for a few days before traveling to other places. On this day, when the couple was drinking juice and basking in the sun under a tree by the sea, gunshots rang out, and everyone started running around. Xu Hong was stunned at the time. The bodyguard reacted quickly, immediately sent out a distress positioning signal, called the company's security department, and then escorted Xu Hong and his wife away. In the end, it was too late. This time, the kidnappers planned a detailed operation with more than 100 people. The purpose was to capture foreign tourists and extort ransom. Before the operation, they had blocked all roads. The bodyguard was very calm. He pressed his waist. There was a small signal transmission system inside the belt. It would send out a positioning signal every 10 minutes and could last for a month. After finding a place to throw the gun, 4 people escorted Xu Hong and his wife to board the boat. The group planned very carefully. They took the foreigners on board and headed straight for a small island in the distance. Soon, the people in the security company were stunned when they received the signal. The boss's parents were kidnapped. This was too much. They reported it immediately. Buck and Chen Qilin were stunned when they saw the report. Xu Pinggan received the report while playing games in the office. He was dumbfounded at the time, but soon calmed down and started to make phone calls immediately. Soon, Gavin left the base with more than 100 people and went straight to the port with a lot of equipment to take a boat out to sea. On Shianki Island, Lei Yusheng and more than 100 people also left the base by boat and went directly to the sea, also carrying a lot of equipment. A cargo ship and 10 single-person submarines went directly to Adrias Island. Liu Wenjin directly ordered a charter flight to Adrias Island at Hangzhou Airport. Xu Pinggan took Liu Wenjin and the bodyguard directly to the back to take a single-person walker and set off for Hangzhou. It takes 2 days to book a charter flight from the provincial capital to fly abroad, and it can only be booked from Hangzhou. After all, Hangzhou is an international city, and it is very convenient to order a charter flight directly to a foreign country. Chapter 495 I have no regrets. Soon, the news was reported by the media around the world. The tourists in the accident came from China, the United States, France, Britain, Japan, Canada, and other 14 countries. Ambassadors from various countries immediately took action. Commander, the investigation has been completed. This group of kidnappers are all cultists. There are also a large number of explosives on the island. No one in the Apocalypse Group system is involved with this organization. Zingling's voice appeared in Xu Pinggan's mind. Xu Pinggan, who was sitting in the single-person aircraft, nodded. It was good that it was not done by an insider. Zingling, I may need your help at that time, please. The impact is not big in a small area. Let them bring thermal energy displays. I will make the images of these people clearly displayed on the screen, Zingling said directly, and Xu Pinggan was somewhat relieved. Flying all the way, refueling halfway, and rushing to the airport without stopping, Darino was already waiting at the airport, looking at Zhang Jianbin next to her with an unhappy face. Why did Zhang Jianbin go to the airport? It was very simple. The Chinese ambassador had sent back a report, and the names of Su Pinggan's parents were also on the list of kidnapped people. The relevant departments immediately grasped Su Pinggan's movements, and the relevant people notified Zhang Jianbin, asking Zhang Jianbin to persuade Su Pinggan not to act recklessly, and the country would do its best to rescue the hostages. The efficiency of the state machine is unimaginable for ordinary people. Zhang Jianbin and Qiao Lianqing were dumbfounded when they received the news. After discussing it, they asked people to start investigating the airport charter information. There was only one charter flight to NRLY at the airport. There would be no one else except Su Pinggan. Such a long distance would cost a lot of money. After getting this news, Zhang Jianbin went directly to the airport to wait for Su Pinggan. Time passed slowly. After Su Pinggan landed, he was told that Zhang Jianbin was waiting for him. He took a few deep breaths and came to see Zhang Jianbin with a dark face. Su Pinggan met Zhang Jianbin in a small room. Zhang Jianbin said directly, "Pinggan, calm down. The country will definitely rescue the two elders. Our country has a great reputation in Africa. Ordinary people have benefited a lot from the long-term assistance. Basically, we will not embarrass the Chinese people." "I see. Is there anything else?" "Sorry, my mind is in a mess now. I have to leave and rush over," Su Pinggan said quickly. "I'll ask you to promise me that you will never use the power in your hands," Zhang Jianbin said directly. Su Pinggan immediately raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhang Jianbin. There was no emotion in his eyes. Zhang Jianbin was stunned when he saw Su Pinggan in this state. It was the first time he saw Su Pinggan like this. "This matter involves my parents. If anything happens to my parents, I will let their entire country be buried with them." Su Pinggan turned around and left after saying this. There was nothing to talk about this matter. Hearing Su Pinggan's words, Zhang Jianbin's mind buzzed, and he immediately took a few quick steps to grab Su Pinggan. "Don't do anything stupid, you can't be an enemy of the entire human race." Su Pinggan glanced at Zhang Jianbin and said, "I won't do anything stupid. My first goal is to ensure the safe return of my parents. Money doesn't matter. As long as my parents are fine, everything will be fine, but if the situation doesn't develop to the point of being uncontrollable, I have no scruples." After saying that, he pushed Zhang Jianbin's arm away and walked out with big strides. Zhang Jianbin looked at Su Pinggan's back and sighed for a long time. This matter could only be reported truthfully. Su Pinggan boarded the plane with a group of people. The plane took off slowly. They ate some food on the plane and stopped 5 times to refuel along the way. They set off immediately after filling up the gas. As soon as he got off the plane and walked out of the aisle, a middle-aged man came to greet Su Pinggan and said, "Mr. Su, my name is Tang Jiangxin, and I am from the Chinese embassy in NRLY. Please come to the embassy for a chat. This is my work permit." Su Pinggan took the work permit and looked at it, nodded, and Tang Jiangxin secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The car is here, please." Everyone went straight to the parking lot. After getting on the car, the motorcade started to set off. Obviously, this side was very clear about how many people Su Pinggan and his group came. There was no conversation along the way. After more than 40 minutes, the motorcade entered the embassy. More than an hour later, Su Pinggan left the embassy and went to the most luxurious hotel in the area. He felt much more at ease. The kidnapped people were fine. The kidnappers released the video. Su Pinggan saw clearly that his parents and the 4 bodyguards were all safe. This group of people is a sect called Evolution. They worship butterflies and believe that the transformation of butterflies from insects to butterflies is an evolution of life. People can also evolve and believe in butterflies. The doctrine is very poor. They believe that death is not scary. As long as you believe in the butterfly god, believers will undergo soul transformation and evolution after death and be reborn in the kingdom of God under the guidance of the butterfly god. Such nonsense remarks actually have a market. There are more than 40 core members of the organization and more than 20,000 believers. It is considered a large sect in the local area. Life is difficult and there is a lack of money. This time, I came up with such a trick to make money. After all, similar things are done in many places. As long as you arrange it well, the loss will definitely not be great. Besides, after death, you can go directly to the kingdom of God to live. There are no worries in the kingdom of God, no hunger, and you can live a free life. If you want to go to the kingdom of God, I will help you, Su Pinggan said with a gloomy face while sitting on the sofa. The cult members were very bold. 3 people were directly negotiating with ambassadors from various countries. They only accepted cash in US dollars and sent the money to the designated location. The organization received it and released the hostages. They directly offered a price of $30 million US dollars for one hostage, and did not bargain. Their attitude was very arrogant. They did not accept the designation and released people randomly. The people in the organization were not stupid. Once the important people were released, those big men were likely to launch a strong attack regardless of the consequences. Although they were not afraid of death, they were still uneasy when death really came. Ambassadors from various countries would not do anything to designate people. Once you designate people, the kidnappers would definitely keep them until the end before releasing them, which was equivalent to increasing the bargaining chips in the hands of the kidnappers. Gavin, Layushin, and their people and equipment had already arrived at the island of Adrius. It only took 1 day by boat to get there from the island where the kidnappers were. Supingan asked the two to be ready. If the kidnappers did not keep their promise, they would just do it. 2 days later, the kidnapper representative Bartrud met with the Chinese ambassador Case Hikiang, using a translator. The country was once colonized by Britain and stayed in the Commonwealth for a period of time. He speaks fluent English. Ambassador K, we will release 56 of the 58 people as agreed. If these 2 people want to be released, they must pay an extra $1 billion US dollars, Bartrud said to Case Hikiang, and then put a photo on the table. Case Hikiang picked up the photo and saw it. His mind was buzzing. What he feared came true. The information of Su Pingan's parents was found out. Su Hong and his wife each paid $500 million US dollars. They must pay $1 billion US dollars, otherwise, these 2 people would not be on the list of hostages to be released. How did you get their identities? Case Hikiang asked. According to the information given by the United States, they only need $10 million US dollars to take away 5 people from their country, Bartrud said without hiding anything. Bartrud was leaking the news intentionally. Anyway, these big countries are not good birds, so let them fight each other. Case Hikiang's face sank. After talking for more than half an hour, the kidnapper representative left with satisfaction, and the ambassador began to report on the phone with a gloomy face. More than 10 minutes later, a call came from China. First of all, Case Hikiang's decision was affirmed. $1 billion was nothing. As long as they were from China, they must do their best to rescue them. Comfort Supingan. This matter can't be concealed for long. Tell Supingan in advance so that he can stay calm. The relevant personnel are already processing the payment as required. This matter can't be concealed. You can tell Supingan in advance. Supingan is a patriotic businessman. Shianqi Group has provided the country with a lot of top technology in recent years. In addition to the annual public welfare, let alone $1 billion, even $2 billion, the country will pay this money. Even if there is no such thing, we must do our best to rescue them, because these people are Chinese nationals. Case Hikiang called Supingan. Supingan wanted to overturn the table on the spot. He patiently communicated with Case Hikiang for a while. Ambassador K, thank you for the country's concern. Please rest assured that I promise not to take any action. There will be no action before the safety of our people. After hearing Supingan's words, Case Hikiang felt much more at ease. Supingan's promise was very reliable. Over the years, Supingan has never violated his promise. 1 day passed. In a simple tent on an unknown island, Bartley was arguing with someone, very fiercely. Huka, we must be credible, otherwise, no one will believe our promises, and no one will believe us in the future, Bartley said excitedly. Huka sat there, stretched his legs on the table, and looked at Bartley with contempt. Bartley, wake up, we are kidnappers. Even if we really release the people, will those big countries let me go? Don't be naive. After the people are released, the countries will put pressure on NRLY, and the government will send troops to attack us. They will not feel at ease unless we kill us. It's all death anyway. Why not ask for a little more? Ask for a few billion more. We can take the money and find a place to live in seclusion. Anyway, the Apocalypse Group has money, and $5 billion is not a big deal for them. Bartley looked at Huka helplessly. The people on the island were all Huka's subordinates. Even if his position in the sect was higher than Huka, he could not force Huka to do anything. Huka, I ask you to release the people in the name of the Black Robe Envoy. Bartley looked at Huka expressionlessly. Chapter 496. They are not worthy of your attack. In the Butterfly God sect, The hierarchy is very clear, and your status is divided by 9 colors: red, yellow, orange, green, purple, black and white. Huka is a green-robed messenger, and Barchulu is a black-robed messenger. The white-robed messenger is the sex boss, Dilach. There are 7 black-robed messengers, 12 green-robed messengers, and then they are arranged one level below the other. The organization is very tight. Huka smiled and said, Barchulu, wake up. I don't believe in that damn butterfly god at all. There is only one god that this world can believe in, and that's it. Huka raised his pistol and shook it. You want to betray the sect, Barchulu said himself. With a bang sound of a gunshot, Huka shot Barchulu directly, and the rest of the people were dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Huka kept his posture and glanced at the people around him. Do you want dollars, or do you want the fucking misty butterfly god? When did those foreigners treat us as human beings? They only exploit us. How much money does the sect collect every month? Where does all the money go? It's all embezzled by the fucking black and white robes. They go around eating, drinking, and having fun with white girls. What about us? We can't even see their sluts. Why should we work for them? With dollars, we can go to other places to become rich, and we can also fucking play with white girls and drink fine wine. Tell me, what do you choose? Dollars or fucking guns? Huka said to several people. Dollars, several people shouted. Huka nodded and said, very good, I have arranged people to keep an eye on those who collect money. After all the ransoms are paid, we will leave from the secret passage in a submarine to get our money back. Throw this garbage into the sea to feed the fish. Immediately, 2 people went over and dragged Batru's body away. After a while, the 2 came back, and several people began to discuss. After all, the Celestial Empire has a great influence in Africa. The rest of the Celestial Empire was released, but Supingan's parents could not be released. Supingan had to pay another $3 billion in cash, and they gave Supingan 2 weeks to prepare. If he didn't agree, they would kill him. 2 days passed slowly, and a ship hired by Ambassador K's Hikiang approached the island dock. Supingan was also on the ship, and he had to see his parents in person. Soon, at the agreed time, a group of people began to line up to board the ship. K's Hikiang saw it clearly, and counted them one by one, and soon his face darkened. There were 56 people, but Supingan's parents were not there. He had seen the photos himself, and he would definitely not be wrong. There were definitely no Supingan's parents among these people just now. 2 people are missing. Where are Barchulu? You don't keep your word, K's Hikiang said to a kidnapper next to him. The kidnapper smiled and said, Barchulu has been executed. Those 2 people are the parents of Supingan, the boss of the Apocalypse Group. We give you 2 weeks to prepare and deliver the $3 billion to the designated location. If you fail to wait, don't blame us for killing them, K's Hikiang said without any stage fright. I want to see your leader. I want to ask him why he doesn't keep his word. Our boss doesn't have time to deal with you. Either you get out now, or I'll arrest you all. The kidnappers immediately broke off the fight. Tang Jiangsun pulled K's Hikiang aside. K's Hikiang saw Tang Jiangsun's eyes and understood what was going on. He decided to save these people first. He took a deep breath, turned around and said, sail. Back in the cabin, Supingan looked at K's Hikiang with a cold face. What conditions did they put forward? They want you to pay another $3 billion. K's Hikiang told the truth. Supingan nodded and closed his eyes. It took a long time before he opened his eyes. Ambassador K, I'll handle this matter myself. K's Hikiang was stunned. What do you want to do by yourself? Mr. Su, you have to believe in the country. The country will definitely rescue your parents. Ambassador K, I believe in the credibility of the country and will definitely do my best to rescue my parents. What I don't trust is the credibility of the kidnappers. They have changed their minds twice. You can do it once or twice, but not 3 times. $3 billion is nothing to me. Can you guarantee that they will release the people after the money is paid? Supingan looked at K's Hikiang and said. K's Hikiang opened his mouth but could not say anything. The kidnappers changed their promises twice and had no credibility. After getting $3 billion, would they ask for $5 billion again? He could not guarantee for the kidnappers. They were silent. No one spoke. The 4 bodyguards who were protecting Su Hong and his wife came over. K's Hikiang comforted Supingan and went out. He called his superior to report. The superior was silent after receiving Case Hickeyang's call. $3 billion is nothing, but what should we do if the kidnappers break their promises again? Now it is not a matter of money. Boss, we failed in our duty, said the captain Leon Xiaoming with a guilty look. Su Pinggan shook his head and said, this is not your responsibility. Go back and have a rest, boss. I changed my belt when I separated from the old man. It will send a positioning signal every 10 minutes, Leon Xiaoming said directly. Su Pinggan's eyes lit up. With this positioning signal, the chance of rescue can be greatly improved. He patted Leon Xiaoming on the shoulder and said, go and have a rest. You did a good job. Leon Xiaoming and the other four saluted and left Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan started to make phone calls to make arrangements. It didn't take long for the ship to dock. After Su Pinggan got off the ship, he got into the car and left. Case Hickeyang looked at Su Pinggan's back and sighed helplessly. More than 20 minutes later, Su Pinggan took a rented helicopter and set off. He arrived at a ship on the sea, and the helicopter took off again. Gavin and Lei Yusheng accompanied Su Pinggan to the cabin. As I expected, the other party did not release my parents and asked for another $3 billion. I won't wait any longer. Are you ready? When Su Pinggan changed his mind, he thought again and again and decided to prepare. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. If the kidnappers don't keep their word, they must act. It's ready. Now there are 30 submarines on standby next to our ship. The 280 people on the ship are ready to go and fully equipped. At night, these people will be divided into 28 groups to sneak into the island from 28 directions. Each group will carry a positioning system that can clearly locate the location of the elderly, Gavin said directly. Gavin, let Lei Yusheng take charge of this mission. You have another mission, Su Pinggan said with a gloomy face. Gavin was stunned for a moment, but still nodded. Yusheng, you are responsible for the action. Start to rest now. The action will be carried out on time at 1 a.m. The intelligence department will send the intelligence to my mailbox at 12 o'clock. They are already using satellite reconnaissance. There is one thing you must convey. The kidnappers on the island must be killed. Not a single one can be left behind, Su Pinggan said directly. Lei Yusheng said with a serious expression, yes, please rest assured, President, I will definitely rescue the two elders. Su Pinggan nodded, patted Lei Yusheng's shoulder, gave Gavin a look, and left with Gavin. When they came to the deck, Su Pinggan took out a cigarette and they both lit one. You will immediately go to Manjimup, Australia. It is a small place where the Cheyenne Chao traded money with the kidnappers. According to the intelligence personnel's report, these people have not left yet. The specific address will be sent to your mailbox. There are several other places where money is traded. They are very detailed. You take people to rob me of the money, Su Pinggan said directly while looking at the sky. Gavin was obviously stunned for a moment. Su Pinggan saw it clearly. Why? A little surprised. No, I thought you would let me execute those Americans who revealed the identities of the two elders, Gavin said directly. Su Pinggan sneered and said in a cold tone, run them. They are not worthy of your action. Spend some money to let the Americans deal with them. Dare to plot against me, I will let their whole family be buried with me. Gavin nodded aside. This is the Su Pinggan he knew. This method can solve people without leaving any traces. It is the best way. The only way is to spend some money. 100 million is not enough. More than 10 million or 20 million US. These people can be easily dealt with. After the two talked for a while, Gavin left, and Su Pinggan was alone on the deck blowing the wind, and after a long time, he took a few long breaths and went back to the cabin to wait. More than 2 hours later, Su Pinggan sent Gavin away by speedboat. After dinner, Su Pinggan began to rest. At 11 o'clock, Su Pinggan woke up. Lei Yusheng was called over. The intelligence department had already sent the intelligence. The three-dimensional map of the entire island was very clear. Even the places where mines were buried on the beach were marked. Some places with traps were also marked. It was too detailed. Lei Yusheng was very surprised. How did the intelligence department analyze these? Lei Yusheng couldn't help asking, President, how did the people in the intelligence department know these? Yusheng, do you see this little dot? Su Pinggan pointed to the map and said. Lei Yusheng nodded to indicate that he saw it. If you go to the island during the day, you will find that this is the mark they made, which means that there is a mine next to it, Su Pinggan explained, and Lei Yusheng suddenly realized it. They are professionals, and analysis is their strong point, Su Pinggan added. Lei Yusheng said in a convinced manner, Every profession has its own specialty. I really can't help but accept it. The intelligence department has a master, don't sigh, arrange for the team members to eat, and then hold a meeting to prepare. I'm waiting for your good news. Remember, 143 kidnappers, all killed for me. Su Pingan said directly. Yes, Lei Yushin immediately saluted and Su Pingan nodded. Lei Yushin then left Su Pingan with the intelligence. The operators had already started eating, all high-calorie food. After all, they would have to dive soon, so it was necessary to keep the body calories sufficient. After the meal, Lei Yushin called 28 team leaders to start a meeting and distributed the intelligence. Seeing the detailed intelligence, the team leaders were very surprised. With such detailed intelligence, if the mission failed, they would be incompetent and sorry for the intelligence. Chapter 497, Thinking too much really makes you unable to sleep. After Lei Yushin and his team finished the meeting, the team leaders went back to convey orders and share intelligence, and assign tasks. They repeatedly emphasized one thing, that is, no prisoners, no live people, the big boss is angry, and the enemy must pay the price of blood. It didn't take long for the meeting to end. They checked their equipment for the last time, and then set off. They took a single-person submarine, which was very crowded. A lot of food and spare ammunition were taken out, and it was only then that 10 people were stuffed. In the United States, 39 assassin groups jointly posted a bounty on the dark web for 5 people. The requirement was just 1 point, the whole family was executed, and the information was very comprehensive. One was $8 million, and the other 4 were $5 million. The 4 with a bounty of $5 million were the people sent by the United States to do the work this time. Su Pingan would definitely not let them go. He directly issued a bounty in the United States and let the Americans take action, which could save a lot of trouble. The one with the $8 million was their direct superior. He had to pay a price for daring to issue such an order. Because of his position, he gave a price of $8 million. Less than an hour after the posting, all the tasks were taken up by others, and the deposit was also entered into the dark web platform. After the news that you killed the target was confirmed, the balance must be received within 3 days, otherwise, you will face global hunting. The dark web used by Su Pingan is an American. This person was secretly controlled by Gavin in Sudan. During the interrogation, this dark web account and secrets were obtained, and Su Pingan has been using it. Even if it is exposed, it cannot be traced back to Su Pingan. These days, it is very easy for rich people to find a few dead accounts. After finishing the work, Su Pingan began a long wait. He always felt that time passed very slowly. He walked back and forth and was restless. He walked out of the cabin and smoked a few cigarettes. It was only after being blown by the sea breeze that he calmed down. At this time, the 28 submarines had begun to surface, and all the team members began to walk out of the submarines. Finally, they could move around. After a little movement, they put on oxygen masks and jumped directly into the sea. Today, the weather was quite favorable. The clouds were heavy and the moon was not visible at all. The sea breeze was strong. It was a good time for a sneak attack on a dark and windy night. They quickly swam towards the shore. This was the most sleepy time for humans. They avoided the buried mines and began to equip their guns with silencers, turned on the thermal detectors, and turned on the positioning system. Soon, a red dot appeared on the positioning system, flashed a few times and disappeared. Everyone knew that this was where the big boss's parents were imprisoned. The captain looked at the watch on his hand and said action. 28 teams began to move towards the target. The map system allowed people to easily bypass traps. After more than 10 minutes, the sound of swoosh, 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 swoosh began to appear, and was soon mixed with the wind. This was the sound of gunfire. They had already started to act. Before the guns were used, some people were killed with cold weapons. The periphery had been completely cleared. And now they began to move towards the inner ring. Su Hong and his wife were in a small cave. It was very cold. Su Hong put his coat on his wife Kin Kiksha. They snuggled up to each other. Su Hong firmly believed that Su Pingan would definitely come to rescue him. When he was free, Su Hong would smoke, drink and chat with his security personnel. He knew a little bit about things. His son's company was not an ordinary company and had the ability to rescue him. When everyone else was released, but the two of them were not released, Kin Kiksha was panicked. Su Hong became calmer instead. He knew that his son must have arrived. He was not released in order to extort more money. His son would definitely pay. Su Hong was confident about this. As for whether the kidnappers would release the couple after receiving the money, Su Hong really had no confidence. Time passed slowly. The sound came into Su Hong's ears. Su Hong woke up and looked outside. Su Hong didn't know what the sound was just now. But when he saw the two people guarding him lying on the ground in front of him, Su Hong understood that the guard was dead. Soon, a group of black people came in, took out an axe, and directly chopped down the fence. The group walked in. "Old man, come with us, President Su sent us to rescue you," one of them said directly. Su Hong was relieved when he heard the words of the Celestial Empire. He nodded and turned around to help his wife stand up. "Report to the headquarters, we have found the target, safe and sound, and will be escorted to the dock by the 19th team. The headquarters has received it and approved your unit to withdraw from the clearing queue and send the target to the dock." The captain gave everyone a tidy up. Someone next to him had already taken clothes from the two dead bodies and put them on Su Hong and his wife. Now they couldn't care less. Keeping the temperature from freezing was the right thing to do. The 19th team escorted Su Hong and his wife to evacuate, and the rest of the teams continued to start the clearing. If they said to kill them all, they must kill all the kidnappers. Failure to complete the order will be punished. Don't even think about bonuses or anything like that. On the boat, Su Pinggan received the notification and breathed a sigh of relief. He personally boarded a speedboat to the dock and soon disappeared into the night. About 30 minutes later, Su Pinggan arrived at the dock by speedboat. He lay on the ground. Therefore, the team immediately stood up with Su Hong and his wife and headed towards the dock. Su Pinggan saw it clearly, jumped onto the dock, ran over, hugged his parents, and Kim Kaiksha's tears came down. "Why are you crying? Leave first," Su Hong said to Kim Kaiksha. Su Pinggan nodded, said a few words to the captain, and took his parents on the speedboat and left. Su Pinggan comforted his parents on the boat. Under his father's questioning, Su Pinggan told what happened during this period of time. Su Hong was very relieved. Is there anything more gratifying than having an outstanding son? Su Pinggan and his party had just returned to the boat when they received a notification that the kidnappers on the island had been completely cleared, and there were more than 70 hostages. How to deal with them? Notify the team members to retreat. If there are no kidnappers, the hostages will be locked up. I will notify the embassy and let them go with the local government to rescue them. Su Pinggan said directly to Lei Yushin. Lei Yushin nodded and gave the order, while Su Pinggan went to the side to make a phone call. Kei's Hikiang was awakened by the phone call in his sleep. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Su Pinggan who called. He answered it immediately. Kei's Hikiang was instructed by the country to support Su Pinggan at all costs. Kei's Hikiang answered the phone and said directly, "Hello, Mr. Su, Ambassador Kei, I want to inform you of something. My parents have been rescued. The kidnappers on the island have all been killed. The remaining hostages are very safe. You can contact local personnel to rescue them, tell them not to run around. The kidnappers have laid a lot of mines on the island. Many of my people have been injured. I will send the ambassador a safe route," Su Pinggan said the news calmly. "What?" Kei's Hikian couldn't help but shout, and his pajamas disappeared. Su Pinggan repeated what he had just said, saying that he would accompany his parents back to Lagos tomorrow, and then hung up the phone. Kei's Hikiang hung up the phone with an unimaginable expression on his face, and sat there without saying a word. It's not that all countries have not thought about using force to rescue, but they are not sure. Some of the people in this group have experience as mercenaries. According to the data collected from regional arms sales in recent months, a large number of landmine sales data produced in Vietnam have appeared, which makes people from all countries more cautious. Once the rescue fails and the kidnappers kill all the hostages, it will be a serious political incident. It took a while for Kei's Hikiang to react. He immediately started to make phone calls and report his ideas to China. At the same time, he called the representatives of various countries and NRLY countries to report an emergency and meet at the Joint Command Center in 30 minutes. When Kei's Hikiang put on his clothes and packed up to leave, a call came from China, supporting Kei's Hikiang's idea and approving Kei's Hikiang's action. Kei's Hikiang felt relieved after receiving the reply. The envoys of various countries were shocked. There was an emergency report, and they did not dare to be careless. They got up and went to the Joint Command Center. Soon, everyone arrived on time. "Everyone, I have one thing to announce. All the kidnappers on the island have been executed, all the hostages are safe and sound. Please send personnel to rescue the hostages as soon as possible. Be careful, don't run around. There are many mines on the island. We don't know the specific burial locations. K's Hikying announced the news. Everyone was shocked. Soon, the Japanese representative responded, Ambassador K, you are not mistaken. The kidnappers were really killed. There was no loss of hostages. Others also looked at K's Hikying in shock. K's Hikying nodded seriously. I can guarantee that these kidnappers were really killed. It was not ours, but an organization we don't know. Someone I trust called me. They have no intention of dealing with us. The hostages are still being held. They have evacuated. This is a safe route without mines. Nazim, please send personnel to rescue them. After K's Hikying finished speaking, he took out a tablet and handed it to the commissioner sent by NRLY. Nazim took the tablet with a shocked look on his face, then turned around and said a few words to a man in military uniform, and handed the tablet to the soldier, who saluted and left directly. Ambassadors from various countries were waiting for news here, and they were extremely shocked. The Americans were helpless, but this mysterious organization could actually kill all the kidnappers. Is this true or false? All the ambassadors were thinking about this question. After a while, reason told everyone that this was true, and the ambassador would not joke about such things. We must be cautious, because the military strength of the mysterious organization is stronger than we imagined. How long has it been? And the members of this mysterious organization can actually do something that all countries are helpless to do. This kind of strength is really hard to sleep if you think too much. More than an hour passed unknowingly, and the phone rang. Ding 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 ding, which scared everyone, and Nazim began to answer the phone. He talked a lot for a while, with an excited expression on his face, and hung up the phone with excitement. Everyone, I solemnly declare that all the remaining hostages are safe, and all the kidnappers on the island have been killed. The staff has already counted this. Thank you, and we hope our friendship will last forever, Nazim said excitedly, shaking hands with K's Hikying. To be honest, Nazim was also frightened by this kind of power. Chapter 498 How could this happen? All the hostages returned to Lagos by boat. Ambassadors from various countries saw them at the dock and breathed a sigh of relief. They were a little more afraid of this mysterious organization. The reporters worked very hard. Somehow they got the news and rushed to the dock. Nazim announced that he would hold a press conference to announce the incident. Reporters from various countries were shocked. It turned out that a mysterious organization had rescued them by force, and not a single hostage died or was injured. How could it sound so sci-fi? When interviewing the hostages said that they didn't know what was going on, but they just heard some whooshing sounds. The reporters knew what was going on. It was the sound of a gun with a silencer installed. Soon, the editors-in-chief of major media received the news and were collectively shocked. They didn't expect the matter to be resolved so quickly. No one told the specific truth because it was too incredible. When the truth could not be found, the media began to edit the truth. Some media reported that it was done by the U.S. Special Forces, while others said it was done by the Chinese Special Forces. There were also media reports saying that it was done by Japanese ninjas, and some even said that it was done by British Special Forces. In short, there were all kinds of things. The next day, Su Pinggan accompanied his parents on a boat back to Lagos, and chartered a plane directly back to China. After getting off the plane in Shanghai, he took the two elders to the hospital for a detailed examination. There was no big problem with their health, it was mainly because they were frightened. After a detailed examination of his father Su Hong and his mother Kin Kaiksha, the doctor prescribed some drugs to calm their nerves. After a period of recuperation, there would be no problem. With this conclusion, Su Pinggan was relieved, and then he continued to charter a plane back to J City. Su Pinggan also stopped working and stayed at home with his parents every day. Unknowingly, more than half a month had passed, and Su Hong and his wife had finally recovered from the panic and began to return to normal. His mother Kin Kaiksha began to make delicious food for Su Pinggan. Seeing this situation, Su Pinggan started to work with peace of mind, and bought 2 gold piece pendants for Liu Wenjin and Darina. During this period of time, the two of them comforted Su Pinggan a lot, allowing Su Pinggan to release the pressure in his heart. Wenjin, Darina, I won't be running around recently. You two can discuss and arrange your own rotation vacations, Su Pinggan said while looking at the two of them. Is it paid? Darina asked. Paid, vacation expenses are reimbursed. Are you satisfied? Su Pinggan said with a smile. Darina smiled immediately, very satisfied, gave Su Pinggan a kiss, and took Liu Wenjin out to discuss. She had wanted to go to New Zealand for vacation for a long time, and this time she finally had the chance. The two discussed it, and Liu Wenjin took a vacation first, and Darina took a vacation after returning in a month. 2 days later, Liu Wenjin left the headquarters with a small bag. Time passed slowly. Su Pinggan worked half a day every day and got off work early. His mother had told him that he had to go home for dinner, and he was too lazy to run to the company in the afternoon. On this day, his parents participated in the elderly activities, and Su Pinggan went to work in the afternoon. When he was about to get off work, the phone rang. Ding 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 ding. Su Pinggan picked it up and saw that it was a local number, so he answered it directly. "Hello, who is that?" Su Pinggan asked. "Hello, Mr. Su. I am in charge of the modification project department of Airbus. When we were modifying, we found that the cabin was seriously unbalanced. Mr. Su, can you come over to discuss it with us?" A middle-aged man's voice appeared. Su Pinggan frowned. How could it be seriously unbalanced? The drawings were designed by Zingling, and each department was tailor-made. If there was an imbalance, there was only one reason: these people changed the drawings without authorization. Thinking of this, Su Pinggan's face sank. "Did you change my drawings?" There was a silence on the phone. "Mr. Su, there is a part of the drawings that is unreasonable, so we made a small change." "Enough. Who gave you the right to change the drawings without authorization? Why didn't you construct according to the drawings? Who gave you the order?" Su Pinggan immediately quit. "According to the construction schedule, it is almost time for delivery, and now there is an imbalance problem. It's an international joke. Why didn't you notify me when the drawings were changed?" I repeatedly explained that the construction should be strictly in accordance with the drawings. No one spoke on the phone for a long time. "You don't want to talk, right? Okay, I'll go find your chairman. I want to see who'll compensate for the loss." After saying that, he hung up the phone. He found Norton's phone number and called him directly. Because of the inspection, the Airbus headquarters in France had already started work. Soon, Norton's voice came out. "Guo, what's the matter? What's the matter? Your people changed my drawings without authorization. When can my flying palace be used? Is this how you do things?" Su Pinggan said unhappily. "Who changed your drawings?" "I don't know," Norton said directly. He didn't receive the report. Su Pinggan sneered. "Norton, I really doubt your leadership ability. You don't even know what the people below are doing. Are you still the chairman of Airbus? You Airbus employees didn't even tell you about such a big thing as changing the drawings. Are you retired? Tell me directly, I will negotiate with a new chairman. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I will sue directly." Norton's face darkened, and he suppressed his anger. "Guo, give me half an hour, I will give you an explanation. If it is our responsibility, I will compensate you. Now, I will tell you clearly that the chairman of Airbus is Norton." "Okay, I will give you half an hour, I will wait for your call." Su Pinggan hung up the phone after saying that. He was too lazy to talk and was very angry. His private plane was going to be delayed again. He originally thought that it would be available at the end of the month, but now it seems that it is still uncertain whether it can be used this year. After hanging up the phone, Norton directly called the Airbus production headquarters in J City, and scolded Jackson, the general manager, and then told him what was going on. "I will give you 20 minutes. If it exceeds 1 second, you can submit your resignation." After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. Jackson hung up the phone with a gloomy face, and immediately left the office. Went downstairs and rode his electric car to the renovation warehouse, where Su Pinggan's private plane was renovated. It took only a few minutes for Jackson to arrive, and he shouted in front of everyone, "Bahama, you come out." General Manager Bahamas walked over directly. "Who gave you the right to not follow the drawings?" Jackson stared at Bahamas with red eyes. "It was Engineer Liu who asked us to change it." Bahamas sold out Liu Ji directly. "Liu, who gave you the right to change the drawings?" Jackson stared at Liu Ji viciously. "General Manager, I changed it without authorization. The drawings provided by Su Pinggan obviously have unreasonable places. In order to ensure the construction period, I can only make some changes." Liu Ji began to quibble. "Bahamas, why don't you report it? Why don't you stop Liu Ji's illegal behavior?" Jackson looked at Bahamas and said. Bahamas didn't say anything. He originally thought that the matter was not big, but who knew that now there would be a problem of imbalance. What should I do? It seems that Jackson is already angry. Jackson took out his mobile phone and started to dial hello, security department. Let Bit, the bastard, answer the phone, Jackson shouted directly, and the people on the other end were already confused. Who the hell said that to me? Bit took the phone and said. I'm telling you, I'll give you 5 minutes to get people to the renovation warehouse. If you're late by 1 second, you'll be fired, Jackson said directly. Bit had already heard whose voice it was. I'll be there right away. The line was disconnected as soon as the voice fell. Bit didn't dare to neglect it. He told people to leave the office directly and drove towards the renovation warehouse at a very fast speed. From the phone, it can be heard that Jackson was going crazy. Soon, Bit brought a team of people to control Liu Ji and hand him over to the local police station. Tell them that if Liu Ji runs away, we will sue the police station as well. Let Bahamas pack up everything and get out of here. He won't get a penny because he has caused huge losses to the company. The others will also be handed over to the police station and wait for the legal department to sue. You must compensate the company for the money lost, Jackson said with red eyes. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect Jackson to be so cruel. Liu Ji was also dumbfounded. He used to work in other aircraft companies and was rewarded for renovating a mistake. Why is he suing himself now? What's the situation? Liu Ji was completely dumbfounded, and so were the others. They were suing us for not following the drawings. What's the reason? What right do you have to sue us? Liu Ji said directly. Jackson sneered. This is the private plane of Su Pinggan, the president of Apocalypse Group. The company has an agreement with Apocalypse Group. It must be constructed according to the drawings and must be completed on schedule. Look at the words on the wall over there. Strictly follow the drawings. You knowingly violated the company's regulations. We have to waste time to refit it. At the same time, we have to pay hundreds of millions of euros for failure to deliver on time. Who'll pay for this money, you idiot? This is not a place for you to play house. After saying that, he turned around and left, too lazy to say anything more to Liu Ji. It is impossible to communicate with such a legal idiot. Including Liu Ji. Everyone was dumbfounded. Airbus wanted to pay hundreds of millions of euros in compensation, which would not be enough even if they sold themselves. They all began to beg for mercy, but the security guards controlled them. It didn't take long before they all began to curse Liu Ji. Liu Ji was already dull at this moment. His eyes were dull, because his unauthorized violation caused hundreds of millions of euros in losses. How could this happen? How could this happen? There was a problem with his drawings, and he changed it with good intentions. How could it be illegal? Liu Ji's legal awareness is really weak. Let alone Su Pinggan's plane. If it were someone else, Airbus would have to pay compensation according to the contract if it failed to deliver the plane on time. Chapter 499. It's time for final authority authentication. Norton received Jackson's detailed report, and scolded Jackson again. He immediately called the staff to refit a machine, and deducted all of Jackson's bonuses for the year. If the renovation could not be completed within 3 months, Jackson could submit his resignation report. He directly sued the violators and demanded compensation from them. He had to pay compensation. As the chairman of Airbus, he was actually considered by the customers to be unable to manage the employees below. If this got out, Norton would really be ashamed to face people. He hung up the phone and called Su Pinggan again. He said all the good things and finally compensated Su Pinggan for the loss of 1 million euros. This matter was considered to be over. Half a month passed slowly. Wu Sakai came to Su Pinggan with a smile on his face. Mr. Su, look at what this is. After saying that, he handed a file bag to Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan took it and flipped through a few pages. His eyes lit up. The broadband license was approved. This was not an ordinary broadband license, but a national IPVPN license. The second was the Cheyenne National Internet Access Service Provider, ISP, license. It's not easy. It took 2 years to get approved, Su Pinggan said with emotion. Wu Sakai nodded. Actually, we benefited from the foreign investment this time. The British telecommunications company has also obtained our country's approval, and it will be announced in a few days. If the foreign investment is not approved, I estimate that our application will still be difficult to be approved. It's good that it can be approved. By then, they will know what kind of opponent they are facing, Su Pinggan snorted. Wu Sakai was stunned and looked at Su Pinggan in confusion. Mr. Su, it is not cheap to build a new broadband line. A huge amount of optical cables are required, plus the construction of base stations across the country. An investment of 100 billion may not be enough. Who told you that I am going to lay optical cable lines? Su Pinggan glanced at Wu Sike and said. Wu Sike was stunned. How can he play without broadband and laying lines? Looking at Su Pinggan, Wu Sike's heart suddenly moved. Mr. Su, is there a breakthrough over at the technology company? You finally got it. Shyanki Group's products will either not be listed, or once they are listed, we will subvert the entire industry, including the communications industry. There are still a few problems to be solved. Next year, I will show you what wireless broadband magnetic transmission is. This technology will allow us to occupy the broadband market at a rapid speed. This is a technological crush, and no telecommunications company in any country can compete with it, Su Pinggan said domineeringly. Wu Sike was shocked and thought for a while. Mr. Su, you have to prevent political forces from interfering. Countries will not let their telecommunications companies collapse. I know, so I don't interfere in the mobile communications industry. I only do broadband, but I won't fire, including this license from the Celestial Empire. We now have broadband business licenses from 9 countries, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Shyanki Group obtained the qualification for telecommunications broadband services in Europe, which shocked many people at the time. They were like a formidable enemy and began to launch promotional activities to frantically attract customers. As a result, Shyanki Group did not react at all. This puzzled many companies. After analyzing for several months, they finally came to a conclusion that the Apocalypse Group was only trying to get a license. It had no breakthrough in technology and had no plans to join the telecommunications market for the time being. However, no company was careless and kept a close eye on the actions of the Apocalypse Group. As a result, for more than a year, nothing happened. There was no action at all. Except for paying the license fee on time every year, there was no action at all. The license fee is not low. The minimum fee is more than 80 million yuan a year, and the highest fee is more than 200 million yuan. You are planning, Wu Sike said in surprise. After saying that, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He really didn't learn his lesson. For several times, Su Pinggan's routine has never changed. He arranged everything in advance, and then swept all the way with products that crushed technology until he firmly occupied the position of the market leader. Solar panels, wind trees, super fish oil, super paint, single-person aircraft, etc., are all such routines, establishing their own dominance on the bones of opponents. Because of the sudden emergence of the Apocalypse Group, there are countless companies that have gone bankrupt around the world. Many companies were the leading companies in the industry at that time. The larger your scale, the greater the impact you will suffer. Take your time. At the latest, the year after next, maybe next year we can start this project and compete with 5G and the International Telecommunication Union. The standards of my Shyanki Group are your industry standards, Su Pinggan said this calmly. Wu Sike was convinced and gave Su Pinggan a thumbs up. Then he started to drink tea and said no more. He was free in business. It was pure abuse to debate business with Su Pinggan, a veteran in business strategy layout. After drinking tea and chatting for a while, Wu Sike said goodbye. Su Pinggan sent Wu Sike away, looked at the time, and left work early. My mother said that I must go home for dinner, so I went back early. 3 days later, the relevant departments issued a notice that British Telecom and Shyanki Group obtained the National IPVPN license, and the second was the Xianchao National Internet Access Service Provider, ISP, license. This news spread and caused a great shock in China, especially the 3 major operators, which were even more troubled. In fact, the 3 companies had already started to have a headache. We knew the news very early, and we held many meetings, but there was nothing we could do. We were not worried about British Telecom because the 3 major operators had a price advantage. Shyanki Group was different. God knew what hidden technology Shyanki Group had. No matter how you look at the current situation, it was like what Shyanki Group did before the carbon crystal solar panels came out. They started to lay out step by step. When they reached a certain level, they directly released a black technology product that was against the sky and crushed the market, and carried out indiscriminate attacks, and all the opponents they attacked could not continue to operate. This was a crushing by technology, and you couldn't compete with it. The people welcomed the news. There were 2 factions on the internet. One faction believed that this was not a good thing. Shyanki Group's products were expensive. Maybe when they defeated the three major operators, they would directly charge high prices. The other faction believed that competition could benefit the people. The three major operators were obviously wearing the same pants. Counting on them to compete was completely letting the left hand compete with the right hand. The slogans were loud, but the actual discounts were fart. Apart from other things, with the current broadband speed, when has it ever been real? You have no choice whether to use it or not. Qiao Yichen and Coaster both received calls from Su Pinggan, and began to tilt resources, and the magnetic broadband transmission technology began to accelerate. Murphy also received a call from Su Pinggan, and the development of small magnetic data transmission satellites began to be put on the agenda. Murphy's had been installed with a biological bomb and was recruited. Su Pinggan also opened up some magnetic satellite technologies to him. In addition, a team of 30 people was formed to start the development of small magnetic data transmission satellites, so as not to delay the development of meteorological satellites. Now Murphy has a lot of elite soldiers under his command. European, American, Japanese, Chinese, Russian personnel come from more than 40 countries around the world, bringing together the world's top talents, and the progress is very fast. On this day, Su Pinggan received a call from Zhu Hongyan. Boss, come to the final authority authentication. The Star Intelligence System has been installed and tested, and it is time for the final authority authentication. Old Zhu, you did a good job. I will buy you a drink when I get there, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Zhu Hongyan pouted, canceling my fitness plan is a thank you for me. No, this won't work. Your health is a big problem. If you keep a good body, I can exploit you for a few more years. Ha 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 ha, Su Pinggan said with a big laugh. Zhu Hongyan had a miserable expression on his face when he heard this. The two chatted for a while and then hung up the phone. Su Pinggan was relaxed and couldn't wait to make a proposal. He explained to Darina and began to arrange things for the headquarters. A day later, the group set off on their own in a single-person aircraft. Now single-person aircraft have entered people's lives, and people flying in the sky can be seen every day. Many tourist attractions have specially set up single-person aircraft parking sites. Many people use single-person aircraft for tourism. The price of more than 10 million has not stopped people's enthusiasm. Now people's most direct feeling is that the second generation of rich and officials no longer play luxury cars, drunk driving accidents have dropped cliffs, and traffic congestion has also shown a little sign of relief. They added fuel halfway and continued to fly. It didn't take long for the group to land in the main building of Shianki Science and Technology Park. Su Pinggan went straight to the office. It didn't take long for Qiao Yichen to take Zhu Hongyan to Su Pinggan's office. After talking for a while, the three of them went to the second underground floor to start the final authorization authentication. After collecting Su Pinggan's iris, skeleton map, tongue print, palm print, toe print, face map, scalp print, and other information, it took almost 2 hours to complete the highest authorization authentication. Next, Zhu Hongyan was given the second-level authority. Qiao Yichen, Ding Sijin, Yi Changlin, and Darina were given the third-level authority. The third-level authorization authentication will be carried out after Liu Wenjin returns from vacation. The remaining employees were given the 4th to 9th level authorities according to their different levels. Can you use it now? Su Pinggan asked Zhu Hongyan. Zhu Hongyan nodded and said, you can use it at any time in the main building. The main building settings have been completed for the time being, and the other buildings have not been installed yet. Stars, play a song last right of the day, Su Pinggan said directly to the air. Okay boss, play it for you right away, an electronic voice appeared. Soon, Last Ride of the Day by the Finnish heavy metal band Nightwish began to play. Others looked at Su Pinggan and shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Such a high-tech CEO actually played like this. After listening to it, Su Pinggan smiled and began to return to his office with satisfaction. As soon as he entered the elevator, an electronic voice appeared. Boss, Mayor Zhang Jianbin has entered the front desk of the main building. The voice of Fang Xing appeared. Su Pinggan was very happy. This was good. Who came to find him and was discovered as soon as he entered the building. Notify the front desk and ask Mayor Zhang to come directly to my office for a chat. After that, the elevator became quiet. Darina, get ready, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Darina nodded directly. Darina felt a little lost in her heart, feeling that a large part of her work had been replaced by renovation. Chapter 500. This is the world's first artificial intelligence to enter practical application. It didn't take long for Zhang Jianbin to arrive at Su Pinggan's office. The two shook hands and sat down to drink tea and chat. After a cup of tea, the two began to discuss business. Pinggan, I came here to ask you about the arrangement of the aircraft transformation competition. When do you plan to hold this event? Zhang Jianbin asked. Su Pinggan was stunned for a moment. This time, when he thought of this matter, he really forgot about it if Zhang Jianbin didn't mention it. Mayor, I really haven't thought about this matter yet. However, once this event is launched, it will definitely not be settled in Hangzhou. The higher-ups will not approve it. Whether it is approved or not is my problem. You just need to agree to hold it here. I will take care of other things, Zhang Jianbin said directly. Su Pinggan looked at Zhang Jianbin with suspicion. It was impossible for the higher-ups to agree to hold this event in Hangzhou. Based on his previous experience in hosting aircraft exchange meetings, it would definitely be held in the sparsely populated Northwest. I have no objection here, as long as you can handle the higher-ups, Brother Zhang, Su Pinggan said directly. Zhang Jianbin nodded and began to discuss this matter with Su Pinggan. After listening to Zhang Jianbin's plan, Su Pinggan was completely stunned. Zhang Jianbin actually planned to put the site on the West Lake. The municipal government plans to carry out dredging work on the West Lake, clean up the silt at the bottom of the lake, and carry out water quality improvement projects. This is a big project and the cost is not small. Not only that, it will also simultaneously manage multiple rivers in the city and build 2 new canals running through the urban area. The reason lies in the Shianqi Recycling Resources Company. After domestic sewage is filtered and purified, the water quality reaches a very high standard. It is simply not enough to use so much water for irrigation. A lot of it is discharged into the Qiantang River and wasted in vain. This has caused a huge waste. Zhang Jianbin is also a man of courage. He convened people from relevant departments to start exploration and planning. He plans to build an ecological city, comprehensively clean up the silt in the river, and comprehensively upgrade the drainage system of the entire city. The total investment is huge. This is not a face-saving project, but a real people-friendly project. The province also supports Zhang Jianbin's plan very much. According to Zhang Jianbin's plan, manpower and material resources can be invested to complete this plan in 1 year. The rest is to slowly release the water. The sewage that is processed every day is all Class II water resources. It flows back into various rivers, which can increase the water molecule content in the city. The aircraft exchange competition requires a large venue. The West Lake is large enough. If someone falls into it, they will not die. Just prepare more speedboats for rescue. At that time, Hangzhou was reorganized. With the cooperation of the aircraft exchange competition, it will definitely make Hangzhou famous internationally and attract more tourists to Hangzhou, which is very good for the economic development of Hangzhou. Brother Zhang, to be honest, your project is definitely fine, but the venue for the exchange competition is unlikely to be approved, even if you provide a qualified venue. The country will definitely consider the problem comprehensively. The economic gap between the East and the West is huge. It is estimated that the venue is likely to be placed in the Northwest, Su Pinggan said, looking at Zhang Jianbin. Give it a try. Besides, you said that after the single-person aircraft comes out, a modification competition will be held. You can't break your promise, Zhang Jianbin said. I will definitely not say anything wrong, but I need to investigate how enthusiastic people are first. If the enthusiasm is not high enough, there is no point in holding this kind of event, Su Pinggan said directly. Zhang Jianbin frowned. How long will it take to investigate? Soon, you will know soon, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Zhang Jianbin looked at Su Pinggan and was confused about the situation. Fangxing, count the netizens' concern about the single-person aircraft transformation competition and make an analysis, Su Pinggan said directly to the air. Okay boss, start counting immediately. An electronic synthesized voice appeared, and Zhang Jianbin's eyes widened immediately. This is artificial intelligence, Zhang Jianbin said with a look of astonishment. Su Pinggan nodded with satisfaction, picked up the teapot and began to pour water, very satisfied with Zhang Jianbin's reaction. Brother Zhang, this is the world's first artificial intelligence that has entered practical application. Zhang Jianbin looked at Su Pinggan and was completely dumbfounded. How could this be possible? This is a product in the movie. How could the Apocalypse Group turn this into reality? He was dreaming, he must be dreaming. Just as Zhang Jianbin was daydreaming, the electronic voice appeared again. Boss, according to the analysis of netizens' comments on the internet, people's expectations for the transformation of single-person aircraft are not high. The main reason is the high price. Ordinary people cannot participate, and they cannot participate in the game. Netizens' expectations are also greatly reduced. Okay, I know, Su Pinggan said. Zhang Jianbin looked at Su Pinggan dully. Now he was sure that he was not dreaming, but that artificial intelligence really existed. Apocalypse Group had actually achieved this level. How could this be possible? He rubbed his face with both hands to make himself more sober. Pinggan, didn't you say last time that artificial intelligence needs big data to grow? How come it appears now? This is a castrated version with very simple functions. It is installed here first for testing. The branch in France is still improving the algorithm, Su Pinggan explained. Zhang Jianbin gave Su Pinggan a thumbs up. He couldn't help but admit it. He really didn't expect that the technology of Apocalypse Group had reached this level. The two chatted for a while, and Zhang Jianbin said goodbye. Since Apocalypse Group could not hold a single-person aircraft exchange competition, it had to think of other ways. After seeing Zhang Jianbin off, Su Pinggan continued to drink tea. Soon, Darina came in with a worried look on her face. Su Pinggan looked at Darina and asked, "What's the matter?" Darina hesitated and still expressed her concerns. "Boss, when artificial intelligence is perfected in the future, do I need to cut off my position with Liu Wenjin?" Su Pinggan smiled, waved Darina to come over, and directly let Darina sit in his arms. "Silly, how can I bear to let you leave? No matter how perfect artificial intelligence is, you two can only be with me. I don't allow you to resign, understand?" Darina nodded with relief, wrapped her hands around Su Pinggan's neck, and kissed him directly. After a while, the two separated. Neither spoke, just hugged each other and enjoyed the peace. This was the first time Su Pinggan told Darina about the arrangement for the two of them. Darina felt much more at ease. From Su Pinggan's words, she could hear that Su Pinggan would not let the two leave no matter what. "Let's go, we're off work, go back and rest," Su Pinggan said with a smile. Darina blushed, understood what Su Pinggan meant, stood up and packed up and went out. Soon, the group left the company by car and went home to rest. The next day, everyone working in the main building of the Science and Technology Park began to verify. Everyone was excited. The whole building was covered by artificial intelligence. This was unimaginable. Depending on your authority, you can retrieve information and ask about things in different details. According to Zhu Hongyan's plan, statistical analysis will be conducted once a week, and a small-scale upgrade will be conducted every month to improve the logical algorithm step by step. After the main building has been running for a period of time, it will be expanded to cover the entire Science and Technology Park until it finally covers the main server database of the Science and Technology Park. Zhu Hongyan is very ambitious and wants to make a breakthrough in the formulation of artificial intelligence rule framework. Artificial intelligence is very powerful, and how to use it is a big problem. In the end, the core depends on your rule framework setting. Uncontrolled artificial intelligence is dangerous, and controllable artificial intelligence is definitely a great help to human development. On this day, Su Pinggan came to the single-person aircraft project team and communicated with Kane on the side. Although the first generation of single-person aircraft has been perfected, the research and development has not stopped and has begun to develop the second generation. Requirements: longer flight distance, more payload, lower energy consumption, greater flexibility, 4 directions of development, abundant R&D funds. Part of the profit from the sale of single-person aircraft was transferred to the project team account. Boss, the biggest problem at present is still the energy problem. Hydrogen energy is convenient. If you want to achieve a longer flight distance, you need a fuel with higher energy. The hydrogen energy we are currently using is a general type. Next, I plan to start a high-purity hydrogen energy experiment, Kane said directly. Su Pinggan frowned. Kane, high-purity liquid hydrogen energy is not a problem, the problem is cost. The use of this high-purity energy requires more advanced materials to store it. How much will the cost of the aircraft be, boss? Do you think the second-generation single-person aircraft is just a single-person flight? Kane looked at Su Pinggan and said. Su Pinggan was stunned. Could it be that the second-generation single-person flight is not just a single-person flight? Tell me in detail, boss. I think the horsepower of the second-generation single-person aircraft must be greatly improved. It is not just for single-person flight, but should adopt the mode of RV, Except that ours can fly. Of course, it can also run on land. It can run, fly, and run in RV mode. This is the ultimate goal of the second-generation single-person aircraft. In the future, there is no need to buy any house. With this aircraft, it is very convenient. Wherever you want to go, you can just fly there. The whole family can go together. The house mode is the mode of the second-generation single-person aircraft, Kane said his plan. Su Pinggan frowned. This is a big project. Kane, you have to consider the cost issue. How many people can afford it? I'm afraid that ordinary rich people can't afford it. Is there a market for this product, boss? This is the ultimate goal. I won't develop in this direction for the time being. It's a bit unrealistic to realize this model now. The current research direction is still single-person aircraft, with longer flight distances, more loads, lower energy consumption, and greater flexibility, Kane said with a smile. Su Pinggan also laughed. It was obvious that Kane was testing his reaction. Western humor was really deadly. Kane, the house model requires many systems to be realized, including power system, fuel system, energy and food storage system, garbage disposal system, etc. This is a complex project. You can't complete this idea with just one team. It requires many teams to work together to achieve this goal, Su Pinggan said seriously. I understand. I just said this to the boss because I want the boss to form such a team, Kane said with a smile. Su Pinggan shook his head and punched Kane. Be realistic. Wait until the hardware in all aspects develops to a certain extent before considering this matter. At that time, I will let you take charge of this project, Su Pinggan made a promise to Kane. Kane nodded seriously. With Su Pinggan's words, he felt relieved. After leaving the single-person aircraft project team, Su Pinggan went to the mechanical mount project team. After several years, the project has made considerable progress, and the balance needs to be further improved. When the project leader Zhao Weiming saw Su Pinggan coming, he immediately came to Su Pinggan's site and said, Boss, you are here at the right time. I apply for outdoor testing. Outdoor test? Have you finished all the indoor tests? Su Pinggan asked curiously. No, boss, there is a certain degree of interoperability between outdoor and indoor tests. Currently, there is no problem for the mechanical mount to run on flat roads, but it is a big problem to run in bumpy places. We must conduct field training to collect usable data for adjustment, Zhao Weiming explained in detail, and Su Pinggan finally understood what was going on. Where are you going to test? Su Pinggan asked. Boss, we plan to go to the northwest region, where there are many complex terrains. We can make adjustments while experimenting. Only in this way can we improve our efficiency, Zhao Weiming said directly. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.